Welcome in, everybody, here, or if you're joining us from day number 1, welcome back here to the HBU Esports Arena for the Vanta League. I'm Keegan Ota. I'll be acting as your MC or host for the rest of this day, as the rest of the weekend here, as we get set for day number 2 of action. 4 middle schools here for League of Legends, as well as 2 schools in the high school side for a Valorant showcase match. That will go down between Iolani and Punahou later today. But first and foremost, in the first half of this day, we got to get through League of Legends semifinals. On the middle school side, featuring New Valley, features Eva Mackay, and also features Hawaii Baptist Academy. So plenty of schools here fighting for the final trophy of the Vanta League Fall 22 championships. We get to day 2 on the Lunch and Learn as well. So League of Legends in the morning time. Then you have your Lunch and Learn with cyberbullying prevention. And we have Laura Dive, John Koneko, and Andrew Maddock, all from the Honolulu Police Department, and Laura Dive from the Homeland Security Investigation Cybercrimes as well. So we'll get to the Lunch and Learn later on as well. But before we get the festivities started, I'd like to introduce one of the co-founders here for the Vanta League. Please welcome Mr. Ed Lallier.
Thank you, Keegan. Good morning and aloha, everyone. Welcome to Vanta's Hawaii Esports League Fall Championship, Day 2. We are so happy that you're all here today. This is Hawaii's first in-person middle school and high school esports competition, and I would like to give a special thanks for all those who made it possible today. For Hawaii Pacific University for providing today's amazing venue, Hawaiian Telecom for being the league title sponsor and providing our lunch today, EMP Live Designs for providing today's shoutcasting, live stream production, and emceeing of the event, the Alelo Community TV for broadcasting today's event, to Honolulu Police Department and Homeland Security for being our speakers today for cyberbullying prevention, Hawaii Esports Alliance, Mobile IT Force for helping schools access affordable technology, all the Vanta staff and volunteers that are helping today, thank you. And most especially, I want to thank the players for all the hard work that gets you here, the parents for your unwavering support, and for the school faculty advisors who are in their tireless efforts to lead their programs here today. Thank you all, and I wish you the very best, for today's competition. For those who don't know Vanta, Vanta is a youth esport development program for kids ages 8 to 18. We started Vanta in response to my son unfortunately being cyberbullied, early COVID, gaming online. So we made Vanta to be a safe place for kids to game with adult supervision, and our expert trained coaches help teach kids meaningful skills that can lead to college scholarships and positive digital citizenship. Esports is a massive industry and it's growing rapidly. There are a ton of opportunities for students through college scholarships, career pathways, and inclusive communities. We have built something special here in Hawaii, and with your help, we can grow it even further. I want to wish all the teams good luck, and I'm excited to see the competitions. Let's begin. Mahalo.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Lallier, one of the co-founders, and you'll see a lot of interviews here as well. And you can, if you're not here with us at the HBU Esports Arena, you can watch this over on Twitch at Vanta League, or Vanta Esports, excuse me. And then you can also check out the Olelo Community Channel 53 as well. So we'll get started with League of Legends in a little while. K-Tat and Henry will take you the rest of the way for the League of Legends. But first, we got some info from Vanta coming your way.
Vanta is a youth esports development platform that works with schools and community organizations to provide a digital esports platform, competitive esports leagues, expert coaching, and programming to kids ages 8 to 18. We provide coaching and competition in top esports titles including Rocket League, League of Legends, Fortnite, and others. We offer free competitive seasons for elementary, middle, and high schools across the U.S. And for those looking to step up their game, we offer private, on-demand, and season-long expert coaching from some of the best esports coaches out there. Here at Vanta, we prioritize safety and development. Through various training programs, we focus not only on gaming, but also on STEM exposure, social emotional competencies, and important real-life skills. Our platform offers the perfect environment for gamers of all levels to grow their in-game skills, learning the importance of teamwork, communication, and competition, all while having fun.
All right, hello everyone, and welcome here to the League of Legends block of the Vanta League's middle school finals, the Hawaii Esports League finals, actually, as what we're calling this major event. My name is Kyler K-Tatando, and joining me is Henry Chung. Welcome to the desk, Henry. Welcome to the venue, actually. I know we didn't have you yesterday, but what do you think so far of what you're seeing?
I think this is my first time being in here, and it's very, very exciting. This place is huge, and I'm very excited to see the new generation of esports really come out in the middle and high school scenes.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think just to kind of fill you in of what we saw yesterday, I think it's really great to see middle school competition, really. Like, Ed talks about it, first ever middle school and high school event here in Hawaii. And honestly, it's really awesome to see, especially the talent at such a young age, but also just the way that these teams and these schools are really learning from each other, adapting, and really kind of setting the stage for, what I think is a really bright future here for Hawaii and Hawaii's esports scene.
Absolutely. Growing the roots here is very, very important. We've kind of established it in the collegiate scene, but growing the roots even further into the high school, middle school scene, I think it's super important. Letting the parents aware of this potential future that students can have, that kids can have in the esports industry, I think this is a wonderful opportunity.
Absolutely. I mean, just looking around, looking at all these excited faces, the parents, the students, and all of the support staff going around it to make sure that these kids have everything they need to compete, to also learn, to do all the things that you need to be successful. Like Ed talked about, being a great digital citizen. I mean, in today's day and age, we live online so much and we do all these things. So really excited to see what happens. But we are now here for League of Legends. We are here for 2 semifinals and a finals. Obviously, we are streaming the first one, which is going to be up against New Valley's Third Pounders. That's what the team name is. So if you've ever heard of the Quarter Pounder, the Third Pounder, that's the New Valley School. That's the team name they went with, going up against Hawaii Baptist Academy over here. So for those of you trying to figure it out, Hawaii Baptist Academy over here on this side, and then New Valley on the right. So we'll see how it all plays out, because I'm curious to see what happens. We don't really know what ranks any of these players are. We see some of them in the lobby, but I think a lot of fresher accounts and things like that. So I'm really curious to see what kind of play style, what kind of play we're going to see, how this is all going to shake out.
Absolutely, and I'm very used to watching the collegiate scene play out. A lot of them like to model pro players because of that high rank, that Diamond Masters ELO. But first of all, it's been preseason, meaning a lot of changes has happened in League of Legends since the last time we saw a lot of competitive matches. And I think now with, the new skill caliber coming in, there could be a lot of interesting picks that we don't normally get to see in a professional match.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, as you see it now there on your screen, the coaches getting them ready, the players getting ready. They're in lobby. They're just trying to make sure they get a few more things sorted and figure out. But once they're in, once they're set, we will be off to the races in our first semifinal match of the day. And honestly, I'm excited. I'm excited just to see what happens. You know what I mean? I think like you said, it's preseason. So much has changed. So much we don't know what's going to be the expectation, right? We have really, I mean, once the end of the season hits, we have zero, expectations of what's going on. We don't really know what to expect. We really don't know what's going to happen. So, I mean, who knows, right?
Yeah, and I think that really speaks to the critical thinking skills that these video games require of our, players. They have to be able to adapt to these new situations, and now being put in a team environment where they're going to have to work together to navigate these changes that have been happening throughout the last couple of months. This is going to really show their teamwork and the testament that they have been preparing for, and I'm all for it.
Absolutely. And as we see it there, they are getting ready. They are just getting, I believe, one more player into the lobby. That's just the one thing we've been having, just a little bit of a just a little one more hiccup for us to get through, and then we can get going. But overall, like we said, a lot to look at, a lot to think about, a lot of these ways. I'm also curious to see how much influence the coaches have on draft, right? We're expected, traditionally you expect to see, for those of you who might be watching at home, if you're a parent or an administrator that's tuning into this and isn't quite sure, what's going on, don't worry, we'll take it easy on you as we go through the commentary to really try to explain as many of the concepts that we see on screen so that it's very digestible for somebody who maybe doesn't play the game as much. But one of the traditions or one of the things we expect to see is a lot of the coaches, influencing draft, right? And that's something that it comes when the coach has a high game knowledge, and they know what characters to pick and ban. But also I think, as an emotional coach, maybe even guiding their players through making the decision, guiding their players through figuring out what are they comfortable with, what do they want to play before we go forward.
I think one of the things that drives esports and drives regular sports, a common thing you'll find is that game of passion, right? Players are really invested into their game. They really want to succeed in the team environment, but also for themselves. I think that emotional coach is something that is often overlooked, but if you're coming from a sports background, you'll find a lot of similarities with esports, especially in the coaching role.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that's something to see here as we were watching, the coaches as they figure it out. Yesterday, we saw, I think, some great influence from the coaches that were there. I know specifically we watched Kailua Intermediate and their Rocket League team, and every match you would see, whether there was a win or a loss, coach comes in, sits down next to the players, starts asking them, like, how you feeling, right, doing the things, walking them through, okay, how do you improve, how do we get better for the next match and things like that. And I think that's really really critical, especially at this stage of the game, right? When you get to college, high school, beyond, right? Even in the pro scene, you're kind of expecting the players to be a little bit more mature, right? Developed. You'd think that they'd be, but I think it's really awesome to see at the middle school level, especially, right? Just the ability for the coach to come in and be like, okay, even in a loss, right? Okay, what went wrong? How do we fix it? How do you guys, how do we do better, or how do we improve going into the next one? And I could tell it really was making a difference for some of those students yesterday, where just having that calm, that voice in their head saying, hey, it's okay, you guys can pick yourselves back up, go back out there. Really something special to watch.
I think, a lot of people overlook it. It's just kind of like game to game, and you're kind of just going through it. But it's really a test of endurance. The matches here today, I believe we have a best of 3 on our hands. So it's not just one game and you're done. You're going to have to keep going through this over and over again. I think the kids are going to feel reminiscent of, finals week coming soon. And it's just exam after exam. But this is kind of like just that,
Exactly. Well, so actually, I do have something for those of you watching at home. We do have an update for you in terms of the format for today. So it is not a standard best of 3 for those of you who are watching. If you are familiar with the game, we are playing the first 2 maps on Summoner's Rift. If we go to a game 3, this is a fun little format that Vanta has put together. We play ARAM. So if there is a game 3 in the series, in any of the series that we watch today, you are going to see 2 games of Rift, 1 game of ARAM.
Interesting. That flexibility coming into play now. The coach is going to be super important then.
No, yeah, I mean, right, just thinking about it, so for those of you who maybe aren't as familiar, the normal game of League of Legends is played on a map called Summoner's Rift. But, however, there is a special game mode that is something that I think people use to have a lot of fun with, right? They play for fun and do things on, where it's called ARAM, which stands for All Random, All Mid. Where basically in the regular map of League of Legends, there's 3 lanes on the map. You have different people playing different roles. In ARAM, it's basically there is 1 lane, 1 central highway that both teams have to battle it out on to accomplish the same objective of the game, sure, right? At the end of the day, the goal of League of Legends is to, completely get to the enemy nexus, take it down, win. That's the victory. But in ARAM, one lane, so one path to get to your objective.
And I think something that we should address is for the players that play League of Legends and for the ones at home, we have recently experienced a change on that ARAM map to make it a lot faster pace, meaning you're going to see a lot of people duking it out. They're going to respawn, they're going to duke it out again, and it's going to keep happening until one side loses their home base, which we like to call the Nexus. So it's going to be fun. I hope we do get a Game 3 then.
Yeah, no, I mean, it should be fun to watch. I mean, I think, especially at this age, ARAM, I mean, everyone universally accepts that ARAM is kind of like the fun mode, right? It's the way, if you've been playing a lot of League, long, tough games and all of that, ARAM is always a good way to just kind of decompress, de-stress, and just have fun, right? It's more of a mode that's centered around just playing together as a team. It's less about individual skill and more about just what we call in League team fighting, right? The ability for how much can you and your team fight together and just play. And it's a dynamic and a mechanic that I think a lot of people have fun with. Whereas in other components of Summoner's Rift, the base game of League, it can be a little bit tedious at times, right? CSing, like farming, aka they call it, when you take down the enemy minions and all that. Some people don't like that, and that's why jungle and support exists.
I mean, I'm definitely a fan of the action, so playing the ARAMs is really good with the homies, if you just want to cool down after a long day of work or a long day of school, whatever it may be. I think ARAM is the go-to for a lot of people. I know, Kyler, you and I, we have definitely experienced our fun in ARAMs with our friends, so it's a good time. I think when we get to that Game 3, ARAM is a definite de-stressor to say for both teams, but, they know that the title is kind of on the line here at the very minimum.
Absolutely. I mean, these guys are fighting for the prize of some of those trophies. I think if you're in venue, you do want to go check out. There's the trophy table in the front with the trophies and the medals that the players are playing for. But I think just that idea of bragging rights, that idea of pride, school representing your school, and all of that, really, I think something for these kids to fight for. Right, that spirit of competition, right, of scholastic competition. Obviously, representing more than just yourself, representing your school, being a good representative of that. I think that's some of the key things here. I mean, after yesterday, I think they're not playing in this match. But it is something I want to bring up to you, Henry, if you didn't see the stream yesterday, that Eva Mackay is in our second semifinal match here. So they did have another Team 4 league in the top 4, but looking to potentially sweep all of middle school. They won Smash, they won Rocket League. Today they've got their third team here. I was talking to the coach earlier actually, and asking about how does he feel, ready to go for the third match, and he's like, hey, they just want to stay humble. He wants to keep his kids humble, right? They want to do well, they want to perform well, and honestly, you got to love that kind of mentality from these kinds of students.
And what a title it would be. Obviously, like Ed said, this is the first time we get to have these middle schoolers and high schoolers get to play. I mean, there will be future tournaments potentially, but no one can take away that title of being the first one to get these trophies. And to get a clean sweep in the middle school scene, that is impressive of a storyline to have.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking about it, right? How many other middle schools do we know of that are playing at a competitive level like this, or that are doing things like that? Really something awesome, really something incredible to see. But it looks like we do have 10 members in lobby, so I believe we are now just doing the last-minute check. So for those of you that are wondering, why are these guys still here? Why are they talking for so long? Don't worry, trust us. We would love to be showing you some League of Legends action right now. We're just getting a few more of the bugs sorted out. We're just getting a few more of the players set up in the lobby and going. Once we have that ready, we will be going over to draft. We will be going over to the game. Don't worry, we are just about there. Just hang tight for a little bit more, and we will be off to the races. But with that said, I do believe we can say that it is going to be New Valley, who was the higher seed in this matchup. They have chosen red side. So, Henry, why don't you explain to the folks at home, what does that mean? What does the implications of that mean?
Yeah, so red side and blue side, the main focus is that on blue side, you get the absolute first pick on which champion you would like after the first round of bans. So blue side gets this wonderful high priority pick, and then it trickles down to, and red gets that absolute last pick, meaning whatever you see on the 5 champions on the blue side, you get to do whatever you like to kind of play that counter game. whether you want to use it to absolutely win one of the lanes or whether you want to use it to kind of help your entire team out, that's entirely up to you. And it all happens with that last pick that I believe New Valley, you said?
New Valley, yep.
That's decided to pick, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that said, it looks like we are going into the draft. And so here we go. We're about to get going in just a second. But yeah, worth noting the strategy there is what's, I think, the big part about how this game plays out and how these things go out, is that when you're looking at the characters you select, there is even a strategy there, right? The counter picking, the ability to want to have the priority to take a character first. That's why we talk about blue side having that first pick priority. But then on the other side of the coin, red side having that last pick priority means that they see everything that the other team's playing, and they get to make a decision about what they want to play in return and in exchange. So with that said, it looks like there we go. We're into the draft, and let's get going. We're finally up to it. We're on the map, and let's take a look. So coming out the gate, preseason, new champions getting banned out the gate. Renata Glass off the table pretty much from them. And you got, I mean, I think a very strong support, right? We've seen in the recent days. Completely makes sense why they want to just take her off the table.
Yeah, and something that I want to mention in the draft, a very important thing that the coach is partially responsible for, is this idea of what we call a flex pick. Some champions we like to consider as a jack of all trades. They're not stuck to one position. They can actually go into a multitude of places, and because of that, you know, in the draft, now the other team has to assume it's going somewhere, and they have to be able to counter that, right? So flex picks, I think, are going to be very important. The bans coming out here, we're seeing a lot of priority into that lane that usually has two people. We call that the bottom lane. We usually compose it of a super carry and a supportive character, like you said, that Renata Glass. But we're also seeing a lot of focus in these bruisers and juggernauts, the ones that are really beefy but can still dish out a lot of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. As now we're seeing it going through Ophelia's set, like we talked about, Renata, Aurelia, but I think a lot of new characters we're just seeing off of the bans right now, with the Belveth getting taken off the table. I mean, a lot of just new characters. And then, of course, rounded out with an oldie but goodie, right? The Lux getting taken off. So, all right. I think this has got to be, right? It's always interesting to me because when you're not at the top level of competition, right? We're not at pro play, we're not at collegiate, we're not at amateur, you're not seeing bans that are targeted towards what we would call the meta, aka the best possible champions for the whatever patch we're on. Instead, it's a lot of targeted focus, right? You want to make sure that players on the other side don't get to play what they're comfortable with or what they're familiar with. So it's always interesting to see how much homework teams have done about what the other team plays, what are their, what are they strong on, what are they weak on. But anyways, looking at it now, first pick Hecarim. So HBA chooses to use the Hecarim as their first pick, and honestly, in the preseason patch, I feel like he's been really strong.
Very, very strong. I think one of the best picks here. Like you said, you want to try to make the other team as uncomfortable as possible with the bans that you choose, so then you kind of pincer down that pool. But I think Hecarim is kind of the best thing you can kind of come out with that super first pick that we were talking about that blue side gets. But, on the opposite side, we have a little bit of Occam's Razor. Simplicity does it with the Garen, but also in his ear. So a little bit of an identity crisis there.
I mean, it really is kind of a difference of what is some of the straightforward characters, I think we would say, right? With Garen, it's not a lot of high mechanical skill, right? It's a lot more game knowledge, knowing how and when to use your abilities, and when is a good time to push Q, right? When is a good time to push push the buttons on your different abilities. Whereas somebody like Azir, it is something where you basically, you have to know exactly the timing of all of your skills, right? They're very complex. They're very unique. You need to be able to just do everything and use it with maximum efficiency. As we actually, so we have been told there is a special system here within Vanta and the way that they also do their bans, where they don't go 5 bans. It's only the 3 at the beginning, and then 2 at the end. The 2 at the end, they don't ban, so that's all it is. So it's the old school draft system.
All right, so that leaves a lot of flexibility, you know. 10 champions as opposed to 6 is a really big difference, and we can already see here the super carries on either side have been decided. They're going to choose some really long-range characters, kind of keep that distance, as we've noticed this super carry kind of class has been very fragile in the preseason, and because of that, you know, if you keep your distance, the likelihood of you getting absolutely charged at is a lot lower. But with that in mind, you know, there's also there's two types of damage in League of Legends, right? There's the physical damage. You can kind of think of it like, you know, like punches and like bullets, etc. And then because League of Legends is such a wonderful game, there's also magic damage in the form of wizards, in the form of mystical creatures, and so those have also been decided on both sides. We get to see what the damage output is going to be like already, and now it's a matter of, do we want a healer? Do we want a tank? What do we want to round out this composition so that it's not just super focused on one thing, but rather we can work as a team in order to succeed and achieve better results?
Yeah, absolutely, and definitely something to think about, something to keep the eyes on, because like you say, yeah, really trying to figure out how do you want to balance out? How do you want to even out a composition? We've seen most of the time, right, in previous years, the idea of going in all AD, right, all physical damage competition or composition, being a bad idea, right? It's easily countered, right? You can just pick certain characters that have a lot of what we would call armor, meaning that, you know, physical damage just kind of almost bounces off of them, right? Imagine it like a knight in a suit of armor, right? A little sword, that's why the swords don't, you know, go through or they scrape off, right? Whereas on the other side, AP carries, right? Ability power, magic dealers, there is a stat for them called magic resist, right? How resistant are you towards magic? So as we're seeing here, I mean, overall, fairly balanced. Nobody, I think, too tanky as we do round out the rest of the draft. We do get a Xerath and a Seraphine and a Mordekaiser for the side of HBA. The Xerath obviously going to New Valley. So really interesting to see what ends up happening or what ends up the goal here, because I think looking at the composition holistically now, let's talk about this, Henry. It's a Hecarim, a Veigar, Caitlyn, Seraphine, and a Mordekaiser on the side of HBA up against a Garen, a Zir, Jhin, Xerath, and a Lilia. So actually, that's a Xerath support.
That is a Xerath support, and we were talking about the flex picks with the new jungle changes. I can't confirm if this is going to be a Lilia top and a Garen jungle, or vice versa with the Garen top and Lilia jungle. I think you can clearly see that the third, New Valley, let's just go with that. I'm getting a little difficulty with names, but they've kind of picked a lot more damage and a lot more frontline just to see if they can withstand the charging effects that HBA are looking to put on. There's a lot of zoning here on the side of HBA. What we mean by zoning is they kind of restrict a good area of the map, and that means that you can't just charge directly at them. You kind of got to go around it, or you got to wait out until the ability disappears. So there's going to be a lot of peel going on the side of HBA. I think New Valley are trying to counteract that and attack from an even farther range and provide that front line so then they can keep moving forward. But we're going to have to see. I think there's two very different identities on these two sides, but it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, no, I mean, it seems like it's an interesting composition. And to that point, right, the concept of what we would call poke, right, is what you're really looking at with the side of New Valley, where they want to keep their distance, they want to keep range out, they want to stay back, right? They don't necessarily want to go directly into the game. They don't want to be in your face too much. You know, they're really looking to play around their ranges, right? Some of these characters have longer ranges than others, so they really want to make sure they don't get engaged on and they can stay relatively safe. Whereas on the other side, it's a composition that does want to go in a little bit, right? The Hecarim, the Mordekaiser, they want to get involved. They want to get in the middle of the fight. They want to get in the mix, so to speak, and really try to force the other team to play around them, all while having a lot of what we would call zone control. The Veigar, the Caitlyn, the Seraphine, those are characters that are able to kind of control an area of the map for themselves. And it looks like we're on the Rift, and here we go. Game number 1 between Hawaii Baptist Academy and New Valley Middle School. All right, here we go.
Yeah, and something that I want to point out, you were talking about the Hecarim running into the enemy team. Speed is actually a very important statistic that happens in the game of League of Legends. And one of the things that I want to emphasize on is that Mordekaiser that HBA has decided to pick up, because Mordekaiser's ultimate, for those that don't know, he challenges a specific person onto the enemy team and puts them into a 1v1 arena. If you look on the side of New Valley Middle School, there's a lot of characters that can't move very quickly. And so if you're put in that 1v1 situation, more likely than not, you could end up dead. And that ends up becoming a 5v4 team fight for the rest of the game. So team fights are going to have to be a little iffy on the side of New Valley, but we're going to have to see how it works out. Like we said, both bot lanes, the 2v2 on that bottom side of the map that you're going to see, they're very, very long range, meaning you're not going to see a lot of, let's say, all-ins, but you're going to see a lot of damage trade back and forth.
Yeah, and that's, I think, something to keep your eye on as we go across the board. But so far, it looks like it is just going to be a mirrored start, meaning that both of the junglers are going to start off with support from their bottom lanes. They're going to start on the blue buff, a standard and an expected start. But as we move forward, we'll see how they change as we go forward.
As we get forward, indeed. So you can see it's kind of weird. Why are there 3 people helping out the jungler? It's because at level 1, the jungler is a little weaker than the other champions and so cannot defeat this mini boss going on right there. So we call that a little bit of a leash. Help them out with their first monster so then they can get the ball rolling. But the other lanes, as you can see on this top side, it's already going strong. A little bit of trading back and forth. The Mordekaiser getting that priority into the lane, meaning it's pushing up, forcing the Garen to retreat closer and closer towards the safety of his own tower. In the bot side, like we said, that damage trade, that's going to be happening.
Yeah, so damage trade, farm trade, we'll see how these kids and how the students are able to really figure out this laning phase, right, and navigate it. I'm curious to see how good the mechanics are, how much of the farm they're able to keep. As a relative stat, if you're looking at that middle scoreboard, the numbers next to each of the characters' portraits, that number in yellow, that is what we would call their CS, their creep score, the number of minions that they have slain as their characters. It translates directly to how much income, how much gold each character, each of these players gets to spend on items, on things that makes them stronger. So it is something to keep your eye on and really watch as towards the professional scene. If you're on the higher end, you would expect to see a creep score. Whoa! As we actually go down to the bot lane, it is an immediate flash out. It looks like it was a lot of poke damage that lands onto Wrath there on the Jane, and unfortunately he has to back it up.
It's a little bit unfortunate. We were talking about how dangerous the poke can be, but it looked like the Jin was very far ahead, way ahead of the Xerath, his supporting character there. So because of that, you know, has to expend both summoners, meaning there's no heal and there's no get out of jail card now for the Jin moving forward for about the next 3 to 5 minutes. So you're going to have to play a little bit safer, but you definitely don't want to be the first character dead ever, because that gives a big bonus gold to the person that decides to kill you, and that could mean faster items, that could mean more purchases, and that could snowball into a really big effect later on into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. More gold, more items, more power is really what it all translates to. And I think smartly enough, it looks like there is the Mordekaiser on the top side. He is just going to have to back up and wait for a little bit, knowing that, okay, they figured that the Lilia was coming up for the gank, but instead it seems like ICB just kind of goes for the mid lane gank, doesn't quite get anything. Doesn't get anything done there, but a lot of time wasted from both sides.
And you're seeing this, the first glimpse of it, the jungler, the person that is going to be moving around these lanes, not necessarily designated anywhere, going to start affecting these lanes. You saw the Lily coming up top, forcing the Mordekaiser to fall back a little bit. You saw the same thing with ICB on the Hecarim, pushing Crystallized a little bit back towards their tower. So the jungler's job is to kind of be a wild card and make sure that you're not always super comfortable just farming it up, just getting these minions, but really you're on your toes here. You want to be on high alert. You want to have good vision to make sure that you can see this jungler coming in so that you don't get a detrimental change to your lane that could really shake up what you were doing and what you've been building up to.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's going to be somebody to keep your eyes on. That is, like you said, the wild card, something to watch. if you want to go for it. But now as we're seeing it down in the bottom side, I think let's talk through this a little bit. The oppression that comes forward from a Xerath Jhin lane that we're seeing here, as actually ICB on the flank looking for the damage, gets the slow. There's the net. 90 caliber is there, and Incline Wrath goes down. It's a first blood for ICB.
First blood for that top tier pick. Hecarim already has the Vampiric Scepter, going to be building one of the most broken items in the preseason. That Ravenous Hydra and that 400 gold Stimulus is definitely going to drive that goal a little closer, a little sooner. We were talking about Jhin not having flash, had to burn it earlier, lived by the skin of his teeth, and then kind of just repeated it.
Yeah, it does kind of just get taken out. And honestly, speaks to the point I was making right before that started out, right? The aggression, but also the poke coming out from the bottom lane of New Valley makes it so difficult for the other side of Dry Puffin and Cypher to really get in there and farm. We're starting to see it now. It wasn't that Dry Puffin was missing a lot of CS. He was getting pressured off the wave, right? The Jhin and the Xerath there on the bottom side. Honu Warrior doing a great job as a Xerath, putting the poke down and making it so that they have to respect these ranges. And when stuns like that come out, oh no, he's going to get rooted up. The damage is there. Doesn't have to yet. Forces the flash out. They're going to try to flash back in exchange. Auto attack is there. Honu Warrior picks it up. And now Dry Puffin has to back it up. He doesn't have a support. He knows he's out of there.
An excellent trade back. Now 1-for-1 onto the scoreboard. We were talking about the element of speed and how it's very important here, given that both junglers are very fast characters, but all 4 characters in the bottom lane, they're not that fast. You can see as soon as you get caught out, it's pretty much a death sentence for you, and we saw it there. Normally supports don't want to get the kills because kills come with gold, but Honu Warrior is picking what can be a very damaging character. We were talking about the team profiles. New Valley picked a very damage-centric bot lane, and because of that, it doesn't really matter whether the Jhin or the Xerath gets the gold. Either one is going to pack a punch later on.
Oh, wait, they might actually go for this. So, a concept in League of Legends we talk about is called lane priority, meaning does the bottom lane or do the lanes have the minions pushed up in a way where they can safely go without losing any gold. This could be a big fight here as ICB comes in, gets big damage onto 3. Seraphine damage is there. They're going to try to turn. They will drop Honu Warrior first. Wrath on the right side has to flash back. He's very low. Cypher on the left trying to just get the secure onto Lilia, but not able to finish it out as Turtle does get out of there as well. The Azir gets rooted up, stunned up. Ignite is there. Not going to be able to fall. One more auto attack will get bold. Oh no! Crystallize has to get out of there as well. That was a huge damage. That was trade. You thought the Azir would have died there, and actually because of that, HBA, they get to pick up the dragon as well.
Disaster for New Valley Middle School. The dragon didn't reset in aggro, so all HBA had to do was take it down from 3k HP. Lilia not suspecting the chase from the Seraphine and just piling on this aggression, and now Crystallize kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. If this wave pushes in, this could be another kill, but no. The Seraphine falls back. That's just going to be it. 3-1 is the scoreboard.
Yeah, 3-1, just a barely a little bit more of a gold lead over onto the side, but oh no, ICB gets slowed up. That's going to be some extra damage. There's the root, damages across. Wrath has to back it up now, but instead it looks like he's going to just try to fight it out. They know they're in a rough spot, needs to get autos down, not able to do it. Now this puts Honu Warrior in a rough spot as well. They thought they were going to be able to get the lane shove because of the previous team fight, but instead HBA just rotates down to the bottom lane, picks up another kill, and puts themselves in a further gold lead.
You cannot underestimate how fastly ICB is going to walk around the map. He is a galloping horse and is going to charge you down if necessary.
No, yeah, I mean, if I could do the horse Winnie, that's exactly what I'd be doing right now, because, I mean, that guy is doing so much work for the side of HBA. I mean, obviously, the 2-0-1 scoreline speaks to, I think, how much kill participation he has on the map and just his ability to exert pressure down and across everywhere so far. I mean, honestly, I don't even blame the bottom side from New Valley there. That's not their fault necessarily. You would think because of back timings, because of what you would expect the other team to do, that they'd have all of the time in the world to push that lane up to the turret and then back up, right? Then buy a few more items, try to catch themselves up in some items and combat stats and move forward that way. But instead, no. HBA says, you know what? Free gold, right? They go for the kills, they go for the damage, they find it, they get another 2, and now instead of it just being a 100, 200 gold lead, we're looking at a solid 1,000 and is growing from there.
Now let's take a breather and look at the entire map. We've been seeing a lot of action only in the bottom lane. Let's talk about the top lane and the mid lane for a little bit. If you can see right there, 58 to 87, there is a lot more minions that the Garen has killed as opposed to the Mordekaiser. And like you said, that translates to money. So there is an advantage going on in New Valley's top side, and the jungle mid have been pretty stable. They've been keeping up with the farm, they've been keeping up with pressure on the map, and so now what you want to do if you're New Valley and you're on the back foot, stem the bleeding on the bot side, play a little further back if you have to, just to make sure that that Hecarim cannot just trample over you anymore, and kind of let this top side and mid side scale a little bit more. You can see the Lilia trying to play an effect into the mid lane, but not going to get much done there.
Yeah, not going to be much there. I mean, knowing that they don't have range, but instead, here comes ICB. What was that? Big damage onto him. Turtle's trying to turn this around, but gets stunned up by the Event Horizon. It's a double kill for the blue side. HBA starting to pull ahead of it, knowing that they've got the damage. Now on the bottom side, Curtain Call goes up, and it forces the flashes. You can see it, the Wrath, Jin trying to do his best to turn this background in their favor on the bottom side. It's a rough start. It's a good lead. But can HBA keep up the pressure?
Oh, it was definitely curtains for 3 members of New Valley. The bot side lost, the mid jungle lost. I mean, Caster Curse. Just talked about them, immediately died right after. That one's on me, you know, but you could see Dry Puffin and Cypher, they were very, very low at the end of that fight. Our observer got to witness that, and the curtain call just out of range. Otherwise, definitely one casualty falling on the side of Hawaii Baptist Academy. But even though Jin is 2 deaths down and so is Xerath, they can still pack a punch against this lane. Like we were talking about, they have more yellow number. The yellow number is higher, meaning they have more minions killed, meaning they have more gold. So even though they've died a couple times, they're keeping up in that economy department, and that's super important.
Yeah, it really is, and now we're seeing it here, right? I like the call here from New Valley, knowing that they need to find ways back into this map or into this game. They've got the lane priority up in the top side like we talked about earlier. It means they just get to secure the Rift Herald here. A neutral objective that could get them a little bit more gold. They've only got a minute to use it though to really maximize and capitalize on how much extra gold they can get by dropping it with the use of turret plates that only came out a few years ago, but now, as it looks like, instead, they are just going to back it up, and actually big damage onto Incline, or Insane Wrath, is now he's got to back it up. Cypher and Dry Puffin trying to move around the backside, but overall, not much else doing. No ultimate available, right? The Encore from Cypher not up yet, so they're not going to try to go for it.
I think if the choice were up to me, I would put that Rift Herald on the top side. The Garen is very, very ahead of the Mordekaiser right now, and it's kind of the only lane that hasn't shown a sign of weakness for the time being. If you could get that Garen a lot further ahead and start snowballing that effect, you're going to hear that word a lot throughout the series, snowballing. It's just keep piling on that aggression like you're talking about, keep piling on that lead so then you can get a higher advantage. It looks like the Rift Herald is going to go bot, but once the 14 minutes go by, you're not going to get any bonus gold for taking turrets lower and lower. But hold on.
Okay. Encore burn. And doesn't end up getting anything from there. But now with the Rift Herald going up against the turret, ICB wants to go and finds the damage out the turtle. That's massive. But the flash out, the stun as well from Honu to keep his jungler alive. They will get the turret damage. But at the end of the day, it's a summoner burn, and ICB, he's looking super strong.
Yep, fallen out of range, so there's no Caitlyn ult to be chasing the kill potentially, but that was a very crucial stun by Honu Warrior, landing it onto ICB, preventing the kill from happening, and Turtle will stay alive. Turtle helping out Turtle over there, you know? Looking out for his homies, but like we were talking about, stemming that bleeding, getting that turret lower. Nothing really lost on the side of New Valley, and so you got to be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, it costs them a flash. They don't lose too much more from that. But, I mean, let's look at the greater scheme of the play here because, right, you could tell that the idea from New Valley there was drop the Rift Herald, push the wave in, try to get some turret damage down if you can, and then rotate over to the Dragon. They don't end up doing that because ICB is able to just get that much damage down. Waiting in the wings, he goes forward. And now, 2 Drakes for the side of Hawaii Baptist Academy. The other side, New Valley, now looking at an Infernal Rift, which, with the way that some of these characters are building their items on HBA, could be very, very dangerous with an Infernal Soul.
Yeah, so let's take a little bit of a moment to talk about it. Oh, actually, top lane going through a skirmish. I think the Mordekaiser will be fine. He's going back to his turret. But let's talk a little bit about these dragons so that the audience back at home can understand what's happening here. So each dragon corresponds to a specific statistic in the League of Legends game. You can see that rhombus looking one, we call that the Hextech Dragon. That gives you more attack speed and faster cooldown so you can shoot out more abilities. The mountain one, as you can expect, like mountains are very sturdy, so you get bonus resistances. But the one of the focus, the Infernal one that is going to be appearing from here on out until one team gets 4 dragons, as you can expect, fire damage, so you're going to do a lot more damage with each Infernal Dragon that you get. Like we were highlighting, the Hecarim that is really ahead, getting more damage could get dangerous, but...
Whoa, big damage there from Cypher and Dry Puffin as they get more and more damage out. I mean, this time now, Curtain Call goes up, Cypher has to flash once again, but now puts himself in range to maybe root up, but instead, no, he doesn't quite find it there, but constant fighting, constant skirmishing here down in the bot side.
Constant. Got to keep it up. Got to make sure that the Jhin and the Xerath have no room to breathe and calm down, recollect their minds. But Turtle trying to make a play here onto the Vigar. Could potentially check into it, but shows up the cage.
Event Horizon is there. They're going to put him to sleep with this Lullaby, but instead not able to get it. They were looking for a Shurima Shuffle there, but Crystallize not able to get there.
Yeah, not only that, Crystallize so low already, could just immediately die to that Vigar ultimate, so don't want to give away another kill here. If it didn't work out, just walk away, try again in a little bit. You can see the scoreline hasn't really changed too much. The bot line the bot lane hasn't been dying too frequently now. You know, they've slowed down the pace, they've just been farming it out. You can see the creep score lead in the top side and that bottom side, 40 plus now. In that top lane, almost 60.
Yep. I mean, I think let's just take a look at that, right? I mean, look at the top of your screen. If you look to the left and right immediate side of the large numbers, as we do see a kill in mid lane from Mokazu on to Crystallize there. But if you're looking at the gold lead, 26.2 thousand gold on the side of HBA across the whole team, 24.3 thousand for the side of New Valley. And honestly, oh, actually, hold on. We'll hold that thought as now ICB goes over a ward, wanted to go in here, will be forced back. So let me finish my point right now. But the idea being that 9-1 on the board, you'd think that that'd be a larger gold lead. But in fact, New Valley's still in this because of, I think, the great mechanics, the CS numbers, the farm numbers on the top laner and the bottom laner in the sides of Grooves. I'm going to assume that's how you say that. I apologize if we're saying it wrong. Grooves and Insane Wrath, they are doing absolutely work to build themselves that CS lead, to build themselves the gold, you know, to keep this pretty close.
Pretty close. And with these... with the gold being spent, you're going to start seeing what we call mythic items. They're the ones with a little orange border around them. They're going to be essentially build the core of your entire build, right? They're going to define how you're going to be in that playstyle, but the top laners are fighting it out.
Yeah, fighting within the Mordekaiser ultimate, looking for it here, but now Crystallized on the side. He has to back it up. The Mordekaiser not in a good spot. The Claw not going to pull him back for now. Gru wants to chase this down, but he can't quite get around the wall. Now he does, but he is on the wrong side of the map. Crystallized going to chase him down. Gru wants to chase him through the turret, but instead it looks like Mordekaiser is just going to have to back it up and go to the top side for now. It should mean a Rift Herald, but if ICB is feeling like he's got this one in the bag, he might be able to go in now. We're looking for it now, and instead it looks like no, they're going to say, yep, We know we don't have the numbers. We know we don't have the ability to finish this fight. And actually, they just barely secure the Rift Herald before it despawns.
I was going to say, the Rift Herald disappears at 19 minutes and 55 seconds. They finished it just 3 seconds before that happened. And so they do get to secure it. They get a second Rift Herald. It does the same thing like the first Herald, but this one actually has a lot more health. And the charging power to the Rift Herald correlates with the amount of health it has, meaning you're going to get a much bigger charge. Going to be putting it in the middle lane, but it has to be within range of the charge, and that minion wave might just stop it from happening. You can see the Vigar zoning it out, but now New Valley Middle School, they're going to be starting up this dragon. They want those offensive statistics.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to force themselves into a team fight once again. It is a little bit split. ICB goes in, dives into the back, but the shuffle back out. Emperor's Divide means he can't get back into the fight as easy. Hone Warrior will drop first. Insane drops as well in exchange. It's a complete wash. It's a complete wipe. HBA sweeps in, and they pick up all of it.
They were hoping the Rift Herald was enough to distract HBA from charging in, but it just was not enough. The onslaught of shadows negated by the Azir wall, but it was just not enough. Auto zoning was not enough. End of sentence.
Yeah, I mean, the damage output from ICB. I mean, the fact that he's able to get the onslaught of shadows, right? He goes unstoppable. There was almost nothing Crystallize could have done to stop that play, even if he had put the wall up first, because of the fact that ICB can just get around it on the initial ultimate. The timing on there is what you need to watch on, and it was just perfectly in favor of HBA. And honestly, it didn't even require a lot of effort from the bottom lane. They were there to support the fight, but honestly, just the amount of damage that the Hecarim is putting out, it made it so that they were there to secure the fight, but not necessarily that was the big playmaking reason when the pinch came in.
Yep, and now here we are. 12-1 is that scoreboard. Like we were saying, the gold lead, not as much as you would think for some team with 12 kills. You know, it's just shy of 3,000. Meaning one entire item spread across the entire team. That's not that much. In fact, you can see that the Garen very ahead, but the Lilia...
Turtle. No, oh no, that wrong neighborhood, buddy, as he does go down there, unfortunately. I mean, normally you think that's a... Oh, are they starting Baron? Okay. Oh, they are.
Oh, they are.
Okay. All right. Well, keep your eyes on it. For those of you at home who are watching, this is the largest neutral objective on the map, second only to the Elder Dragon, which hasn't even spawned yet, that can't spawn yet at all. And it looks like this is the call from the side of Hawaii Baptist Academy to push their lead even further, to extend that gap. They will secure themselves Baron Nashor. However, first brick, the first turret, will go over to New Valley. But yes, HBA takes down a major objective.
I didn't even realize first tower didn't fall yet. It is 23 minutes into the game. That is a very big anomaly. But one tower falls in the mid lane, one tower falls on the bottom lane, so you're seeing that a lot of gold is being traded back. I was going to talk about how the Garen is able to push on his own, given how ahead he is of the Mordekaiser, but now, with those Baroned up minions, it's going to be a lot tougher. I mean, granted, I think the Garen can still beat out the Mordekaiser in a 1v1, but it's going to be a lot harder to push against those waves.
Yeah, I mean, that's something I'm really curious to see what happens as this game plays out, right? Because we have not seen what kind of impact Grooves, hold on, I'm trying to read his name, Grooves XB4 is really able to exert on a team fight, right? He hasn't been involved. He's been really just extending this 1v1 lead in the top side. But once he gets involved in the fights, we'll see how that affects this gameplay. Because although Garen, not necessarily a high-pressure top lane, right? He's not a duelist. Oh, yep, as we say
there it is.
Picks up the kill on the top lane. As we're mentioning it, now they're trying to extend that lead, try to take down that turret. But in the team fight, can he put pressure on that core 3 bottom side of HBA, right? On the Veigar, of the Caitlyn, of the Seraphine. Can he make it so it's hard for them to do what they want to do? Is now Mokuzu wants to get this turret and then look for the fight. Goes some damage down. Event Horizon forces the flash out, and that means the rest of them, yeah, they're just going to get out of dodge. The rest of the team from New Valley's up on the top side. They take that down. They've got the turret. They're slowly trying to close the gold gap, and with objective bounties up, every one of those turrets is worth an extra bit of gold.
And that is going to be proving... Oh, hold on!
Mokuzu, yeah, once he lands that cage, it's over. You're in a world of hurt.
You can see Grooves and Turtle, they're kind of
Oh,
loitering
wait.
around, hoping to see
The
if they can
fate?
get a catch. That's going to be the big jump onto the Seraphine.
Yeah, Cypher forces it down, does get taken out by the burn from the Lilia, and now Dry Puffin has to get out of here. Chase down, there goes the trap, but ends up auto-attacking his one way out. The Blast Cone means he's in trouble. Crystallize is here to pick up the damage. No, they're going to give it over the Grooves, and now that means it is 14-4, but that Gold Leaf keeps closing back down a little bit.
They're getting so much out of it, and all of it is going to that Garen that is so fed, has the objective bounty under his pocket, and we were talking about this Garen being the one avenue for New Valley to get back into this game. He is so strong now, and look at this, just in the wake of the Inferno Dragon potentially spawning, if I'm not mistaken. This is going to be a 5v4.
Oh no, Mokuzu didn't mean to go over the wall, has to force his flash back over. That's not where he wanted to be. Grooves was waiting there for that trade, but now all 5 members grouped up. They know they need this dragon. They know that they have to take the Inferno Drake here. If they give it over, if ICB can pull off the steal, it is going to be a bad time, but there it is, objective bounty claimed. They get it, and now the gap continues to close. It's stats, it's gold, it's everything they want.
Lo and behold, I believe the Baron has worn out. This has been a negative Baron power play, meaning the team that got that Baron did not gain any money from it. They lost money on the map. They lost 1 tower, they lost 1 dragon, both of which had extra money on it because the enemy team was behind. And now Hawaii Baptist Academy, they're a little bit on that back pedal now.
Yeah, pressure and tempo starting to slow down, and worth noting, right, as we talk about it here, when you go this damage build from Hecarim, you do fall off towards the late game, right? There's a concept known as scaling, for those of you watching at home, where as the game goes on, certain champions get stronger, other champions, they are stronger in the beginning, and then they become weaker as time goes on, right? That's just the way that the game is balanced with the numbers and the way that as these champions gain levels, right? As everybody gains levels, experience, and gold, some of them have better scaling, some of them have better stats that they kind of factor into these things as, oh no, Honu Warrior needs to get out of here, does get the stun down, that's critical, that should get him out. Dry Puffin wants to get more, but instead forced back over. But to finish that point, if you're on the side of New Valley, yes, your Garen maybe doesn't necessarily scale as well, but on the mid and the bot side, Azir, Jhin, 2 incredibly great scaling champions for the game to progress on.
And this top lane on the side of New Valley keeps getting stronger and stronger. Turtle helping out his boy. And now, you're kind of worried if you're on the side of Hawaii Baptist Academy. Yes, you can keep pushing these advantages on the bot side, on the mid lane, but if this Garen is encroaching into your area, you start getting a little bit worried. Vigar.
Yeah, they find Mokuzu in a bush, and now it looks like it's actually going to force a team fight. Dry Puffin gets pushed back from the Emperor's Divide. Here comes ICB. Can he 1v4 in the back? He's got 1, 2 Grooves in a one-on-one now. They're trying to help from the backside, but instead they're now having to deal with the Hecarim. He's back in there. It's a double kill. Make it a triple kill. Can he go for more? Turtle needs to get out of there now, but ICB pops the ghost, and he's going to try to chase this down. Horse versus Deer, but instead, no. He gets over through the base gate, and he gets out of there. But that was nearly a pentakill turnaround from ICB.
Oh my goodness. I was really looking forward to that horse sound if you could make it, because that would have been the perfect opportunity for it, but unfortunate. ICB very happy with that play and now has completed the tier item to stack it up now. Going to get a lot stronger, trying their best to stay relevant into this game. And you could kind of see the idea that HB is going for. Yeah, your Garen is really fed. We'll play around the Garen. We'll jump your Jhin. We'll jump your Xerath. Your damage will disappear. Speaking of disappear, Vigar.
Oh, Vigar in a world of trouble. Was too far forward. Was trying to just shove out the lane, but it's a shutdown that goes over the Grooves. And now that's potentially a problem. This Garen is getting stronger. He's getting tankier. Look at those stats. It's meaning that he's got more health, more armor, more magic resist, all the things we talked about in the pregame. And if he's able to silence ICB as soon as he gets in the middle of the fight, that's what you're looking for. You want to keep your eye on how Grooves peels for his backline. And when we say that, meaning can he keep the Hecarim, can he keep the Pony away from his carries, away from the rest of his teammates? Because if he can, that is New Valley's way back into this game. If you're HBA, you are looking to support your main man right there. Is now instead, it is up in the top side. Groups does pop it in. It's a forced ultimate in the Mordekaiser Shadow Realm, one-on-one, but instead as soon as they come out, they're ready. The team is there and ready to support, and now it's a 3v5 up in the top side.
This is going to go from bad from worst for HBA. These death timers, they're kind of staggering, meaning you'll never have all 5 people up at the same time. And because of that, New Valley, they see that they have the numbers advantage for at least the next 40 seconds. They want to try to get this objective. ICB obviously still has the ultimate, can charge in without being interrupted. Is it going to happen?
Oh, yep. So they burn it, they take it, and for the first time all game, New Valley does take the gold advantage into their hands. They're all going to try to get out of here. Oh, no. Turtle. Not like this, Turtle. Oh, no. As everyone goes immediately back, Turtle was just a split second late, and it means ICB gets to pick up his counterpart in the jungle there. Waited for everyone else to go home and gangs up on him on the retreat. But now, all right, with the Baron Guard gone from 1, the rest of the team still has it. But Dragon, the all-important Infernal Soul on the table, and Turtle doesn't spawn for another 20 seconds.
Turtle will not be up for this objective. Dragons are very, very tanky, though. It does not matter how much damage you have. New Valley are going to have inroads into this objective if they want to contest it, and they do. Mordekaiser from wrapping from around. They're going to get pincered here. Hecarim charging in.
Oh, great Emperor's Divide there. It pushes ICB back. Yes, he does get onto the Azir right away. Now he's onto the Jhin. Insane Wrath needs to get out of there. They're going to try to support him from the backside, but meanwhile on the bottom, watch Grooves there. He's trying to force it out onto the back line. He's not able to get it, and it means HBA picks up 2, make it 3, and now they get the Infernal Soul.
They get it all, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to be the full Dragon stack. And the Mordekaiser finally getting that killing blow onto that Garen, doing him a little bit of justice. You can see the big plus 1,000 gold show up on your screen, and that is going to be a big swing of power going onto the side of HBA. 4 Barons now offline. Only Honu with the last one. He can't really do much, though. He is the support like we've been saying, and there he goes.
They're just going to dive him. Yep, there it goes. Last Baron buff off the table as you say it. But, I mean, you got to wonder about that one, right? New Valley, was that the mistake? Was the Infernal Soul worth it for you to lose all of your Baron buffs? You know, could they have gotten more towers? Could they have been able to push their lead, or rather use what tools they had on other sides of the map in order to gain an advantage instead of giving over the soul and all of those kills, all of that gold? Because as we talked about it, the initial swing, the initial advantage that came to the side of New Valley from taking the Baron buff initially immediately wiped away after that team fight.
Gold is nothing without spending it. You could see the entire team recalling on the side of White Baptist Academy. They're going to cash in those checks and really spend their last amounts of gold. This is probably going to be a final push that they're going to be looking towards to take out New Valley's Nexus. And New Valley, they've been keeping it close. It's 33 minutes in. Every objective, every team fight that has happened, they've been losing a little bit more and more, but 4K is not something that is impossible to come back from. It's going to take a little bit of team fight prowess, but they are more than capable of coming back into the game if necessary. It looks like HBA are starting to wrap around that bot side, trying to catch New Valley off guard. But both teams are grouping as 5. They have clear objectives they want to do.
Yeah, I mean, and look at this, right? What you would call the goon squad. As New Valley rolls around as all 5 members of the team. Here comes ICB, though, sees his opportunity onto Insane Wrath, wants to get it, wants to take the Jhin out, but instead Grooves is there. They're going to try to back up and support him, but they're not able to do it. Meanwhile, on the left side, Turtle gets to the back line, but not able to get the kill there either as well. Now it's just Crystallize and Grooves trying to fight out onto the Hecarim. They will get the shutdown, so it's 1,000 gold over to the Garen. But meanwhile, on the left side, it's the Lilia trying to get out of dodge as the rest of the fight plays out. He's going to get dropped to the Mordekaiser as we go back to the other side of the fight, and that means the rest of the team does back it up for now. 2 for 3, but if you're New Valley, you take that trade knowing that you, with the gold being as it is, oh, maybe I've spoken too soon, they're going to have to just back it up. Yep, they get out of there for now. But overall, New Valley, they're happy with that trade.
I think if you're playing Dark Souls here, you would say raid boss down. The Hecarim is now offline. 3 for 2, but you take it like you said. You definitely want to just reset here, calm down the map, make sure nothing else goes too haywire. Like you said, New Valley have to be happy with that exchange. We were talking about 4K early. It has now shrunken down to 3.5. Even though one extra person died on their side, that just shows how much value this Hecarim has. If you're able to take the Hecarim down, it's easy pickings for you for the rest of the fight. I do want to point out, the Hecarim has built Jack Shows, one of the newest items in the preseason. That makes the Hecarim tankier throughout the fight, meaning the Hecarim is the squishiest at the beginning. If you can take ICB down from the get-go, the rest of the fight, there's not really a front line. It's just 3 people with long range that can easily get jumped on. That can change a fight tremendously.
Yeah, absolutely it could, and now we'll see it here as they're regrouping up again for another team fight. But is ICB going to go in? Yes, he does. He goes for it onto the Xerath, trying to get some damage down. But remember, the rest of the team is not in range just quite yet. ICB alone means he's going to get down. Mokuzu gets slowed up, and this could be a trouble. One more shot will get a lot of damage across. No, they're not able to do it. Minions take a turret in the bottom side, gets them a little bit more gold. But instead, the Lilia gets dropped. Encore charms them up, but they're going to root up onto the Veigar there in the mid side. They don't get anything else just quite yet, but that is, again, raid boss down, 1-4-2 trade. The Mordekaiser still pushing up on the top side, but it's instantly responded to by a teleport from Crystallize.
It was so touch and go. You could see the long range keeping people at base. Very, very careful on both sides. Gru's XB4 still had the ultimate. The curtain call shot actually killed the Hecarim, and you can see that squishiness happening over and over again. Ravenous Hydra, the first item that ICP built, has stacks to that mechanic that every time you die, you lose half of those stacks. So each time he has been getting less and less physical damage, but also lifesteal, making him squishier.
Dry Puffin takes a lot of damage there. It's a Dark Harvest stack over to the Jhin, but meanwhile the rest of the squad has to back it up for now. They're not able to do much quite yet there, but they are going to have to figure out where they're going from here. 2,000 gold, all that separates them. Still anybody's game, really. That's a huge root from the Jhin. Mokuzu has to drop the Event Horizon and push them all back. They're going to root up onto Honu Warrior, but Grooves is here, looking for the damage in front, wants the front line for his team. Turtle there on the side as well, looking for an entrance. Another root, more damage. They're trying to poke. This is what the composition from New Valley wants to do. They get a stun onto the Jhin. Insane, big damage there coming out from the Veigar, and that might just be the go button for the side of HBA to start the Baron.
The Blast Cone is available for the Lilia to jump into the pit. Garen is going to be charging in first. Shuffling the sands, not going to work out for the Azir. Not a lot of avenues left to go in. Crystallize is going to be caged and take it down. 2K is the Baron. It's stolen!
They get it! They're going to get in, but now the team fight, is that enough? They get the steal, and they're going to have to get out of there now. They don't have time to sit around here. They're going to lose Honu Warrior as well. Gruz and the Jhin gets out of there with the Baron buff for now. Is that enough? That's the question. But with the Elder Dragon up, 38 minutes on the clock, they've got 2 options. HBA needs to make the decision. Are they going for the finish, or are they going for the Dragon?
They may not even need the Elder Dragon. It's 2v5. I think they are going to choose to take it, get that execute. It helps out with the Garen a lot, like you said, building those defenses. But if he goes below 20% HP, it's not going to matter. They're not going to have a smite to contest it. So New Valley, they're going to have to just push out these Baron waves and prepare for the push in the future. HBA, they have the Infernal Soul. They have this Elder Dragon. Garen trying to look to test, but it's not going to matter. That's going to be Elder falling on the side of Hawaii Baptist Academy.
Yeah, both major buffs in pocket. They are looking strong. Groups wants to go for the 1v1, expecting that the rest of the team is backed up. But this is a dangerous time to be looking for any of these fights. With the strength that HBA has, the next 2 minutes on the clock are going to be absolutely terrifying if you're on the side of New Valley. One big team fight, one lost team fight here could be in trouble. Yes, Inkseen is still wearing the Baron buff. On the other side, though, Elder Dragon buff means that if you get low, if you get below that threshold, it is an automatic execute. It does not matter. You will go down. And honestly, it is a tough spot to be in. New Valley, once again, grouping up together, staying as 5, trying to force HBA to come to them, to fight on their terms. But HBA, they might not even care about this. They're actually just staying mid. I don't know if this is a mistake. A base race at this stage when New Valley has the Baron, they gotta back, they gotta respond.
They have to back. They cannot outpush the Baron. Baron helps with sieging. Elder helps with fighting. They're going to get an inhibitor off of this. Are they going to fight in the base? Look at the Hecarim. He's so fast.
Oh my god, Jin is gone. ICB just deletes him 100 to 0, and that stops that push cold.
The Mordekaiser did it back. He's still pushing now. New Valley, they have to address the situation. Teleport being expended by Crystallize. Oh no, that was the Garen.
Garen's actually fighting him in mid right now. Garen's fighting him in mid. Okay, he has to back it up. But yeah, Grooves is strong enough that he's able to respond. But knowing that, the rest of the team now doesn't have any other way to kind of stop this yet, right? They don't have a way to stop ICB from getting to the back line. They can only hope to just disrupt him after he's gone in. So now they really need to figure out, are they fighting under inhibitor turret here, even though they don't have Jin, or are they going to have to wait and give it up at the, or fight at the Nexus? It looks like the decision's being made for them. ICB's in, looking for damage, wants to execute Honu, not able to get it yet. Encore goes wide, but it doesn't matter. They've already picked up Turtle. They've got the Azir. Crystallize is gone. Grooves in the front, trying to hold the line, hold it down, but what can one Garen do? It doesn't look like it's going to be enough. HBA, they take game number 1, they move to match point, and they take it over from New Valley.
It was shaky from time to time, but they're able to close it out, and that's all that matters. Now match point for HBA. They have the first Nexus to their name. GG's to them.
GG's indeed. What a game, what a match from the side of HBA as they take the first map. But all right, that was close. That was a close one. I mean,
I was entertained.
Absolutely. I mean, when it comes down to it, right, a hyper carry in a Hecarim, right, when you're looking at something like that, it really is exciting because that is a character that can just go right in, right? He's not squishy enough to where he's going to get deleted instantly. He has tools in his kit to sustain him, and honestly, credit to him. I think ICB for sure, MVP of that match, just purely off of the amount of impact and damage he has for that first game.
And we were talking about the importance of a coach. Now, in between games, the coach and the players are going to get a little bit of time to discuss. But, like you said, 6 bans as opposed to 10, you might want to consider the Hecarim to be one of them if you don't have an answer. I think drafting that Jin Xerath, that very immobile bot lane into that Hecarim was a very scary thing to do. You can kind of see the result of it now. And now the choice is yours. Do you want to draft the more mobile laning, or do you want to take that Hecarim out of the equation completely? That is the things that are going to be talked about on the side of Game 2. For HBA, though, you had a pretty convincing win at times, but you can't say that it was smooth sailing all the way. There was clearly things you need to work on, whether that's going to be a draft thing, whether that's going to be a player thing. That is up for the coach and the players to discuss for Game number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. That is something that they're going to have to figure out, because when we think about it, right, now, if you're on the side of New Valley, right, I don't think necessarily that it was that anyone particularly played bad, right? There wasn't a glaring weakness, a glaring flaw that I think we can take a look at. It's just when it comes to the composition, a Garen, a Lilia, the Azir, and the Xerath, they all only really have one skill that can kind of disrupt a little bit, but there's no hard crowd control, right? They're not able to really lock somebody down or prevent somebody from getting to their carries like they wanted. And unfortunately for them, on the other side, the Hecarim, because of that, is able to go in, right? When you've got, change out the Xerath for somebody like, let's say a Nautilus, right? You've got a lot of crowd control, you've got a lot of CC, you've got a lot of ability to lock somebody in place, right? Prevent them from being able to just move around however they want. That, I think, makes it a very different game in comparison. Whereas, with the composition they needed to poke. They needed to get damage across. And unfortunately, when somebody finds, the Jin, for example, gets found out in an event horizon around the Baron wall, loses 3/4 of his health to a single ability, makes it really tough to poke.
Very tough indeed. And obviously, if you want to keep that Hecarim in play, you could also pick a champion yourself that is unstoppable and can blast themselves into the enemy team, for example, like that Malphite. Trying to counter it, buy time for your team, letting the tanks go ham on their own. But I think, like you said, not anybody from New Valley played poorly, I would say. It was a matter of playing around the composition and playing around the win conditions that HBA wanted, and they were able to really build on that win condition of that Hecarim. You could see the constant visits in bot lane. Yes, they tried to use the Jin traps and the wards to kind of warrant it, but at a time it becomes too much for you to deal with.
Yeah. And worth noting, right, Jin isn't necessarily a bad pick into a Hecarim. The ability for him to use those traps, right, to slow a Hecarim down, right? For those of you that don't understand, a lot of Hecarim's damage comes from how quickly he can move, right? His E is directly tied to his movement speed, right? It's one of those rare stats that you don't see on a lot of characters, but it's just one of those that if he's going super fast, he does a lot more damage. And that's something that's always scary. I mean, we saw that in the base race, right? In the base, when he has the home guard, he has the ghost, he pops his E. I mean, that was like 1,000 movement speed Hecarim. He gets into the fight, and that's why you just see the Jin go from full health to gone in just that much flat. And that's something, something to think about, right? It wasn't a bad pick, but overall, you need to stop him rather than slow him down.
Stop him rather than slow down, absolutely. I think it all begins in the laning phase. It all begins in the draft, those very early stages that we were talking about. The Garen was something. Definitely something that kept HBA on their toes for pretty much the entire game. Obviously, Garen not meant to be a carry in the late game, only could provide that zoning and could provide that tankiness. But you could see the matchup into the Mordekaiser, very smooth sailing for him, had almost 70, 80 CS creep score ahead. And that was just piling onto the fact that the Lilia kept revisiting that lane and there was a lot of inroads. You could see if that base race happened, that top lane being prepared all the way up to them, that was all Garen's doing. And if that's going to be something that's going to be happening in Game 2, maybe he's not playing Garen, maybe Gruz is playing something else, but definitely on the radar of HBA moving forward.
Yeah, well, with that said, it looks like we are getting some information about the next map, the next match. And it looks like we will see a side swap going into game number 2. New Valley now going over to the blue side, HBA going over to the red side, as well as a few roster swaps that we will get to see moving into the second match or potential final match of this series with Groobs, the man we're talking about, the Garen, moving into the mid lane. The support and Honu Warrior moving up to the top side. And now we are seeing a new player coming in by the name of Coconut Man coming into the roster for New Valley. So a few personnel swaps, a few changes being made to the roster. We'll see how it plays out for them because, I mean, credit where credit's due. Grooves was, or Grooves XB4 was really a star player in that match from the side of New Valley.
I love the shout-outs to the places they're from inside their game usernames with Coconut and Honu. I really love that. I think putting Gruz in a carry position is going to be really interesting. We could see him. He understands the game well enough to be able to win his matchups, and putting him in a carry position means he's not just that Garen that provides that front line, but if he gets ahead, he's going to pack a punch in the later stages of the game. And I think this roster swap, it might be kind of weird to do roster swaps mid-series. You might start having doubts about other players, etc. But I think this is a good learning opportunity for players that got swapped out or are getting swapped in, because you get to learn from your teammates. That's a big part of what we consider when we play with a team, is learning from each other and trying to be a better player because of that. So I think this is going to be interesting. The swap sides that you're going to be seeing in game number 2, I don't know if New Valley might opt for the Hecarim themselves now then.
Oh, could be an interesting point. I mean, we do know he is fairly strong right now in the preseason. So, yeah, I would be interested to see, is that something we expect? Is that something that we potentially will run into as we move forward into this second match? But, I mean, it's really anybody's game, right? I mean, we saw it. Even with that such of a big kill lead from the side of HBA, the gold was close, right? New Valley was mechanically out farming them. I mean, and that's where it's really tough to say, right? Because if a few of those early kills go the other way, instead of a 2,000 gold deficit that New Valley finds themselves in, if you imagine the kills plus the farm, now that's like a 4,000, maybe even a 3,000 swing the other direction. And New Valley finds themselves in a really strong position to go into game number 2 with.
Very strong position. I think, like you said, it was very close. It was definitely very close. I think the farm plays a major part in it. It's very underestimated normally. I think when I play League of Legends, a lot of people like to focus on kills because they think, oh, yes, the enemy is dead, they have downtime, they can't, get that experience and that gold. But if you're farming up and you're taking in the damage, but you're getting 10, 20, 30 CS ahead, that can lead to an item component ahead, that could lead to a mythic item ahead, right? And that effect can have a bigger impact than kills sometimes. I know kills is the biggest number that you can see on the scoreboard, but the yellow numbers down there in the scoreboard, the creep score, the minions, they play equal if not a more important role in laning phases.
Absolutely. I think going exchange rate, if you get most of the, like an average amount of minions, it's something like 20 minions equals 1 kill, right? So always keep that in mind that, yes, the big numbers at the top mean a lot, but those yellow numbers, if you start seeing them skew one way or another, it does mean that there still could be a team with less kills but more gold because of how efficiently they farm. I mean, famously, there's a few pro players that really make careers off of it, right? I mean, you think about the greatest player of all time to play League of Legends, right? Faker. His style in the beginning, those early days of his dominance, was based around didn't matter what you did, didn't matter if you were getting kills on them. He just out farms you all the time, just knowing how to farm, when to farm, how to get money, how to get gold. It makes a big difference for these things.
I mean, we saw it in Game 1 with Gruz. He had a constant 60 CS lead. That's literally 3 kills. You could see the scoreboard 0-0-0 across the top side, but you could see in every exchange with the Garen versus the Mordekaiser, the Garen was winning out tremendously, and that CS lead eventually poured over into kill territory for Gruz. And so now, like we said, him going to swap to that mid lane, I'm very interested because we got to see his top lane. We got to see his tank prowess. I wonder if we could see a little mix of that in that mid lane. Maybe he'll pick something like a Set. Or if he chooses to go full into that damage department like we saw Vigar, maybe we could see something a little more skill expressive and melee like a Sylas or an Akali.
Yeah, well, it looks like we are just about ready to get into our game number 2. But while we wait, let's take a look as we potentially have a video from Vanta to play out, explaining, I think, I'll let production surprise you guys at home with what they're about to play. So we'll see you guys after just a short little bit of a break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Let's say we're playing defense here, right? We're on blue team. And the ball's coming at me from, say, this side of the field, right?
Yep.
Right there. Now, where do you think is the best spot to be defending this from? It could be anywhere on the side.
Probably more on the net, right?
Okay, yep. You bring your left arm over like this, and then your right arm is kind of horizontal across, and you pull towards your chest, and it kind of stretches out your whole upper arm and your shoulder.
I'm back, I'm defending.
Trying to get a demo here. Really good pass, Nolan. This is gonna be a tough save. Ooh, good shot, Lauren. That was tough. That was a good play, yeah, it's tough.
You want challenge?
Go for a reset.
Setup a little bit.
Carry
Nice,
to you?
patience, Lauren.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
No, you're good, you're good, you're good, you're good, you're good.
Didn't
I'm back.
see that coming.
Oh, back to me?
Nice job. Get there,
Oh,
Nolan.
yes, sir.
Nice.
Yes,
Well
sir.
done, Nolan.
Yes, sir.
Very well done. Good
Yes, sir.
safety there, Dylan. It seems like when you're playing, you say a lot of the right things, which is really good. Just practice doing it a bit more, right? The more you do it, the better. You can't really, unless you're talking like 100 miles an hour, you can't really talk too much to flood comms. The more info you're giving your teammates is usually the best thing you
All right, hello everyone, and welcome back here to Game 2 of HBA versus New Valley 1/3 Pounder. The team that they're playing as, that's their team name. New Valley Middle School is the opponents on the other side as we stare down a 1-0 lead for Hawaii Baptist Academy as they head into this Middle League semifinals here at the Vanta Hawaii Esports League Championship. As we look at it here, day 2 of the championships, the League of Legends block. My name is K-Tad. Joining me on the desk, of course, is Henry. As now we look at it, game 2, we were talking about it before the break, and it looks like we're just about ready to start. HBA on the red side, New Valley opting to switch into the blue, and it'll be curious to see how the draft plays out in this one.
The draft is going to be very important. We saw it in game number 1. It kind of dictated what the game was going to be like. You saw the Hecarim first pick. You saw a lot of immobile characters on the side of New Valley. It was kind of 1 into 2, but we were talking about it with the swaps of the sides. Are New Valley going to go for the Hecarim? Are they going to try something else? With Gruz moving to the mid lane, is that going to play an impact into this the second game? A lot of changes happen mid-series, right? You can kind of see the playstyle evolve throughout. If this was a best of 5, you get to see more of that. But, I mean, now being down 1-0, New Valley have to reevaluate because, you know, the shoe's not on HBA's foot. They have the advantage. They could lose this game and still win the series here with the ARAM as the final decider. But New Valley, this is all or nothing for them.
Yep, absolutely. All or nothing, do or die. Worth noting, though, in the other semifinal, there is their sister team. Another New Valley team awaits to play Eva Mackay in the second semifinal match. So we're not sure what's going to happen there. We'll see how this one plays out. But as we head into Champ Select, let's see what goes out. And instantly, Hecarim off the table. They do not want to see a repeat performance from ICB.
They don't even want it, which I thought was pretty interesting. They could have taken it for themselves, but Turtle does not feel comfortable playing that, so completely understandable here. But we're seeing the standard bans that we saw from game number 1, Irelia. We were talking about those juggernauts, the ones that have a lot of health but can still be very beefy. And it looks like what the third pounders are going to do, they're just going to ban on everything that was pretty annoying to them in game number 1, which kind of makes sense, you know. You go into the first game not really expecting what people are going to play. You just kind of ban out what you don't like to play against. Game 2, you have a better idea. You can just keep banning out what you don't like playing against.
Yeah, and let's see what ends up happening because, yeah, to that point, right, sometimes you'll see it where, okay, these were the problems, right? They feel like, you know, in a mid-series adaptation, you know, you'll see schools sometimes say, or you'll see teams sometimes say, all right, maybe the things we originally thought were going to be problems, that's why we banned them in the first place. Maybe we can live with those issues knowing that these things that just got played against us are the problem, right? The event horizon and the ability for Hecarim to just go right into the fight, those are two of the things that they said, all right, that's a problem. Let's deal with it. Let's keep, you know, they forego the Lux ban. They forego the Aphelios ban. They think maybe those aren't as important for them to take off the table. They will still ban away the set, but the other two, the Hecarim and the Veigar, not making it here into game number 2.
And there's the Garen from Gruz. You're going to have nightmares about it if you're on the side of HB. Wake up in a cold sweat and Garen's spinning towards you kind of deal. The set, I think, is pretty interesting. A very powerful juggernaut with those hyper tanks coming up into the preseason. So we're seeing a lot of picks that are gone. From game number 1, we're not going to be seeing them again. And, you know, the third pounders, they're thinking, we want to take an 80 carry. Right off the bat, we want to decide the pace of that. Samira, a very niche one, only really works with a couple of supports if they choose to lock it in. Ashe, a more utility pick, going to affecting the team a lot more, and it's going to be locked in. Could even be support.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the interesting thing about an Ashe pick here, right? And as the metas have changed and evolved over the years, Ashe is no longer exclusively an 80 carry, right? You now have a potential to see Ashe support with the slow on the auto attacks, with the way that they can kind of just use all of the utility from an Ashe, right? She has wards with her hawk shot. She has the volley, which means that she can slow a wide cone around her. And, of course, the ultimate is so good, right? So impactful. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow makes so much of an impact in big team fights. But on the other side, all right, instantly now, the Rammus getting locked in. You got to assume that's for ICB. Seems like he's a guy who's, you know, he's Sonic on the inside, basically. If you think about it, Rammus is Sonic. ICB now just wants to go fast. He's got to go fast, apparently. Plays the Hecarim. That's banned. All right, going to the Rammus for that movement speed. He likes to get around the map.
We should just put a little picture of Lightning McQueen over his character model every time he chooses to go in, you know? But looking on the other side, you know, New Valley, they actually opted in for a very smart bottom lane with the Ashe Seraphine. The Seraphine E originally slows you for 99%, and then if a second one lands, then it ends up being a root. Ashe's autos and abilities come in with a built-in slow, so only one Seraphine E is needed to end up landing that root. A very similar playstyle to the Senna Seraphine, but now with more damage with that Ashe incapable. Aphelios and Ashe, I think, are a little bit tougher to play. I think Aphelios wins that by a high margin, definitely. But the junglers being shown in the first half are a very interesting story. I think Diana, with a lot of capability for team fighting and kind of just being tanky but also doing damage, could match the Rammus here.
Yeah, I mean, interesting to note and worth noting, right? This is in theory a triple flex potentially, right? We have seen worlds, and there are games where a Seraphine can go mid, right? And Ashe can go AD carry or support, like we talked about. The Diana could go mid, could go jungle, right? It's one of those things that is kind of a little bit more harder to judge on, right? We really don't quite know what we're going to expect with those. So we'll see how this kind of plays out, because on the other side, yeah, to that point, it's fairly straightforward so far, right? You don't rarely see Rammus lanes too much. You'll see a Rammus top every once in a while, but then the question becomes, where's the Mordekaiser going? Is he going mid? You don't normally want to do that. He's not as effective. Could go jungle. Yep, could go jungle. Yeah, but you know, overall, it seems like HBA's composition so far is fairly locked in. Curious to see what happens on the other side, but we'll see how this all kind of plays out as we move forward.
And you remember from game number one's draft, the Garen Lilia made it so we didn't know whether they were going top or jungle, right? Those two are still flexible across those two roles. New Valley really liked these flex picks heading into the second half, and especially the fact that there are no bans in the second half. You leave HBA guessing for a majority of that draft leading into it. HBA get that fourth pick. They're going to get that last counter pick, like we said. The third pounders to get that absolute first pick in the Ashe completely uncontested other than the bans. But HBA could be using their last pick as a means to counter, and Lux would be a really smart flex pick here between mid and support.
Yeah, so I mean, let's take a look at this because, right, we only had 6 bans last game. 2 of them make their way into game number 2, right? Aphelios and Lux picked up by the side of HBA. So there was something known, there was something communicated saying that, you know, New Valley did at least some of their homework knowing that HBA likes to play those 2 characters. So, okay, hold on. That did get locked.
Oh my God.
That is a Teemo top. Okay, I just needed to make sure that production wasn't trolling us. No, that's real. All right, so take everything off the table. Let's talk about this. Teemo now going in for the side of New Valley, and there is also a Vladimir they lock in on. So the second they saw the Rammus, AP heavy composition, right? Magic damage heavy composition coming in from the side of New Valley. But I'm very, very interested to see what happens from here.
I love Teemo as much as the next guy. Don't look at my mastery points on my account, but you know, I think the thing that people typically forget about Rammus is not just a attack damage negator, but really just an auto-based negator. And Teemo, Ashe, Diana, all 3 champions that have a lot of emphasis on autoing is still very susceptible to the Rammus coming in. And I think Renekton into Teemo, I don't get to see that as much as you. I don't know if you have more experience with it, but I think the mid lane with this Lux versus... Actually, wait. Renekton Mordekaiser. 2 flexes.
Renekton, Mordekaiser. I think. So here, let me take you down memory lane.
Yes,
a little
please
bit, Henry,
do.
because this is an old Season 2, Season 3 lane matchup. When you would see where traditionally, when you'd see a lot more Renektons, you'd see a few more Teemos here and there because obviously there weren't as many characters in the game. It's a very interesting matchup because it's almost to a point a skill matchup, right? With Teemo having that blind ability, right? The ability to prevent you from getting autos across. The idea is if you time it right, you're waiting for the Renekton to use his stun. And obviously there is a little bit of a visual cue, right? You see the little lines next to the Renekton's head that says, hey, I'm about to stun you. If you time it right and you blind him, the stun doesn't go through. The auto attack has to hit you in order for it to count as a stun. And basically then as the Teemo, if you can get around that, you get around the ability for the Renekton to really lock you down and get a lot of that damage across. All the while, you're hitting him with your darts and you're hitting him with, just the poison and that constant damage. It is something that kind of goes a little bit in favor of the Teemo. I don't know if in today's meta, in the day and age of how strong bruisers are, if that's still the case. But if it's something to think about, because if they do put the Renekton into this matchup, right, you're almost sacrificing who you're putting up against the Vlad, right? Neither of these guys are going to be able to out-damage or out-sustain the Vladimir, so it's just going to be a not fun time for them, regardless of who's in that lane. But it's almost like a sacrifice play, because both of these solo laners, obnoxious to deal with.
Absolutely obnoxious. I think there is one thing that I do want to point out before we start heading into game number 2 here. You can see both teams starting to scatter across Summoner's Rift, is the damage composition that happens on the top side for each of these compositions. You have Teemo, Diana, Vladimir. They're all magic damage, meaning you could build that magic resist and kind of stack it up. And then you don't really have to worry about it too much. You can itemize that with your boots, and that's pretty finished. On the other side, Mordekaiser Rammus, yes, they're both AP, but the Renekton is AD. So that jungle mid-duel makes it a lot more difficult to itemize against. I'm interested to see what build Teemo is going to go for. You can see the Grasp of the Undying, opting in for a bit tankier type of style, but we've seen the Riftmaker, we've seen Kraken Slayers, we've seen Leandries. Teemo is a very flexible champion, and I think that's what makes him very broken in the niche sense, even though a bit irrelevant, a bit outdated, but still very good in modern days.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that's something to look at. Of that trade potential now, very, very heavily in favor of Honu Warrior up in the top side. Another thing I want to point out, though, Dark Seal and the Predator for the side of Grooves XP4 in the mid lane. The man playing with confidence here going into game number 2. I think the swap may be coming from some idea that he wants to have the game in his hands, right? He wants to have the team on his shoulders as he carries them and lifts them to a potential map 3. But we'll see what ends up happening, because the rest of the squad, I mean, overall, you'd like to think that New Valley has a lot more of the pressure in this early game.
We don't know if the roster swap was a decision on the player's part or on the coach's part. It could be a little bit of both, but Bruce, you're putting yourself in the carry position, right? You were a tank, you opted to be a tank for game number 1. Now you're opting to be a carry for game number 2. If you're not feeling it now, you're not going to be feeling it ever. This is going to be the end of your tournament run here if you lose this game. So there's a lot of pressure, in a sense, riding onto this Vladimir's back. And so taking the Predator, taking the Dark Seal, hoping to farm, hoping to stack up, hoping to be very relevant very soon. I mean, I think Vladimir has a lot of lane priority and better sustained than the Renekton in lane, and that could lead to very early roams potentially. You do still have to buy the boots before you get the Predator buff, but that could be something you first back really quickly for. We've been seeing a lot of it with the Predator rune.
Yeah, you absolutely could. I mean, the ability to just get in there and go as fast as he needs to be, and with the Ghost as well, right? That is a Vladimir that can get onto your backline with almost no problem. As so far, so good. I mean, overall, it's a repeat of last game where the early game aggression, the early game pressure coming out from the side of New Valley, right? Insane Wrath is able to really put the hurt down, landing, great double volley. He's farming well, he's doing a lot. And it really was the pressure that ICB applies in return, in response to that really kind of gave HBA the advantage that they were looking for down on the bottom side of the map. This time around, I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to repeat that or if that's going to change, because, I mean, look at this. Oh, dry puffin.
That's tough.
Yeah, he burned the heal as well just because he wants to stay in lane a little bit longer out of charges on that rejuvenation potion. So he's going to have a little bit of a tough time. But now in the jungle, actually in the river, ICB and Turtle find themselves in a little bit of a damage duel. Turtle pops the shield, gets some damage back across. Honu Warrior on the side, but ICB, has he overcommitted? No, he's just going to back up for now. But, I mean, Turtle, yeah, I mean, I think just finds him in a weird spot. Yes, the Scuttle Crab went to Turtle, though, so keep that in mind. Does have a slight gold advantage to himself. Should be able to back, should be able to buy.
And with the new smite, you can't really smite out the opponent until you redeem 20 of those snacks now for your jungle pet. So ICB not able to capitalize on it too much. This is going to be Mocha at pushing the advantage, but not going to be able to do too much. You don't want to fight into a wave, especially with the cannon still alive. I think that's going to be a cannon denial now because of that aggression. So going to be a little bit of an advantage for Gruz. You could know he's got to be feeling it. Melee into range. All of the eggs are in his basket. Let's just say that right now for the time being. And New Valley pressing that CS lead that we saw in game number 1. They're killing minions faster than the HBA. You can already see 1,000 gold in the lead just purely off of minions.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is what we were talking about last game, right? In a game where HBA doesn't get that early advantage, New Valley should be pulling ahead of the gold, right? They were showing in the last game and in this game that they are better at farming. But also worth noting, right, the characters they drafted inherently will be stronger in this early game. They are going to be a little bit more of a pain in the butt to deal with because of the idea that they're both ranged. They both have great sustain. They both have ways of denying you the ability to approach the wave. I mean, and we're seeing in the top side, Mordekaiser are just not able to really get to the wave. That's why it's a double CS lead in the top side for Honu Warrior. Same story in the mid lane for Gruz.
Same story as is. A lot less fighting than we saw in game number 1. Definitely the lack of a horse running at you at Mach 5 does reduce the amount of fights happening, especially in the bot lane. I don't think they've had 6 minutes of peace the entire game last game, but they get to have it here. And we're kind of just seeing the items coming around. The Ram is starting with that Bramble Vest, very typical, but...
Oh, great root, great snare from the side of Cypher. Is now actually
Diana
ICB
from behind,
goes
though.
in, but Diana's on the backside. Yeah, they're not quite able to get it around the turret. But now will Turtle look to continue this fight? So far, so good. He has been spotted, so they will back it up for now. They don't end up going for the fight. They don't end up getting anything else. But ICB's first gank, not able to get a result this time around.
Not able to get any results, but definitely took Turtle's attention right there. You could see Turtle was probably pathing towards the next camp or whatever. Had to take a detour into that bot side, so pretty much wasted about the same amount of time as the Rammus. You heard Summoner heal being procced by Coconut actually on that bottom side. So a double heal bot lane here. Have to be really careful not to expend it rapidly, but right back and forth so that you get maximum heal value as needed. I think they're kind of using it not as a last resort, but if they see themselves low in the lane, they will press it as a little bit of a health pack, if you will.
Yeah, healthy indeed. All right, now let's take stock of the rest of the situation here. Because if we're looking at it now, ICB, once he really gets to that level 6 mark, that's when I think we'd expect to see him start to be a little bit more aggressive, right? Get a little bit more pressure down on the map. It's just a matter of how much longer is it going to take him, because he has been double scuttled twice, or at the beginning he lost out on the neutral objectives in the scuttle crowds. Is now Gruz in a little bit of a weird spot, does get stunned up. There's the flash, there's the taunt, and that means he's going to lose a little bit of damage, but he does just pull out. Burns the ghost as well. Might be looking to re-engage. No, instead just backs it up for now. But okay. So Gruz, I mean, still, even though he loses both of his summoners there, still building himself a solid CS lead up in that mid side, and it's really the solo laners trying to just struggle to stay afloat right now, right? They're in a tough spot. They know that they'll get stronger once they have the all-in potential. They just need to get to that point, and until then, it's going to be a rough time.
Gruz playing it a bit incredibly safe, a bit excessively safe, I would even say, having to burn both summons there. You still had the pool available, you still had the ultimate available. There were a lot of ways for you to sustain back to a healthy state without needing to burn either of your summoners, but I can understand that, you know, you're match point, you're a little behind, you're the carry, it's all on you kind of deal, so there's a bit of pressure and you definitely do want to play it safe, but there is a difference between playing it safe and panicking a little there, so a little bit warning for that side, but HBA, they're going to get the inroads into this Rift Herald, but now without Turtle providing some poke. Possible for either side to steal, but Turtle actually doesn't have a smite.
Yeah, Turtle goes in, gets them locked up. Hone Warriors here on the side, but instead they're going to lock him into the Shadow Realm. It will be the Rift Herald going over to ICB, but they don't know how low the Mordekaiser is in the ult. Hone Warrior not able to do it. That's first blood. He should be able to not. Actually, he doesn't have flash, so they have to go for the fight. The taunt is there. HBA gets the damage. There's a shroom. The damage is there. Can they chase? No. Instead, the blind, the poison, the tick, the auto. He gets it back. It's a 1-for-1, and Chana Crystal Arrow goes wide, but it's okay. HBA, they're still happy with that. They get the Rift Herald. They get a kill. Yes, they trade one back, but still, overall advantage, HBA.
Teemo on the board, mental diff time. You already know it. HBA, they did get the Rift Herald. The Eye was actually the thing that secured it. Both junglers were without a smite at some point in that. So, you know, Diana being taken into the realm, meaning you couldn't hit the Eye, and so the Rammus was able to secure it. The Rift Herald in ICB's pockets now. Both of them with the Rainbow Smite, so dealing 900 smite damage on top of the fact that you can now smite enemy champions with that. And Honu Warrior, look at that lead extending further and further. 2 plates already down at 10 minutes. Has excellent wave clear with the Shroom, and that huge wave collapsing in.
Yeah, I mean, that's just huge waves. I mean, you think about it, actually hold that thought as there goes the Encore. The damage is there. Cypher taking low. Turtles in the river. Final Spark's not going to connect either. They're just going to get some more damage across. Binding not going to land as well. Dry Puffin very, very low. Enchanted Crystal Arrow almost up. Oh. Meanwhile, in the top side, ICB does go up there and get a return kill for their top laner. A little bit of a revenge now, but it's the bottom side that's the focus right now. Because of that fight, because of that trade, yes, ICB got the Rift Herald, but this time around, it's Turtle who gets to pick up the dragon.
Turtle gets the dragon, and it's going to be a little bit of trade. You can see this quite a bit on Summoner's Rift. There's a lot of trading back and forth. Usually that is what that happens. Blue team, New Valley, they're opting in for some stats, hopefully to shape them out in blinking. HBA are opting for a lot of money to be putting in that Mordekaiser's pocket to keep up with that Teemo. You can see the yellow numbers. We're talking about skewing one direction or another. Definitely skewing in favor of Teemo, almost by 1 kill's worth already there. And you can see that their scoreboards, they're pretty similar, but now with that extra money going into that Mordekaiser's pocket, pretty even now. You can see right there, Bruce using the pool to the advantage. Lots of ways to get away, but Turtle
wants to go in here, pop some damage, doesn't have ult, or does have ult available, but chooses not to use it. Instead, just opting to put more pressure onto Mofu, as now the rest of the squad does back it up. They have a lot of people have based. They've got a lot of gold that they've spent now, and overall, New Valley looking to be a little bit more combat effective. Whereas on the other side, I mean, look at this. ICB, actually hold that thought, Grooves, pops the ultimate onto Monkazu, and that means he does back it up for now. Turtle still on the side. They would want to engage, but no, they see it in the creep. But now here comes ICB around the side. There goes the ultimate. Immediately countered by the pool, but it doesn't matter because while Grooves gets out, Turtle gets left out to dry, and that means it is a pickup on to the jungler once again. ICB looking to be that carry again.
Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication perhaps. I think Turtle was trying to protect the Vladimir, not remembering that Vladimir had pull up, probably thought it was still on cooldown and just wanted to provide a little bit of backup. You could see that taunt last long enough to take you from 100 to 0, especially if there is a Renekton to help you out right then and there. Thornmail entirely completed for the Rammus now. Not sure if they're going to opt in for movement speed boots or opting in for that plated steel caps for additional armor. Both options very good for the Rammus now, but you can see in the other lanes, the lead continues to extend. This Teemo getting further and further ahead, forcing the Mordekaiser to leave, but
oh, it takes him to the Shadow Realm. Flash is back over onto the right side. Meanwhile, fight down bot, but it's okay. We'll stay up here in the top as Honu Warrior now blinded up against Mordekaiser, but he's taking a lot of damage. This is what we were talking about. At some point, the Mordekaiser gets strong enough to just all in the Teemo, and there it is. It's a pickup from the top laner from HBA as he picks that one up. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, they land the binding onto Turtle. He's going to go in, they'll pick the double hit, but now Groove's chilling in the bush, doesn't even need to get involved. Turtle picks up a kill for himself, and it's 2 versus 5 on the scoreboard.
I do want to point out, Honu Warrior, don't blame him for that death. He flashed the wall, obviously dodges the decimate, but he hoped to hit that that
Oh.
shroom right there by the Tri-Brush didn't work out, was out of the realm, but
Wait, hold on. We may not be done here. It's Turtle and Grooves trying to get damage onto Mokazu. As instead, Turtle goes in, knows that he's probably going to get dropped, so Hemoplate gets used as well. Inside Wrath on the left side, gets there, regroups with the team, slowing down onto Mokazu as the Renekton wants to re-engage, but Coconut Man waiting in the rings means that Renekton dares not go no further. Gets rooted up, takes some damage out slow, has to just dice his way out of there. But overall, I mean, still, this game incredibly close with the trades that just keeps happening.
And the kills once again in HBA's favor, but 7-3, you would think a much bigger gold lead, but look at that, less than 1,000. The CS, the creep score, the minions, whatever you like to call it, are proving dividends over and over again. You can see right there in the mid lane, 500 gold difference with the Vladimir having that lead purely off of just farming up these minions. Honu Warrior falling a little bit further behind. Obviously, having the Mythic in the Mordekaiser's hands is a lot better than having a non-Mythic.
Oh.
But Dry Puffin.
Yeah, Insane Wrath does go down again. And now that means it's another tough spot for them to be in because it's another bot lane, like they're starting to roll up again. Yes, the CS lead is there, but if you keep dropping like that, it does mean HBA can start to pull their bot lane ahead. And Aphelios that's up. Oh, never mind. Instead, they're going to go for the Mordekaiser first. They need to clear him before the Rammus gets involved. There goes the Shroom. They're trying to get it. Yes, Diana picked that one up. But now Honu Warrior in trouble. The blind, the taunt, but the Thornmail. Oh, that last auto attack ends up sealing the nail in the coffin for Honu Warrior as he gets picked up on the top side. It's a 1-for-1 trade at the end of the day.
Oh, man. It's a terrible feeling, you know, the Rammus is chasing you down. Do you auto it to kill it? Do you run away? Rammus doesn't have that move speed reduction anymore while in that defensive ball curl, and so now it's a lot scarier. He's super tanked up and he's running at you at full speed. It hurts a lot more, and so the team was trying to kite it out. Takes a little bit too much damage from that kiting, but the mid all in.
Yeah, Hemo Plague used, not going to do much more against Mokazu there. But instead, Aphelios goes in, getting a lot of damage onto Insane Wrath. There goes the Enchanted Crystero. They want to regroup here. It's a nice taunt, but it doesn't stop the final spark. Binding lands again! And it's a 2v2 kill in the bot side. HBA pulls ahead here. Turtle wants to turn this around onto Mokazu, though we're not done yet. Flash out means that will seal that, but great stuff from the bottom side.
You can tell it's personal in the bot lane. Dry Puffin's like, bring your jungler down here again. Let's see how it turns out. Can't take on the 2v2 anymore. That all-in engage with the Aphelios Lux is so powerful. You could see how much damage the Lux does even without needing damage items. The Seraphine just does not provide the same thing. Only Ashe really there for damage, but Ashe is more of a utility aided carry, there for the slows more than for the damage. So it's 2 damage champions versus 2 utility champions. The story kind of writes itself, but now HBA, they're on the dragon. Turtle in the vicinity.
Don't tell me you're thinking about this, man. All right, immediately gets taken to the Shadow Realm from Mordekaiser there. He's taking a lot of damage. Remember, this guy is fairly strong now. Insane Wrath finds out, oh my god, there's a Mordekaiser to my left. He's got to try to get out of there, but a Binding might be able to stop him. They pull him into it. Oh, he's going to go down, and now on the left side, the rest of the team in a bit of trouble. They need to get out of there. ICB not going to be able to chase this down just yet, but instead the rest of the squad still wants some. Mordekaiser a little bit faster. It does force out the Proto Belt from Grooves as he gets out of there, but still it's advantage after advantage going over towards HBA.
That one's gonna sting. You know, you don't know how the Mordekaiser fight's gonna go. Just a big old guy just appearing right in front of you after the fight is over, and now you're cornered left and right. That hook into the Lux Binding, that was pretty good teamwork. I'm not going to lie. That was pretty good there. But we do have to remember, we're seeing a lot of patterns from game number 1. You know, the scoreline's 13-4. The gold lead is growing there. It's about 3K once again. But we do still have this Vladimir in the mid lane, Grooves, the kind of like pillar foundation holding up New Valley right now, has been taking blow after blow from this Renekton, but has been standing strong.
Yeah, here we go. Hemoplate pulls him back in. Moonlight Vigil as well. They're getting a lot of damage. There it goes, and there it is, the pickup from Turtle as they finally close out onto Mokazu. It takes them all their ultimates, all the skills that they have, but they do pick up a solo kill, so it gives them a little bit more gold back into the pocket. And so far, New Valley, can they hold on? Because like you're saying, Can the Vladimir scale to a point where he is nigh unkillable?
Could happen. It takes a couple items, 3 or 4 to make it happen, but taking this Renekton down over and over again, look at how the kills are going. They're all going to Diana. It's keeping Diana relevant enough to impact the side lanes and, you know, kind of be a menace in that department. But not only that, the Vladimir with excellent wave clear gets the entire lane to himself, pushes it out, could start using that Predator to look to roam, but the Rammus trying to see if he can do anything about it. It's going to be really hard to gank a Vladimir, but it does force out the flash.
Oh, it's another root there. Coconut Man gets saved by the minion wave as he once again has to get pushed back. There is no turret here, but the vision actually not in favor of HBA. If they stay, they could be in a little bit of trouble. See what the call ends up being. They don't know that Turtle's around right now, and if they push past the turret line, you've got to imagine Diana's going in, and it looks like, yep, they've fallen into the trap. Here comes Turtle around the backside. They're going to re-engage now, but it doesn't matter. Finds the damage. Arrow onto the Lux to make sure he doesn't have any support, and that means New Valley picks up 2. The shutdown, 1 to the Ashe, 1 to the Diana. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Gruz has to force it back. Fights the 2v1, but they are just too tanky for him to get anything underneath the turret. It's still a great play from New Valley.
Amazing play from New Valley. This Diana staying relevant, like we were saying. That mid kill into the 2 in the bottom lane immediately has a bounty on her head, but ultimately very well deserved. Oh.
ICB will get the taunt here, as now Holy Warrior underneath the bush, but this is where that Teemo does have an advantage. And now the Mordekaiser has to fight him, but can't fight him underneath the turret per se. Looking for another claw, another hook, but doesn't end up pulling him in. As for now, with the support of Turtle, Holy Warrior should be able to pick up the rest of this wave.
And this Diana getting further and further ahead. Still, the Rammus is decently ahead. Opted in for Sork Shoes. I don't think I've ever seen a Rammus with an offensive boots before, but he's definitely feeling himself. ICB is up there and running, but Mythics now coming online from both sides. Both of the mid laners, both of the AD carries now have their items. Both of the supports even. And Seraphine, like we were saying, a bit of utility, opting in for the healing item there. The Moonstone keeping their allies well fresh, well alive. But both AD carries opting in for that Gale Force is going to be pretty interesting here.
Yeah, it's a really interesting choice. I mean, more so from the Ashe, knowing that you're going to need to cut through a Rammus at some point in the game. I'm curious what that decision is, but instead the double root goes in. Blinding immediately gets forced out, but it does still hit onto Coconut Man. He's going to have to flash as well. But Dry Puffin, has he gone too far forward? Flashes there, damage out, but Gale Force back as well. Instant Wrath wants to get the damage out. The binding lands again, but nobody going down just yet. They're all just playing it safe. They don't want to overcommit to these kills, to this damage. Meanwhile, ICB in the bushes waiting for this fight is in mid lane. They once again burn a lot of cooldowns, a lot of damage onto Mokuzu. Nobody goes down across the map. Junglers trying to exert influence where they can. And as it stands, now here comes ICB around the backside, going in onto Coconut Man. We'll get that one. Dodge out on the binding. Insane Wrath trying to just dodge, dip, duck, and dive, but he doesn't dodge out in the end, and he can't get out of there, and that means he's gone as well. 7-15 on the board.
HBA are clearly playing to their advantage. They've been playing on that bottom side for 2 games in a row now. They know that bot lane is a very good win condition. New Valley, they like playing with the side lanes. Look at that.
Yeah, ICB in a 2v1 now, though. It looks like he will be just getting out, but it's a nice trade back. And it looks like New Valley knows their win con. They're not playing for their side lanes. They're not playing for even their jungler to a degree. They're playing for the Vladimir. Get the pressure down. Make sure that he's strong enough. As, oh no, bottom lane walks up, but have they walked into a bad fight? Dry Puffin gets taken out there from Gruz. Here comes Turtle diving down at the Cypher. He's going to try to get out, but the binding can't get out in time. Damage is there, and it's another 2 kills over to the jungle and mid lane.
That jungle and mid lane dual synergy is building. It is mounting. New Valley are awoken in this game. Having the jungler B-Fed is so important because of the neutral objective. We mentioned the Rhombus looking one, stacking attack speed. The ocean one is for life. The mountain one is for sturdiness. The sturdier this Diana and this Vladimir are, the harder and harder it is going to get to kill them in the late game. We already talked about how Vladimir can be unkillable. imagine being unkillable New Game Plus.
I mean, pretty much, right? It goes from he just heals everything, and any damage we do, the health bar just goes back up to now we can't even get the health bar down in the first place, and he still heals it back up. And that's going to be scary, because imagine if this goes the other way, right? If it's a Rammus, Mordekaiser, Renekton with Mountain Drake buffs on them, good luck. It doesn't matter what you're doing as New Valley. You are just not going to be able to kill them on the other side. Whereas now, with this on New Valley's side, there's a window opening, right? There's a path to victory that is starting to appear, right? The walkway, the mist is clear, or the fog is clearing as they see the way they take us to map 3. And it really does lie with Turtle, with Grooves. They need to be able to get the advantage, to be strong enough to just pop anybody on their side. Meanwhile, ICB up in the top side wants to go on to Honu Warrior, looking for the damage there. There's the taunt, there's the damage. Remember, he's blinded up right now. Honu Warrior trying to get out, but instead it doesn't matter. It looks like ICB will just solo that one out at the end of the day, as that damage actually, that's why you're seeing the Sork Shoes. His ult, he's using it for ult and the taunt damage.
That is true. That is true. The Spike Shell does mean that, you know, auto attacks done by Rammus are magic damage. And so I think each of those is proccing the magic pen, like you're saying. The turret naturally falls on the side of New Valley. And now Mordekaiser being circled by some sharks.
Oh, let's see this now. There's a 2v2. Mordekaiser uses the ultimate onto the Diana. Meanwhile, Grooves has to 1v1 onto ICB. Props the pool, but meanwhile, take a look on the right side. The Diana might be able to win this one with a little bit more damage. Can they take on their individual 1v1s? No, Diana loses it in the top, and Grooves is now going to drop it as well in the river. The 2v2, but the 1v1s goes the way of Hawaii Baptist Academy, and that could be Baron.
How do you kill the dynamic duo? You split them apart, and Mordekaiser is perfect for that. Mid jungle gone. The two strongest members of New Valley gone, and that just means this is going to be a clear as day Baron for Hawaii Baptist Academy. 5 men strong. They're all going to get it. And you thought the Mordekaiser was the winning lane. You thought Dry Puffin and Cypher were winning lane. They're going to be pushing that aggression now with this newfound buff.
Yeah, and that exactly is what we seem to be going down right now. They are pushing their advantage. Now they're starting to grow the gold lead. It's still only 4,000, something we saw last time out. But you've got to remember that this time around, ICB is tanky again with damage again. Yeah, he's no Hecarim, but he's okay because he can sustain now through all of the damage that New Valley throws at him. He was killable before, and now as the Rammus, it's going to be a lot harder for them to take him down.
I definitely think that is going to be the case, and with the next dragon coming out very, very soon, could be a tipping point in the match. We saw the team fight, well, we saw that go prior to the team fight. It was actually very, very close. It was only like 1-2K apart. Taking Baron gives you 1,500 gold right off the bat, so that's where the rest of that is coming in, but New Valley, they're not that far behind.
Oh no, they're about to walk into ICB once again. The flash, the heal, they're just trying to get out of there. They slow them, they throw the arrow, they throw everything but the kitchen sink just to get themselves away from these two very scary members over on Hawaii Baptist Academy. And it's another kill on the top side. Honu Warrior, again, not able to survive against this matchup for too much longer, as now ICB goes over, finds Turtle. Here's Grooves in the bush. Will he opt to support him? This time it's another 2v2, but it's not the Mordekaiser this time. Mokuzu, though, pops the dominance, means that he gets all that extra health, and the rest of the squad has to regroup. Turtle finds himself alone, but the rest of the squad not looking to get involved in this fight, and that means Diana about to drop here right as well. The rest of the squad there to back him up. Dry Puffin picks it up at the end of the day, and with that Diana gone, and with Dragon spawning soon, you'd imagine that this is now going to be another one for HBA. Oh no, they're not done. They don't have flashes this time. They don't have summoners. It's just going to be the Seraphine wiped off the mat as Mokuzu picks up that one.
Man, you're right. ICB, Sonic, Lightning McQueen, these are just all the same person with different aliases. We have seen ICB just charge into the enemy bot lane time and time again. We've been seeing New Valley draft these immobile bot lanes time and time again. They thought that the Gale Force was going to save them. The Ashe swapped to a Kraken Slayer mid-game. And that puts you behind like 700 gold as is, not to mention that you're getting further and further behind because of the game state. And now with control and the base open, they can start bleeding out New Valley's resources and taking everything. But hold on.
Hold the phone. Yeah, it's a one-on-one. Turtle wanted to fight the Mordekaiser up outside the base, but it looks like instead, no, the call is going to be for them to just re-engage Honu Warrior now, taking a lot of damage to slow up the damage. Mordekaiser just a bit too tanky, does a bit too much damage. Can Turtle even get out? No, the claw not going to pull him back in. Cruz wants to go for this one now. They might get the shutdown here. It's another scrap shield, meaning that he stays alive for a little bit longer. They're still trying to chase him out. There it is, shutdown onto Cruz as he picks up that one. It's a 1-for-1 at the end of the day, but while all that was happening, HBA picks up the Dragon.
The amount of damage that the Mordekaiser does while still being a health tank is very, very scary, and it's something that New Valley, they have to keep in mind of, because not only does the Mordekaiser do that, the Renekton, the Rammus, all three of these big beefy people also are capable of doing that. And if you look at the objective bounties across the board, they're readily available for the side of New Valley, the third pounders, to take it. But look at where they're located. The closest one would be that bot lane outer turret, but after that, they have to go deep into enemy territory just to get that extra objective bounty.
Yeah, they have to do all of that just to get themselves there and to get through it. We'll see what ends up being the case as we move forward. 45K on the side of New Valley, 51,000 gold in the bank for HBA. They've got the tools they need to close this one out. We'll just see what happens as they finish strong. 8-1-5 on ICB right now. 7-3-3 on the top laner, who unnamed for us right now. He's using an HPU account as he needs to. Something about the login. I can't remember what they were telling me before in the pregame, but it's all right because he is doing work. The top side of the map this time being that second fiddle to this play, as now here comes ICB around the side, pops the ghost, oh my god, gets over the wall, big damage onto Cruz, and there's no damage onto ICB. Final Spark puts a lot of damage onto the Ashe. Inseen's gonna go down, Turtle's gonna be dropping next, they're gonna chase him out, he's trying to distract them, but he's in the Shadow Realm with Mordekaiser, he's gonna get dropped. Cruz has to try to chase out, it's a flash, root, binding, the combo, the wombo, they take them all in. HBA pulls off everybody down, only the Seraphine back on the bottom side. Honu Warrior in the top, but that might not matter because it's an open inhib. They've got 2 minions, and it could be HBA on the victory march.
The Mordekaiser can definitely tank for these minions. Just walk ahead of it, tank, and let the minions... Oh, but they're going to go for the
Coconut
Seraphine.
Man. Okay. Or not. Never mind.
Not.
Goodbye.
Nope.
It was nice knowing you, my friend. But it looks like that will be it. HBA will move on to the finals to play the winner of the other New Valley School going up against Eva Mackay Middle School. Congratulations, HBA. We'll see you in the finals.
GG!
Oh, Turtle?
Turtle?
Turtle wants it. One. Okay, yeah, that was it.
He broke even. 7-7, broke even.
Well done there from the side of HBA. And still, I mean, credit to New Valley, right? Well played. You could see the intent, right? You could see how they wanted to play that game out, what they were thinking, what the adaptation was. It's just unfortunate for them that it just was a little, again, HBA executing on their comp really, really well. ICB on a fast-moving jungler exerts pressure on the map and is able, instead of this time playing to the bottom side, plays to the top side and ends up working out beautifully for them.
You could see it go back and forth throughout both games. It wasn't just a game one anomaly. It happened throughout both games. Both teams were able to play to their strengths from time to time. You could see the gold graph was shaking back and forth. It was almost like, an earthquake Richter scale going on. And unfortunately for New Valley, it was almost as if it was just one team fight too much in favor of HBA, or one early game skirmish too much in favor of HBA, because we saw it game 2 without any kills going on. New Valley were winning heavily in that farm department, and so they definitely have strengths that they can continue to work on. And this is the beauty of it starting in middle school. By the time you get to high school, by the time you get into collegiate, you will have refined all of these skills more and more and more, and that just shows that starting so early can benefit you so much in the long run.
Absolutely. And I think it's something really fun to think about and really fun to watch because, like you said, guys, this is middle school. And if you're farming that well at this level, at this stage of your growth years, your teenage, your early school years, like imagine what can be done in 4-5 more years, where really then you've got some of the base mechanics down. Now it's just working on those other skills, right? Expanding your champion pool, expanding your team fight prowess, right? Your ability to communicate with teammates, to work within a team. All of these strong social and communication-based skills that you now have time to develop because your base mechanics are already so well established. I mean, honestly, something really, really interesting to see as we play it out. But with that said, guys, we are going to be going to just a short bit of a little bit of a break. When we come back, or you're about to watch actually, for those of you who are about to see, if you don't already know, Vanta does provide a lot of coaching services, right? It's one of the great things about them, that if you want to help grow and show your players, you know, how to really get coaching from esports professionals or people who know exactly what it is that they're doing, these are the guys that, you know, will be teaching, you know, your students, will be teaching your kids. And so if you want to wonder how good they are, check this out. Here's a little montage from them. We'll see you guys at the other side of the break.
Vanta is a youth esports development platform that works with schools and community organizations to provide a digital esports platform, competitive esports leagues, expert coaching, and programming to kids ages 8 to 18. We provide coaching and competition in top esports titles including Rocket League, League of Legends, Fortnite, and others. We offer free competitive seasons for elementary, middle, and high schools across the U.S. And for those looking to step up their game, we offer private, on-demand, and season-long expert coaching from some of the best esports coaches out there. Here at Vanta, we prioritize safety and development. Through various training programs, we focus not only on gaming, but also on STEM exposure, social emotional competencies, and important real-life skills. Our platform offers the perfect environment for gamers of all levels to grow their in-game skills, learning the importance of teamwork, communication, and competition, all while having fun.
Let's say we're playing defense here, right? We're on blue team. And the ball's coming at me from, say, this side of the field, right?
Yep.
Right there. Now, where do you think is the best spot to be defending this from? It could be anywhere on the side.
Probably more like on the net, right?
Okay, yep. You bring your left arm over like this, and then your right arm is kind of horizontal across, and you pull towards your chest, and it kind of stretches out your whole upper arm and your shoulder.
I'm back. I'm defending.
Trying to get a demo here. Really good pass, Nolan. This is gonna be a tough save. Ooh, good shot, Lauren. That was tough.
Good block.
That was a good play, yeah. It's tough.
You want challenge?
Go for a reset.
It's a setup a little bit.
Very to you?
Expectations, Lauren.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good.
Didn't
I'm back.
see that coming.
Oh, back to me.
Nice job. Get there,
Oh,
Nolan.
yes, sir.
Yay!
Nice.
Yes,
Well
sir.
done, Nolan.
Yes, sir.
Very well done.
Yes, sir.
Good safety there, Dylan. It seems like when you're playing, you say a lot of the right things, which is really good. Just practice doing it a bit more, right? The more you do it, the better. You can't really, unless you're talking like 100 miles an hour, you can't really talk too much to flood comms. The more info you're giving your teammates is usually the best thing.
All right, welcome back, everybody, inside of the room here. Keegan Ota back with you, your MC for this weekend. Just a little bit of a reminder here. We'll get started with the League of Legends second game right here on stream in a little while, but we want to remind you, for those of you in the HPU Esports room, as well as the Olelo community channel, they will hold that as well. So on stream here, I believe they will be holding the second game, but on Olelo community channel 53, you'll get to see the cyberbullying prevention thing going down at the Lunch and Learn. So in about 10 minutes from now, or 8 minutes from now, actually, at 11:52 right now, I read. But come on over to the HPU Esports Arena or go inside of the conference room. If you're here with us, you'll get to talk with Laura Dye, Special Agent for Homeland Security Investigations and Cyber Crimes, as well as John Kaneko, who's an acting detective with the Honolulu Police Department and Cyber Crime Unit. So again, in about 8 minutes from now, come and join us inside of the conference room for the Lunch and Learn. That'll be on Olelo Community Channel 53. Or here in the HPU Esports Arena down inside of the conference room, or you can watch the stream here or out here inside of the game room as well. So we'll see you soon in the conference room. We'll see you soon in the League of Legends side as well. Game number 2 coming up, Lunch and Learn coming up as well. Stick around for much more.
All right, hello everyone, and welcome back here as we approach our second semifinal match here at the Hawaii Esports League Championship, brought to you by Vanta and presented by Hawaiian Telcom. Once again, K-Tad, Henry on the desk. We are ready here to take you into our second series. This time, once again, on the Rift is New Valley, different team. This one, they go by the Inters, as in intermediate, or
the other one.
Yeah. That's the definition. That's the one we're gonna go with as we approach this series. But on the other side, Eva Mackay, EMMS Team 1, as they once again go for it and looking to, as we talked about earlier in the day, secure their third championship. Right? Can they get a 3-for-3 sweep? It starts here if they're able to take down their opponents in New Valley. So we'll see if they end up going all the way to the final, or if we are the ones that are going to watch a run back, the revenge arc, so to speak, of New Valley going up against HBA to see if they'll be able to take them down and exact their revenge for their sister team that was taken out earlier. We'll see how that goes. I do believe we have all players in lobby. We are ready to get rolling with the draft in just a little bit. But all right, Henry, we saw it last round. Any other fun predictions you think we're going to see this time?
I actually want to open with something that I'm a little disappointed New Valley third pounders, second team, not the 2 third pounders. It's a little, there was right there, but they were very close. But I think the interesting thing with having a sister team is, there's the possibility for in-houses, meaning they play internally, scrimming against each other without needing to reach out to other organizations or other schools. Does that mean that these 10 players play very similarly in their respective roles and in the team style composition? That's something that we're going to figure out in this series. But Eva Mackay, fresh face relative to me. I didn't get to see their matches yesterday, but they now have quite a bit of weight on their shoulders if they're trying to go for the back-to-back-to-back and just completely sweep the first round of this type of tournament. A lot of that is riding on this best of 3. Like you said, it all begins here. Winning the first game has to feel pretty good. You get that momentum swinging, but, New Valley, they're here to play spoiler.
Yeah, no, I mean, we want to see if that momentum, like you're talking about, right, get themselves out the gate. We saw a difference in composition last time where early game focused compositions seem to be some of the more priority here. I mean, or at least from New Valley, at least on the other side, they wanted to have early lane priority. They wanted to go that route, but unfortunately for them, it all gets shut down by a high tempo, high priority jungler. Obviously, 2 very different teams. We'll see what ends up happening here because the Volibear initially banned away from New Valley. So again, one of those things that tells me there is a plan here, and I love to see it. Eva Mackay was watching the first game. We probably will not see another Hecarim all day long.
Hecarim banned faster than he was running in game number 1, immediately out of the gates. Again, I love the shout-outs to the world, Kakan, 808. Very happy of that, but we're seeing the stereotypical bans. Tristana is a new one. Samira, we're seeing a lot of 80 carry focus. I don't know if both of these team compositions like playing around that part of the map, but it's either 80 carries or it's junglers, and that's kind of been the story of it. Mordekaiser is something that we saw in both of the games in the earlier series. Very impactful, whether from ahead or behind, so definitely something to consider. And Nocturnus, not knocking in Nocturne, potentially knocking in that Darius.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's an interesting part to look at here is a Darius first pick, right? Not something you commonly see anymore, right? When he's used to be so strong, right, it made a lot of sense because he was very powerful up in the top side, right? He wins most of his matchups. He wins most of his duels. It's really not until you get to the team fight phase where he can't out-sustain, he can't get all that damage down. That's when you're able to really take him out. But now looking at it here, yeah, I saw you jump at it, Henry. All right, go for it. You get to talk about it. The one and only Heimerdinger.
Yes, sir. Heimerdinger, if you grew up playing League of Legends, you're very used to seeing him in the middle lane, sometimes in the top lane with that Leandries coming in, but in recent times has been a support in the primary position. And even as an 80 carry, you probably have seen it before. You probably have heard about it before if you're in the league scene. Ash Heimerdinger is that combo to go. Ash now being able to flex to support means that the Heimerdinger could play that offensive or that supportive role. But we were talking about how, 6 bans, and they happen right in the beginning. If you don't see your pocket pairs being banned out one way or another, you can set up for them later in the draft if you don't think that the enemy team is going to take it. Now, with that in mind, the Inters, they have a lot of fast-paced run at you, and they have that Zillion to back it up, revive, or make you even faster. And it's a matter of whether Eva Mackay are going to be able to peel that and slowly trickle that fight down, whittle them down slowly. Viego set can take over fights, but that can't be it.
Yeah, it really can't be it, and it's something that we want to see because, yeah, to that point, Zillion with the ultimate means that he can kind of save his team a little bit, right? If they're going to lock into Soraka here, you've got to imagine that's a Zillion mid, and that means that it's a lot of support to what you would imagine are the 2 go-in characters, right? The 2 characters that want to be in the mix, in the middle of the fight. The Darius, the Wukong, they want to be there. They want to be in your face, so to speak. And when you've got a Zillion, when you've got a Soraka to back you up and give you all the heals, give you all the utility that you'll need, it really will give them that ability to do so. But on the other side, let's take a look at it here. The Set, Viego, those are 2 guys that are completely fine if you dive into their team because they're going to just jump for it and go towards the other side.
And looking at both team compositions, there is so much attack damage. 3 people that really dish out attack damage on either side, and it's really just the mid laners going to tell that story of AP. And You have the Zillion, you have the Nico. That's great. Both of them are kind of more on the utility side nowadays. Nico likes building Everfrost. Zillion likes providing that utility with the bombs. The thing that I want to address that is if you only have one person dealing a type of damage, if that person starts falling behind, it's less necessary to need to itemize that magic resist and stack up that MR, but you can start focusing on those 3 characters all at once with the itemization if that AP character is not relevant enough.
Yeah, and we'll see, right? Itemization is so key, and especially in the preseason like this, we really don't know what exactly the best builds are, right? What's the best permutations? What's the best build path, so to speak? There's so much still being figured out by even at the pro level. The pros are still kind of workshopping and labbing a lot of things, right? You're seeing guys publishing videos of craziness in the practice tool, right? I think I just saw one today. There's one about a Morgana setup now where you can get something like 4,000 damage in 4 seconds or something ridiculous like that. I mean, it's a lot of guys doing a lot of crazy math, a lot of statistics as it pertains to items and item builds. But, you know, that's not what we're here for, right? At the middle, I mean, I'd be amazed and I'd be really impressed if at the middle school level these kids are labbing like that. That'd be so incredible if you think about it, right? Good way to do math, actually. Good practice.
It's true.
Math. Yeah.
It is true. If you find a Senna video, you should send those my way.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
Thank you. Yes, of course.
By the way, for those of you who don't know the inside joke there, Henry is a math major. That's what he majored and graduated with, so that's why he loves anything that has to do with numbers. But anyways, now as we get back into it, it looks like we are loading up onto the Rift, and it should be in the map for game number 1 between New Valley Middle School, the Inters, versus EMMS, Evo Mackay Middle School, Team 1, as they look to figure out who's going to go up against Hawaii Baptist Academy for the finals. That's going to take place in just a little bit. But all right, Henry, if you have to put your guess, if you have to place your bet, which comp do you like better?
Which composition do I like better? I think I like the Inters a lot more. They have a lot of potential for crowd control. The Darius hook can be 5-man. Can be 5-man. So can the Wukong knockup. So can the Zillion bombs. Everything has potential to spread throughout the entire enemy team. I think on the side of EMMS, there's a lot of single target. Set is really good for making the enemy team fall back with that showstopper, but there's not a lot of potential here to really break out into a team fight. I see Viego going, you know, ape mode, as the kids say nowadays, once he gets the ball rolling. But if that never actually happens, you know, New Valley, they got the advantage. But we've seen New Valley's other team play already earlier in the day. If that is any indicator for what it's going to be like for the rest of this game, I think that Aphelios and the Soraka definitely have to watch out a little bit. They have to be a little bit more careful. Caitlyn Nico. Oh, it's Caitlyn Nico. It is Caitlyn with a Nico support. That Heimerdinger is actually going to be going in the mid lane.
Wait. Okay. Interesting. So we've seen some Nico supports before, right? I mean, obviously, that is a thing. But
You've seen it.
You would have thought Heimerdinger support for sure, right? When you're thinking about it and you're looking at it, that all right, you know, Heimerdinger has a lot more utility, has a lot more things that he can do. So you would have thought that you'd see the Heimerdinger support next, but instead, we're seeing Caitlyn Nico, and I mean, it has that root, right? Obviously, root is a little bit easier to land than the the grenade that stuns you. You have to hit them dead center in the radius. You know, if they pair that well with the root into trap, I can see that being a very strong case for Evan Mackay to really get that damage across. But again, all of this is going to come down to how good are they farming, how good are their mechanics, and how is that going to play out?
Yeah, and I think the scary thing you have to consider is that, you know, there is a barrier on that Aphelios. There is a heal on the Soraka, meaning they're going all into that healing department, making sure that Aphelios stays alive. I think this is something that is very different from the other New Valley team that we saw, where there was a lot of priority now on keeping that AD carry alive. I wonder if the skirmishes are going to tell the same story, because, like I was saying, if the New Valley team that we saw earlier in the day is any indicator of this one being with, you know, the potential in-houses and everything like that, it could be a little bit scarier on how this bot lane chooses to execute. They do have a more passive support in the form of a Soraka as opposed to a Nico, like you mentioned, with the CC potential. But Darius into set, I think, is going to be a very interesting matchup. I think the Heimer turrets are going to throw a wrench into the Zillion's plan because a double bomb is not enough to kill any turret at any stage in the game. And look at that apprehend stacks.
Yeah, and that's the rough part about that, right? You'd like to be that, the way you counter a Heimerdinger, so to speak, is that you want to get rid of his utility, his turrets, as fast as possible. If you can't do that with the Zillion in any way, it makes that so difficult for you to be able to really do anything. As we see it there, it takes a little bit of time for him to really kind of take down any of those turrets. And, oh, wait, hold on. Lumarox takes a bit of damage. Yeah, takes too many turret shots. Needs to back it up. Yeah, he wants to respect that there is a potential for a flash engage from Tilted Squares. Oh, he sticks around, though. Ooh, that could be a problem.
Down.
Yeah. Oh. Misses the face breaker, and that means that, yeah, he does get out of there for now. But okay. Take stock of the situation. Still, a slight CS lead starting to build from New Valley. It looks like that is a common theme that the school and the team seem to prioritize, is the ability for them to farm well and farm up. So far, so good.
So far, so good, and I think I want to point out the fact that the set could have opted to flash like you were talking about with that flash engage, but you can see Darius actually opting in for a ghost right here is a lot more detrimental for the set if he loses his flash. If the Darius flashes out of it, it's a flash for flash trade, you're thinking, oh yeah, it's pretty equal, but the ghost is kind of like a flash over time. It acts as a really good engage ability, and speaking of engage,
almost gets taken down there, but now Tilted Squares, is he in trouble himself, as here comes the Wukong, just needs to be in range for a dash, but no, is able to walk it out for the rest of it there. So first gank unsuccessful from the side of Master QWQN, but overall still not too bad. I mean, overall the game state looking okay for either side. They're just kind of practicing it out. We'll see when the junglers get involved. Viego does need a little bit of time to get activated, right? Not quite as early as the Wukong, so we won't expect to see any craziness from him for a little while. Good damage there from the side of Banini Boy, but overall nothing else doing it.
And you can see the lane states already. AMMS, like we said, those turrets have longevity, and that just makes it so much more difficult to push against. The damage going on to the Caitlyn is very favorable here on the side of New Valley, just because if it happens on the Aphelios, okay, the Soraka will just heal up, it's fine. But you can't say the same thing on the side of Evan Mackay because they don't have a healer. They opted in for that aggressive support, but we haven't really seen a lot of aggression coming in from this side, just because both Aphelios and Caitlyn, they're very, very long range, some of the longest range characters in the game. That makes it a lot more difficult for this Nico to be able to engage onto either one, and the Soraka can just play far back, and look, the Zillion now poked out, does have teleport, is going to look to use it in order to get back into lane, but this Heimer is just getting all of the lane priority he needs.
Yeah, I mean, well, I'm only noticing this now, Henry, but you talk about Soraka being able to play back and all of that. Have you taken a look at his name?
Oh.
It's the Banana-Rama Slammer. Yeah, you gotta love a name like that. I mean, honestly, it shows, right, the one-trick potential. You gotta love it. A guy who loves playing Soraka, I mean, known for the meme of bananas, right?
Right.
As Soraka is commonly known for. So you love to see it. I mean, it's rare to see Soraka one-tricks these days.
It's very rare to see Sorakas up until recently. Oh, this wave is not going to go great.
Oh, yeah, unlucky for Tilted Squares. As now we see a fight down bottom lane. Master wanted to get involved as well, but unfortunately it is matched by the Viego, so they can't turn it back into a 2v2. But instead, Banini Boy does get taken down. First blood. Here comes more damage. Great Root will pick up the Soraka now, though they want to keep going. Looking for the silence. Don't quite want to go for the dive just yet if they landed any more damage. Meanwhile, Tilted Squares hits 6 first. Gets some damage off cross, but Lumarox has the stacks on him now. If he's not careful, he could be in for the slam. But instead, no, Lumarox will just back it up. They burn the ultimate, but it is first blood and an additional kill down on the bot side.
I really want to know what happened in that bot side to have caused such a large swing in HP. The barrier and the heal both expended on the sides of New Valley. Evan Mackay just able to do so much damage, and not only that, first blood, second blood, both going into the Caitlyn's pocket, so that's a good and then some. The hook landing.
Tilted Squares, yeah, waiting for the...
Slam!
Oh, there it is! slams him down. Lumarox picks up that kill. 1-2, even out on the board. Here comes the Viego as well, though. Percival in a bit of a weird spot. Remember, he does have ultimate, so the burst would need to be big, and instead, no, they just back it up for now.
Not going to use the ultimate, mostly because there was no mana for it, but didn't need it anyway. The Darius into the set matchup is a little bit of a mind game going on. You definitely, for me personally, when I play that matchup and I'm playing as Darius, I want to try to bait out that W, that Haymaker from the set as best as I can, because that is enough shielding to actually negate the Darius slam coming forward once you have the 5 stacks. And the set obviously has to navigate around that and use it correctly, because when you have that fully stacked Haymaker, that can kind of turn it. The Darius might not even get the opportunity to ult there. You can see that with the item choice, the component here with the set, it's going to be a Heartsteel start here, potentially, for the set. One of the new items that allows you to permanently stack health, but I don't know if health is the play here against the Darius.
Wow, look at that damage, though. I mean, talking about it on the bot side, Banini Boy gets hit with the root and just instantly takes the Piltover Peacemaker into the Nico bubble there, where it pumps 3 times, gets the extra damage. Overall, here comes more. Haymaker goes up, or rather the showstopper, I should say, as now Lumarox in trouble. Picks it up, though. 1v2. Finds his kill, finds his man, and now Master QWQN in the bush will just clear a vision, but it's a level 7 Viego versus a level 6 Wukong. He should be backing it up, but great job to get the trade for the Darius.
Very good trade. We were talking about the Summoner spell advantage. There it showed once again. I was wondering if the Haymaker was used earlier, as we were just talking about it. Not sure if it was offline, on cooldown, etc., but Darius getting that huge AD boost of having the 5 hemorrhage stacks on a target, was able to just finish off the set in one blow. I don't think Tilted Squares expected it. And we're seeing a lot of Viego roaming first, Wukong kind of falling behind, and Heimer...
Interesting. The Ignite gets burned, I think, as a way to kind of dissuade Percival from really kind of trying to continue any more aggression there, knowing that he was taking a bit of chunk of damage from his own side. But yeah, as we go forward now, Pander does lose both of his summoners there in that fight, so doesn't have the flash, which is the more critical one. A double bomb into a gank could mean that he is going to just be gone when you consider just the amount of burst potential that the Wukong has this early in the game, at this phase of the game. But I mean, looking at it here, it's still the Viego, Angel Cat memes. He's the one that is farming up well. He's the one that is getting the items under his belt after that kill on top side. He should be finishing his first critical, his first mythic item very, very soon, very, very shortly. And that's when you might start to see Viego coming along online, right? That's when he's going to look to be ganking a little bit more, right? He doesn't quite need to keep power farming as much, but down in the bot side, Kikane in a little bit of a trouble spot. They don't quite see the Wukong here. Angel Cat memes is in the river and waiting, but this could be a forced fight they don't necessarily want to go into here. Bananarama Slammo is a little bit low, but they see the Viego go into the bush, and now they're going to chase it out. They find him there. Master goes in, but instead they dive back onto the clone. For now, they're just going to play a little bit of ring around the Rosie, but Banini Boy does get a little bit of damage. Here comes the Nico, but the Cyclone is in return. Ooh. There goes the Star Call, and it's going to get the damage out. There's one. Angel Cat means gets dropped as well. Kikane needs to get out. Net back. It's a 2-for-1, but it's a favor inside of New Valley as they pick up 2. Big trade, big swing, but now it's dead even gold.
Ace in the hole was available. Hold on, the Heimerdinger.
He survives that one. But here's Lumarox on the side. Not going to really go for anything else, I think, from this one. Turrets all get taken down, so it gives them a little bit more gold. But, yeah, taking a look at that there. Big, big advantage from the side of New Valley in the bottom lane. They turn it around somehow with the Cyclone damage.
It was very critical that the Viego was not able to get any of the possessions there. You could see the Filios falling very, very late into the team fight, and that was at the point where Viego was too low to even capture the soul. Once that soul is captured, that health regen starts happening. That becomes a very, very scary situation for New Valley. Speaking of scary.
Kane might have overstayed his welcome. Actually, no, that was Froggy Wind in the little bit of a deception, but just gets taken down in general. But we return to the top side as Angel Cat Memes in the 2v1 with Lumarox gets some damage across. Can he get it enough? No, not able to get the slam, which means that now they trade 1-for-1 across the map, coast to coast. But we go to the Dragon next because that means it is the side of New Valley to pick up the first one of this match. It is the Ocean, and that should help them through the rest of this laning phase.
This is a much scrappier game than we saw in the first series. I don't think 10 kills at 12 minutes was on anybody's plan, especially on either team, but you can see each team is trading blow for blow. You're taking an advantage one side, I'll take the advantage on the other side. Dragon for Rift Herald as an example right now. And we're seeing a lot of parallels between the New Valley team that we saw in the last series and the New Valley team here. The CS lead, the minion score, the yellow numbers, they are very heavily in favor in New Valley, except in the jungle department where that lead is almost equal to one of the lanes that you can see New Valley with the advantage. And Eva Mackay looking to kind of keep it even. 5-5, the kills are even, the goal practically even. 300 gold separates them between the entire teams on either side, and I think that Rift Herald that New Valley, actually, I'm sorry, that Eva Mackay have recently gotten, they need to drop it between 14 minutes, like we said, otherwise they're just not going to get the maximum value.
Yeah, they really won't, but now as you see it, another root lands. Banini Boy, they wanted to look for the net into the Peacemaker, but instead doesn't do anything there. Another stun up in the mid lane. Pandirt, he is the one that's going to take a lot of damage off of that, and it's not a kill, it's not pressure, but it is wave management for now. As up in the top side, it's another showstopper. Angel Cat Means it's here, looking for the damage onto Lumarox. He pops the ult. Will the bleed pick up the kill? It doesn't look like it. Tilted Square stays alive. They are going to get the kill in the top side, but meanwhile in the mid lane, Master QWQN does come in, picks up the kill onto Pandirt, and that means it's again a 1-for-1 trade across the map.
And once again, both junglers were involved in each of the kills. You can look at the kill participation across the board. That's the first number and the third number for their scoreboard. Viego part of 5 of it, the Wukong part of 4 of it. So much trading back and forth, and this bot lane has been a lot more aggressive than we originally thought. Yes, we were like, yes, they have long range, they can poke each other out, but you can see the aggression on the Nico starting to build up those items. I'm expecting an Everfrost to come out of that lost chapter, but regardless of what it's going to be, this Nico already has the roots nailing down. It's going to be chain CC or chain damage after that.
Yeah, and that's the scary thing about the Nico, right? That root, like we were talking about, compared to the Heimerdinger, the root is so much easier to land, and it can go through so many more targets. And we're seeing it. He is consistently landing it, right? Froggy Wind is consistently getting those roots down, and it is locking down targets. It's just a matter that because the blue side, because New Valley has the Soraka, they're able to sustain through it. They're able to stick out. But, you know, this could be trouble here because this should be a lot of turret damage here with the wave, with the Viego. You'd think that they're going to try to go for the finish here, but instead, no, it looks like they're going to back away. They'll respect that the Aphelios can get a lot of damage across because of that Infernum, right? The flamethrower that he has in pocket right now. But on the other side of the map, it is Master QWQN, right? He is able to start getting an advantage on the top side through that counter jungle. Gets found by Tilted Squares in the back end of it all, but it means that while that's happening, there is a lot more damage. That wave is getting shoved up to the turret from Lumarox.
And you can see the Zillion pushing aggressive, trying to get a good double bomb trade, but took just way more damage from the Heimerdinger turrets. And this is something that we were been talking about, the susceptibility. Heart's still not completed. That very signature sound that you hear a lot if you've been playing ARAM in the last couple of weeks. But there it is, Heart's still not completed. And you're going to, I believe this is going to be a math set. And what we mean by math set is set has this, the W scales off of maximum health, but also scales off of attack damage. And what math set likes to do is maximize the potential of both of those stats so that when it comes to that true damage, it ends up doing the most it can possibly do. So, with that in mind, now the Mythic's coming online.
Yeah, Mythic's coming online, and I think this is interesting to look at. Because we're seeing the Gale Force from the Caitlyn, which is pretty expected, right? It allows her to really reposition in fights. You're not necessarily worried about having to burn through tanks when you're looking at against a Darius or a Wukong, so forcing out onto the Kraken isn't necessarily required here. But on the other side, I love the call for the Immortal Shield Bow from the side of Banini Boy with the idea that, all right, if he starts dying, if he goes down early up against that composition, the Viego just starts getting resets. He knows he doesn't want that. He is the member that they're all going to be targeting, right? The Soraka and the Zillion, they should be out of range, should be out of reach for the most part. So it's really going to be, he's the one that Angel Cat Memes wants to take down first. He's obviously one of the biggest damage dealers in the fight as it regards. So it's something to think about, that you want to make sure you are not the one to go down.
Absolutely so. You can see the junglers once again trying to see if they can make an effect into the lane, but the Heimerdinger just too low for it.
Oh, yeah, another Cyclone, another gank there from the side of Master QWQN. Gets themselves a 2v1 kill up in that mid lane, but also gives them timing on the dragon potentially. They just need to shove this wave out from bot, make sure that they don't have any chance to lose first turret. But oh no, instead here comes Angel Cat Memes, gets a nice stun onto Percival. But remember, he has the ultimate. He gets the revive here, and that means that's all he's going to get. Angel Cat Memes knows that he's not going to be able to secure much more than that. So for now, just backs it up. If he gets that stun, there might be a chance, but for now, he does just back it away. And with Drake up now, this actually could be Eva Makai's Mountain Drake to pick up instead.
Both junglers were still in the vicinity. They duked it out. They're going to have to reset. You got a little excerpt of how annoying it is to gank Zillion with the revive. It still had Heartbreaker available on the side of Angel Cat, but obviously you don't want to expend it if it's not guaranteed kill there. That's another Heartsteel proc. You can hear the sound. There it is. And every punch of that is going to make the set stronger and stronger. And yeah, you can see it. He survives the 5 stacks. He can survive the ultimate now. He has almost 3,000 HP, but...
Oh, wait. Big damage from the Chakrams there. Banini Boy picks up that one. It's a 2v1 kill there as well. But now it's the bottom lane again. So Bananarama Slamma needs to get out of here. Angel Cat Memes is there. Pops the turret. Gets some damage down. Gale Force forward. They're just trying to get him low enough for the ace in the hole. But he's tanking up the damage in the Chakrams. Here comes Master Q. He gets the shutdown. Angel Cat Memes can't get out of there just yet. He's going to try to get to the turret. Flashback around. Q lands. Gets a damage out. No, not able to do any more. It's just one, but now it flips back over. A New Valley gets presence on the bottom lane, and they get to go to the dragon.
The double-edged sword of the Nico pick. You can provide the damage, but you have no way of getting out, and that shows it right there. We were very uncertain which team was going to get the second dragon, but New Valley is going to secure it for themselves. They have the rejuvenation of the Ocean Dragon. They have the sturdiness of the mountain. And now for the rest of the game, it's going to be the attack speed and the cooldown dragon, the Hextech Drake.
Yeah, Hextech Drake means that there is also base gate and gate gaming basically is now. Oh my god, Lumarox, the bleed, is it enough? Tilted squares, he just needs to stay alive. Yes, he's just barely out there. Angel Cat Memes now walks forward, but the heal, the sustain from Lumarox gets more stacks. There's one, gets a second, Showstopper goes in, but he goes down! It's a 2v1 kill, turnaround from Lumarox. He picks up that one for himself in the top side, and it keeps New Valley in the lead right now in gold.
Lunarox welcomes you. Funnel in one at a time as you wish. That is going to be the easiest 2v1 you've ever had. Angel Cat does not have the damage to take the Darius down, and it was just not enough, but the Nico coming in baits out the res.
Yeah, baits out the res, thinking that that was the actual Angel Cat for a second there. And I think that was the scary part for him, knowing or not remembering that he just went down in the top side. So now as it stands, the rest of the squad, or Percival, without the ultimate, right, without that revive, he's going to have to start thinking about how he wants to play this next fight. Because objectives, I mean, for now, no major objectives on the map. But if they find themselves in a team fight, it would be a sticky situation because of how long that cooldown is going to take. It's obviously slowly going down faster as Zillion gets more, you know, levels under his belt. He is able to reset it and take off those 15 seconds every time. But for now, still needs to figure out what's going to happen next.
And I want to talk about the difference in itemization right now that actually led to that Darius 1v2. You can see both set Viego actually, hold on, collapse.
Oh, Nico does try to deceive him. But instead, Lumarox was there in the wings, so it means that they don't actually have to push anything else just yet. And instead, for now, They still posture up. A lot of members in mid lane right now. Aphelios on the way, but here comes Tilted Squares on the side. It's a root, it's a pull in, it's a silence. They're gonna root up, and there it is. Yeah, Foggy Wind will drop. Showstopper drops him in the middle, but he's in the whole team. Here comes Heimerdinger on the side, but the Needy Boy also getting some damage across. Set has stayed alive for so long. Angel Cat tries to dive back in, but he just gets pulled in. It's New Valley with the wipe. 3 members down. They take it all, but they don't have anything else. A ping goes across for Baron, but I think they're just gonna back it up for now.
Set and Viego are both attack damage dealers. You can have the Darius itemized with armor. Look, they have the chain vest, they have the plated steel caps that negates so much damage. It keeps the Darius so healthy throughout the fight, and that, with 3 kills, make it 4 actually. That's going to be a free Baron for New Valley, and the sister team is showing signs of life here.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking like they might want to try and close it out and finish out the day here strong. Knowing that, all right, they've got the team fight win. They should be able to go in as now Foggy Wind. Kind of trying to bait this across. Angel Cat means very low, looking for the steal. Doesn't have the range for the bubble, and that does get secured. So New Valley picks up the Baron. 7K gold lead in the bank, a little bit under that. But still, so far so good. They found their team fight, and now it's an early Baron.
They found the team fight, they found the CS lead, they found the Baron. A lot of things are looking up for this New Valley squad, and now Evan Mackay playing on that back, but they still have a Caitlyn. Very fed in that department, a little far behind on the farm, but nothing that you can't make up. Still has the Guild Force, still has the raw stats needed to take anybody down in a potential 1v1 or as a catch pick here. But it looks like New Valley, they are starting to group as 5, and they are going to take you down as 5.
Huge damage there coming out from the side of New Valley as they pick off Foggy Wind. But honestly now, the group up, right? They're all staying together, knowing that Percival has the TP. They can teleport him into the fight whenever they need to. So it means the rest of the member, they can act as almost like a pseudo death ball. They group up, they stay together as 4. Anybody that contests them, like Angel Cat Meme is doing right now, is in for a world of hurt. He has to hop out. Showstopper goes forward, but Tilted Squares was just trying to save his jungler. Instead, he's the one to drop. The rest of the squad is there. They're trying to chase it out. This turret, not enough health, not much doing. The rest of the team needs to back it up. Instead, it's an ultimate from Pandirt. Will the next turret shot land? No. Starcall goes forward. He has to flashback as well. Turret is 1 hit away. They're still trying to defend it. They're going to have to back up now. And with Baron buff ticking and with members down, this could be a second turret, but instead, here comes Angel Cat Memes. The base gates gets him to the fight sooner than expected. And with this experience transfer from Percival, okay, he does get out for now. But the rest of the squad is still here. He's going to try to go back in. Stuns 1. But instead, no, they all still just wait it out. They don't want to necessarily fight here. So they will just use their Baron-empowered recalls and get out of the map.
I think this mass recall might actually warrant Evan Mackay to go for this dragon. Granted, the dragon has a lot of health. You can take the Hex Gates to arrive a lot sooner. That is what New Valley are going to be doing. But you could just see, they tried to burst down the Aphelios, and that would not happen. Zillion ult, Soraka heal. Froggy Wind is just getting caught as collateral right now.
Yeah, that is a big bomb. It's going to be a lot of damage. He's going to be forced back. But the rest of the squad, meanwhile, take a look on the left side. Pandirt almost gets soloed out by Lumarox. You can tell that the side of MMKai, they want to contest this. They don't want to necessarily give this over for free. But can they get a steal in? That's what Angel Cat's looking for. He can't quite get in there yet. Now he looks for his chance, not able to do it. And instead, he's going to go out. And that is a double pickup on the back end. Bonini Boy gets the snipe down from the side. And they have to run. They need to get out of here. This is not a safe space yet. They're willing to dive the turrets, it would seem. And that's exactly what New Valley wants to do. They're going to dive in. Cyclone gets 1. They're silenced. They're pulled back. They can't get out of there just yet. They have to retreat to the turret. They leave Kikane up at tier 1. The rest of the squad trying to regroup. Pandirt is here. And he is just trying to stay alive. Stay in and hide in the safety of his turret. But the dive, the 5-man dive is there. And he can't get away. He gets picked up. It's a flashback over from Bananarama, but with the minion wave approaching, actually no, Angel Cat wants more of this. He's going to try to go back in, get silenced and rooted. He needs to retreat, and the rest of the squad pulls up. They've got the tier 1 turret moving towards tier 2.
All I can say for the Caitlyn is 80 carry in 2022. Definitely getting the treatment there, but you can see New Valley, they are snowballing this lead that they have. over and over again. They are now one dragon away from securing the soul. They have all of the outers out already, and that makes it a lot harder for EMMS to get any of these objective bounties. The furthest one, or the closest one, is that mid lane outer, but they have not been able to push that lane out ever since this control has been taken by New Valley. MVMS now in the driver's seat. If they keep playing the way that they do, it is clear as day that they are going to win this game, and it's just so hard to tackle. I think the one thing that EMMS could work on is just building grievous wounds. They don't have any of that on any of the members on their team. Darius, Zillion, Soraka, all three of these, now Wukong with the Ravenous Hydra, they all heal tremendous amounts.
Oh, no. Bonini Boy, yep, just a little bit too strong right now. 724 Immortal Shield Bow, but has the Collector, more importantly. Banana, okay. Let's see if he gets out. Redemption, nope. Yep, cut away. Yep, look away. Yep, get out of here. Yep, production said nope. Yep, look over here. We're going top lane. Hey, look at that. Hey, they took the base gate. Hey, the Viego. Oh, no. Oh, production. One more time. And there we go.
Pandacam.
Yeah, there we go. Hey! As we see him cut away, but it is unfortunately Angel Cat Memes wanted to base there. He had just pushed out the wave, right? And unfortunately for him, the Goon Squad was ready.
The Goon Squad is the best way to put it. They just rolled up fast beyond repair, and they were just charging at the enemy like there was no tomorrow there. And it's just so hard to tackle this team. Everybody on the team has over 2,000 HP right now. You cannot say the same for EMMS. And I swear that Caitlyn was 3-0 at one point, now 3-3. That Beacon of Hope originally for the middle school not looking too well, but Hybrid does still do quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, it could be a saving grace type of moment if they are able to get themselves enough damage or the line to be held, right? If they can stall out long enough, get enough items, get enough gold, that would be the goal for them. But instead, for now, it looks like that is not going to be the case, as they need to hold here. Baron coming up soon are already available, and I'm hearing pings from something. They want to go somewhere. They're trying to figure out what the play is going to be from New Valley as they move forward. They know that it's going to be tough to force themselves past that Heimerdinger front line of turrets, so looking for the opening, trying to almost starve out Eva Mackay from being able to farm their jungle or do anything outside of their base, and that's what we're starting to see here.
Yeah, the fact that they can... Oh, hold on. Wait a minute.
Wait, Angel Cat Memes goes in, but they get pulled back in by the Darius. Instead, Cyclone is there. Damage across, and it's going to be the slam from Moomerox. The rest of the squad is out, but Tander tries to get more damage up. Nico goes for it. It's a big four-man stun, but here comes the Moonlight Vigil. The Chakrams, they shut him down. They get one flash forward from Pander. Wanted to get the stun, but wasn't in range. Look at all those Chakrams. Bonini Boy is strong. Yeah, okay, there it went, but there's so much damage coming out from that AD carry. As now, with the jungler still alive, there is a ping. Yep, they could go to Baron. That's what the thought could be, but they don't know that the Wukong is actually at blue.
Yeah, the Wukong decided to path bot side. Not sure what the play is there. I think they're trying to reset. 3 for 2 in favor of NVMS, but you kind of take that if you're Evan Mackay just because you got those big shutdowns. They're on somebody. It doesn't matter who, but they're on somebody. They're on the Nico. Both kills, actually, but...
Oh, no. Tilted Squares TPs into this, but might not have been what he wanted. Walks right into the Aphelios. And that's not what you want to see. Here comes Angel Cat Memes, though. Have these two overstayed? Are they a bit too greedy? No, the rest of the team decides they're just going to let them walk it out. There's nothing else for them to farm. There's nothing else for them to take. And just the starvation, right? The way that New Valley is starving them out from being able to finish this game means that it's in a tough spot.
That was Barrier. I don't think he needs it, given, you know, his position in the game right now, but... there was a lot of emphasis from Tilted Squares to defend that that inner tower. I mean, it does stand, it does stay alive, but because of all of those resources put onto the top side, that is going to mean that this is going to be the Hextech Soul secured here without contestation coming out from EMMS. Evan Mackay now on the run, but that Darius is fast. That's going to be a flash hook.
Flash pulling onto Angel Cat Memes, but here comes the Wukong. The Cyclone is there. The repeat, the damage. Tilted Squares taking a big chunk of damage as well. There goes Foggy Wind. It's just a team wipe across from anybody that was involved in that fight. Pander trying to shove the wave out now and buy themselves some time. But is he in trouble as the Wukong chases him out? We'll get a slow, and now Kikane trying to run away from Lumarox as well, but it looks like here comes Percival. They don't get the stun, but they do get the hook back in. The flash out because he knows if that Q connects, he is gone. And instead, Kikane will be able to get out of here for now. Heels trying to just stay alive, trying to push the wave back, but it's New Valley walking it down. The victory march is here. The 10K gold lead, they now are pinging away. They now want to take the Baron, and that looks to be where they're headed next.
This is the first 10K gold lead we've seen all day, which means that this is definitely a serious type. It's a big disaster, you know. We've been seeing the comebacks from the other teams, but that was because the gold was really close and it was decently manageable. You can kind of see EMMS, Evamakai, they haven't been able to really contest any of the most recent objectives. The most recent 2 dragons, they were taken without anybody coming in to object against that. I think this Baron is probably the first sign of us seeing that red side trying to stop it at the very least, but it seems inevitable. It feels very difficult. It's going to have to take a good team fight, but that's a lot of damage.
That is a lot of damage, and that's the Zillion ultimate burn, but here comes Master QWQ, and around the side means that the rest of the squad needs to respect it. EMMS will back up for now. They want to make sure they keep eyes on where this Wukong is. They keep throwing wards in the pit to make sure that they aren't still on it. But they need to be careful because if they force into a team fight like this, Lumarox goes in, pulls him in, gets the Q, wants to get it in. Aphelios as well, dives into the back wall. Foggy Wall is there, double kill for Darius. He picks up 1, make it 3, gets more. It's a quadra kill. There's the pentakill! New Valley takes it down. Lumarox gets all 5. They're going to get the Baron, but they get to walk it in. That's absolutely massive.
Lunarox take a bow. That was beautiful. The first penta of the day, and that is exactly how you send a statement to Evamakai. That is how you send them off for game number 1. It is all but done now. Baron secured. They're going to back. They're going to spend their hard-earned cash, and the final march seems inevitable.
Yep, that's what it definitely seems as we walk up down the mid lane as they go. It is just at the last few moments, pay dirt was achieved. He gets all of those kills. Prod, if we can see the scoreboard real quick, I just want to see what items he's got in his belt. Oh,
he's got all of them.
He's got all of them. He's full build. 13, 4, and 8. 700 gold is his bounty, but it doesn't really matter as Lumarox will be looking to finish out this one as they move forward. I mean, what more can Evamakai do? They need to hold at the turret. If that, they're going to try to go for it now, but it looks like this inhibitor turret is down. They're going to pick that one up. They keep going forward. The Percival not afraid of the Heimerdinger in the middle of the fight. There's one slam. Can they repeat it? The double penta. No one said the root is there, but Bamini Boy does get a lot of damage across. Inhibitor's gone, but now the wave is moving. They just need to get underneath the final 2 turrets. And it looks like that's going to be the call. They're going to try to hold the line a little bit longer. But here they go. They're going to take down the bottom lane. Foggy Wind, goodbye. Gets taken down before the ult can pop. The rest of the squad needs to move over to the left. They get that one. And that means now it is game point, or rather match point, for New Valley Middle School. The Inters, as they name themselves, as here we go, set, showstopper in, good face breaker, but is it too little, too late? They'll pick up the Soraka, but the Aphelios will just wash through the rest of the team. Angel Cat wants to get a little bit more, but it doesn't matter. New Valley gets the game point and moves themselves over to go potentially up against HBA.
What a good turnaround. It took 2 teams, but I really like the storyline that's happening here within the New Valley. You know, the 2 teams going on right here. We saw what could look like not a great day, but we also saw what the New Valley teams are capable of. And this one just kind of took the game over almost immediately. As soon as they got the leads, they tried to go further and further in. Granted, the fights weren't as clean as you would like. There were 2 for 2s, 2 for 3s, 3 for 4s, as there is, but I think it felt like they were in control for a majority of the game, and that is something that Evamakai, they now have to look at heading into game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely wonder what kind of adaptations we're going to see because ultimately, right, if you think about that game, it wasn't like the Darius was crazy strong early on, right? They were still trading out. They were still doing pretty well. But as he starts to build those leads, right, critically, that 2v1 that he plays across, that was a big turning point. That was a big factor in how that match plays out. And I got to wonder, now, if not for that, right, if not for the early advantage for the side of Lumarox, is he still as strong as he needs to be to get that pentakill in the middle stages of the game, right? You saw some advantages. We saw trading going back and forth. Evo Mackay, as we've seen so far in this tournament, in this championship weekend, a strong program, right? They surely are going to be able to go back to the drawing board, talk it out, figure out some new strategies, come back to the table with, all right, what are we going to do next, right? What is going to be the next play? What is going to be the way that we adapt and change that moving forward? And only time will tell.
I think one of the major things they definitely do need to address was that lack of answer to the healing that was happening on the side of New Valley. You saw the Darius heal, how much it was against even the set shield. The Wukong started taking over the fight. The Soraka was just pumping out healing after healing. That mid lane siege on that outer on the side of Evan Mackay, you saw the Aphelios dip down to very critical low health bars. The Zillion ult was proc just in case, and then immediately back to 3/4 HP. That was something that should not have been able to be possible even if you are ahead or even if you are behind. That was just so much healing. Hello there. You're very excited to be on camera. I am excited to be on camera too, but yeah, you know, there's a lot of things you could look at in the game and kind of break down and see where you can go from there. I think the healing is one of the issues. I think the damage compositions between the top jungle being the same damage type, making it easy for that Darius to itemize, just build that armor against the Set and the Viego. Another thing you could talk about, but, you know, adaptation is now up to you on the side of Evan Mackay. It is up to you to see if you can bring anything to the table and kind of shake it up for game number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. We could see a lot of shakeups as we move forward, but as I'm seeing production type it, I believe we are getting a lot of roster changes actually for the New Valley squad.
I see that.
I'm really interested to see this. It's almost a complete change out of a roster of new players that we haven't seen all day. So New Valley really brought a lot of people to this competition. As we're seeing it now, brought a lot of members of their school. They were ready. They want to give everybody that experience here online, and you got to respect it, right? But as we're seeing it here now, 4 out of 5 members change out. It is now Captain Panda coming in at the top, Little Judd coming in jungle, KZ in mid, and Killer King 3000 coming in at the bottom lane. So, I mean, overall, a lot of craziness that's getting changed in, a lot of new players coming to swapped in. But while we wait for the next match, we should be taking just a short little bit of a break, as of course we will have some videos for you guys to play from Vanta Leagues themselves. Check them out. Check out all of the things that they have to offer from the coaching, from the program, from the competition. You want to check them out. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here to the second semifinal of the League of Legends Middle School Championship here at the Hawaii Esports League Championship, brought to you by Vanta Leagues and presented by Hawaiian Telecom. My name is Kyler Keitano, and once again, Henry Chung over here on my left. And with that said, we have now watched as New Valley is potentially poised to set themselves up for the revenge match up against Hawaii Baptist Academy. But all that stands in their way is one more match, one more map, one more game of Summoner's Rift up against Evo Mackay Middle School. Now, on the other side of that coin, Evo Mackay, again, looking to sweep the championship here by getting their team into the finals again, means that they could take 3 for 3. They'd love to do it, but obviously the team has a little bit to consider, has a little bit to kind of reevaluate after that first match.
A little bit to evaluate. Most of it is going to come down to the team composition and how they want to work it out. Again, I think a lot of things that they need to fix is something that they could fix in the draft and not necessarily in terms of the gameplay. I think there is still a lot of potential going on. We'd like to say the early game is a good indicator of how the game goes on later, unless some snowball effect happens. And I think both teams were pretty even in keeping it. You saw the Caitlyn Aphelios lane. There was a lot of poking back and forth, yeah, but for the most part it was very stable. And I think that the same thing you could say for the Darius set until the heavier fighting started happening around, and same for the Heimer Zillion. So I don't think the compositions, an example, were anything too much to work on. Again, I think the damage profiling between the jungler and the laners is something to look at, but other than that, I mean, itemization, more teamwork, and I think on the side of Evan Mackay, if you think your lanes need a little bit more help than you could potentially think, maybe pick somebody that is capable of roaming, a roaming support, roaming mid laners. Those are all viable options moving into this game number 2. And, you know, for New Valley, just do the same thing.
Yeah.
Let's do it again.
If it's not broke, don't fix it, is
exactly
the saying as it goes, right? And that seems to be the call from the side of New Valley as we are about to load up into the draft for match number 2 here in this best-of-3 finals. Now, or semifinal match, I should say. But now taking a look at it here, I mean, obviously you'd expect, right, a Darius ban to be one of the first things that goes off the table. I don't think they want to see it, but let's think about this here, because as we talked about before the break, this is almost a completely new roster we're seeing from New Valley, right? They're putting in a different string. They're putting in a different team. And honestly, for me, I don't know how you react to that, right? It's not something we see commonly where like 4 out of 5 members get swapped out between a match. And I'm curious. I'm really curious. Is this an upgrade? Is this a you know,
side grade?
A side, yeah, like a side move, or is this kind of like giving everyone that LAN experience? You know, I really don't know what to expect when you change out this many members of the roster.
Yeah, and shout out to Banana, the support. The only one returning into this draft, the one you shouted out. So I guess the caster blessing once in a while.
When you've got a name like that,
that's true.
You gotta keep that guy in.
That's true.
That's like morale right there. You know what I mean? I don't know if you'd ever. If I had that guy on my team in a professional match, in a professional setting, right, competitive game, I would 100% just call that guy's name out every time he makes a play. I don't even care that he's a Soraka. If he seems to be a Soraka one trick, he pushed R.
Win.
It's a dub.
Good job.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Exactly. He healed the team.
I think so too. Yeah, and it's very rare to see 4 substitutes come out, like you said, after a victory on that regard, right? And I think it is possibly because of that LAN experience, right? This is middle school. Getting everybody that opportunity is a wonderful experience for the players, for the coaches, and also for their schools as a whole, just to get that name recognition out there in terms of players. But yeah, we don't know whether this is going to be an upgrade, side grade, downgrade, like you said. I think for the most part, this makes draft a lot harder. Because now, do you just ban the same thing from game 1, the stuff that you found annoying? Or do you think that, oh yeah, these people share the same champion pools, so it's worth it to ban out that Darius or ban out that Zillion, the things that they've already played? I think with Banana being the returning member, they could ban out the Soraka.
Yeah, they actually could. I mean, right, if you're expecting that is the one trick, right? I mean, obviously we don't know, right? We haven't checked the OPGGs or anything on these players. We're just kind of seeing who they are, what they, how they play, and as we go throughout the day. But on the other side, if with a name like that, who knows, right? What else does he have in the tank? Because yes, maybe he's a Soraka fan, or maybe he just likes bananas. But either way, if he's got, if it's forcing Soraka's such a unique playstyle, I should say, right? Where you really have to know how to, or it forces you to play a certain way against it, that when you're looking at other comps, when you're looking at other teams, it's really a question mark of, I don't really know what's going to happen and how they're going to do it.
Yeah, and I think the Soraka ban might actually be worth it, regardless of whether the person likes bananas or is a Soraka main. You got to see the silence field kind of mess up a lot of the team identity when it came down to the team fights. The set could bring somebody into the entire team heart of the team, easy opportunity for a 5-man face breaker, but the silence field immediately is not capable of doing anything, is not even able to summon the shield to protect himself for that true damage. And we get to see that time and time and time and time again, not just the set, but the other characters on the team just absolutely nullified in terms of abilities because of that silence field. I think that was one of the main things that made it very difficult to play around the Soraka and the team composition. The Darius, if you're just on a silence field and Darius is running at you, you can't even flash out. You can't do anything about it. So Soraka ban could potentially be the play here. There's only 3 bans you get on each side. You got to use them well.
Yeah, we'll see what it ends up being. Is now this time out, Eva Mackay bans a Trundle away. So I think it speaks to exactly what we were talking about. We have no idea who the new players are going to be and what they're going to do. And it forces Eva Mackay, I think, to have to just kind of do a little bit of their homework. What do you play? What do you play? What's strong? What are we worried about, right? And it forces us into a new ban. So against New Valley, yeah, we can throw away all the information we had from last series except for the talk about the Soraka. On the other side, though, New Valley, they're taking away the Nico. They feel that that had, I think, a bit too much priority in the team fights. It makes sense. And again, something to make sure you don't deal with because that root was so strong, right? It was so solid. Whereas on the other side now, Eva Mackay once again bans away the Aphelios.
Yeah, we're seeing the similar picks being banned out. It's a lot of Game 1 influence here, and it's not going to be a fresh slate on the side of Eva Mackay. They're going to trust their gut and say, okay, Aphelios, you saw it, or it's going to go with it. It's not going to be here anymore. Game 1 bans, I feel like, when you don't get to scout the opponent as much, you're kind of just banning out the stuff that you don't like. We mentioned this in the last series. You get to see a full evolution of those bans coming out in game number 2. The Inters taking the Nico out, taking the set out. I wouldn't be surprised if they took out another person that we saw from the previous game. But on the other side, Darius Aphelios, even though those 2 players aren't in this game, they're still going to take it out. They don't want to see it at all.
Yeah, so I got to respect the call, right? Even though it's new players, all right, these were some of the things that were really, really bad that we don't want to deal with. We'll take them off the table. Whereas New Valley now, for better or for worse, because we've seen this go both ways in the past, right? Nico, Set, Heimerdinger all taken off the table. And it forces the side of Eva Mackay onto new characters, right? Characters that they didn't get to play last game. Now, could work out for them. Could put them on better picks, right? Better compositions. And that's, I think, one of the more interesting things about when you look at drafts like this is that, you had a successful game 1, right? They finished that game very much ahead. But now if you're going to force the other team to change their play style, it could change them into something more uncomfortable. Or it could find them something that they like, and it could give them a win con that you're really not 100% sure what's going to come from that.
And we see the Samira being locked in on the side of New Valley. We typically see Samira paired up with the Nautilus or the Leona here, looking to be a jungle pick here, I should say, which is very interesting. Could be fiddle support, we never know, could be that case. But Samira, a very short-range AD carry, and we haven't been seeing a lot of the engaged supports. We haven't been seeing the Nautilus, the Brahms, the Leonas. We haven't been seeing any of that. We've only been seeing more of the Enchantresses or the Mages come out. And I'm wondering if that is going to be the, quote, meta being defined in this tournament where there's just a lot of damage output and less so more for the team composition. We're seeing a lot of scaling on the side of Eva Mackay with the Volibear, the Tristana. Diana kind of there for the early to mid-game. And the signature Mordekaiser makes a return onto the stage potentially.
Yeah, Hui comes back into the mix here for the side of New Valley. We saw it played earlier in the day from the side of HBA, so it looks like, taking your notes down could be a potential contested pick in the future. But now, on the other side, first round out, New Valley did ban away the Volibear up against Angel Catmean. So now I'm curious, what was the research, right? What was the homework there? Is that a comfort pick for him? Knowing that now that almost says to me, I gotta imagine that's more of a lane Diana than a lane Volibear, right? I mean, it's hard to say right, with preseason patch. That's what my guess would be. But again, our guess is as good as anyone's right now because of the preseason. It's really hard to tell where some of these characters are going to move. A lot more things are viable in jungle now that weren't before. But I saw you make a little O face with the Vi, because I think that almost signals that's got to be a Fiddlesticks lane.
That's the thing. Could be fiddle mid. We've seen the defensive fiddle mids before with the aftershock and all that, but we can see the fiddle support on top of that. I was saying if Eva Makai picks something like a Graves, that would absolutely screw over what you would think in terms of lane assignments, because Graves, Volibear, and Diana could go into one of many positions, but it is going to be a Dr. Mundo, which is going to define that top lane. I think that's going to settle the Diana mid then. Oh.
Or
you have a proposition.
Diana top. Lux mid,
and
Dr. Mundo support.
We have seen the Mundo support stat stick going on normally pairs up with a Senna, actually.
Yeah.
Very good for that sustain, but with that Janna lock-in, it's going to be the Samira Janna. We've seen that before a lot just because the Janna tornadoes go by really quickly, makes it very difficult to dodge, and the knock-up allows the Samira to chain knock-up and start setting up that flare combo. But I'm very interested to see how that Fiddle, Vi, and that Mordekaiser are going to settle around. There's a lot of flex picks here.
Yeah, I mean, really, it's going to be tough for us to know until we get onto the Rift to see where everyone is going. Nothing really confirmed here right now. I mean, but overall, I think it's an interesting change to the draft, right? Because it's an interesting change to the composition and the play styles of what these guys are looking to accomplish, right? We saw in game one, it was more of a little bit of like a Wombo-y team fight that, you know, Eva Makai was looking to play around. Now it's, you know, sieging, turrets, and just the ability to, right, dive. You know, I think that's one of the key things to look at here. When you look at a Tristana, Volibear, with the Mundo just able to just walk forward, these are champions, the Diana as well, that want to go in, right? They want to just dive onto you, even under a turret. It doesn't quite matter where you are. They are looking for the dive to take out a squishy target. And when you've got something like a Janna, like a Samira, those are two potentially really easy targets for them to get onto, knowing that they don't have a lot of movement utility to get out of the way.
And the thing I want to talk about, because it's a very interesting dynamic that we've seen from literally any of the games that have happened today, is this Tristana-Samira matchup. We've been seeing Aphelios, we've been seeing Jin, we've been seeing Caitlyn. All of these people have over 600 range, which basically means they shoot you from half a screen away. This is not what Tristana and Samira do in the early game. They are very close range. They want to get into your face. They want to dive in, which means they're going to be the people jumping in with the rest of their team. This is not something that we've been seeing, and this is a beautiful adaptation on both sides that I think is going to really highlight the skill of one of these players, whether they're going to pop off or not. I think whoever gets that control of their early game in the bottom side is going to keep it for a good portion of this game. Remember, for New Valley, this is defending territory. You win this game, you move on to the finals, and you get that revenge match like you're saying. If you're Eva Makai, your backs are against the wall. Hopefully these are 5 comfort champions that you're very okay with playing in a team environment, but also to show off your individual prowess, because it's now or never for you guys. It's the clean sweep here, or it's not going to happen.
Yeah, and I think that's the scary and the potentially dangerous part about this, is that it is do or die. Life's on the line for their tournament here on the side of Eva Makai. They need to finish out strong if they want to take us to that potential Game 3 ARAM map, where it's anybody's call, right? I'm pretty sure, I wonder if it's draft ARAM, and then it's, you know, figure out what your best ARAM composition could be, or if it truly is ARAM, like in the randomness sense of it all. But still, a game that Eva Makai needs to win in order to take us to, and oh, wait, all right, let's see. Is this it? No.
3 gold.
Okay. Yep. He's chilling over there.
And Mundo mid.
Oh.
Mundo Fiddle mid. Oh, yeah.
What an odd matchup. Yeah.
What a very odd matchup.
Yeah.
But, I mean, like we were talking about, we don't know the skill level of these players, right? They could be bronze, they could be masters, challengers, we don't know. But I like that we get to have these unique picks every now and then, because it's a fresh paradise from what we're very used to seeing in the more structured type of things. I think right here, it's a matter of picking your comfort. expressing your skill on that comfort and just taking over the game, because that is a good feeling to have.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you get to play what you like playing, I think that always makes tournaments like this a little bit more fun, right?
It does.
It's a little bit harder when you have to play something just because it's good or just because it's meta, right? It makes this process a little bit more difficult. And although yes, sometimes you need to make the sacrifice play so that your team has a good chance of taking home, championships and trophies. Every now and then, it's always fun to play something that you actually genuinely want to play. Now, taking a look at the game state here, it was a inverse start, not a mirrored start like we see before, right? Not something like what we see commonly in the matchups where Diana will be starting up on the top side, the Vi started on the bot side, so that means that they will be pretty far segregated as it pertains to where their first potential gank path is. But I like the call from the Diana there because it shows that yes, the priority is this bottom lane. Get Tristana Lux ahead and they should be absolutely fine up against a Janus Amira lane.
Yeah, and I think you can make an argument about the opposite case, right? The Vi starting to path up to that top side. We've seen Mordekaiser take over games. Again, regardless of whether the Mordekaiser is behind or ahead, Captain Panda might be that big difference maker in terms of choosing who to bring into that 1v1 arena, into that Shadow Realm. And that could be a big difference maker. And if, if the Vi's priority is to get that Mordekaiser ahead to win out against this Volibear, then that could work out. But the short range here...
Big damage there from Kikane there. It's going to take Killer King all the way down and very, very low. But it does force out the heal from the Janna, which could be the big difference maker as this game goes on. Another big binding for something like that, and it means that they're going to be in trouble down on the bottom side.
And that's going to have to force a recall potentially. I mean, they could potentially bait out a bait, like, it's a tower dive on the side of the Tristana and the Lux, and that could end up being very detrimental. The recall goes through.
Ice in the veins from Killer King there. Knows his timing, knows that he can't get interrupted in that last 0.5 seconds of the back. So, okay. So far, they are just going to hang out down there. Is now in the top lane. Tilted Squares, meanwhile, gets a good amount of damage onto Captain Panda, but this is a matchup where both of these guys are pretty tanky even in the early levels. They've got shields that they're able to play around, so we don't expect a whole lot when it comes to this in the top side. Meanwhile, both junglers just trying to look for those early ganks. We do know that Vi and Diana are able to gank pre-6. They both obviously get a little bit better at it post-6. But for now, they are looking for where they can make an impact early in the game. Aqua Dragon wants to go in Tilted Squares, wants to get the damage across, but forces his hand, and he will just back away from the river.
And that was the first, we'll call it a gank from Aqua Dragon this game. Not very successful given that Tilted Squares can just play very far back. These are very safe lanes, and I think this is the first time we're seeing it, but all of the solo laners, but hold on.
Here comes Tristana. Kikane jumps forward, but now fighting inside the creep wave, not where he wants to be. Takes a bit too much damage and has to flash out.
Doesn't get the W reset there, so isn't able to use that as a means to escape. Instead, actually just has to flash out. A late shield from Banana almost cost the Samira the life, but Killer King is going to stay alive. I was going to mention that both top laners, both mid laners, they're actually very tanky characters. So even if you are able to set a successful gank, you're going to have to get through that entire health bar if you want to get that kill. And right now, First Blood, it's still available on both sides. And so I think both sides are playing very careful to avoid being First Blooded.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have to be careful of this. Now here, Aqua Dragon. Remember, Mundo does have the spell shield, so it should be fine for now. Knows that he has to just flash back or push himself back out. So as it is, he will just back it up for now. But looking at this, looking at the map here, Henry, if you notice, there is a Chemtech Drake on the map.
There is a Chemtech Drake on the map. That is one of the new ones. I don't think we've seen one all day today. So I haven't gotten to describe it. Yeah. This one, the lower you are, the more damage you do. Very simply put. So helps out these tanky people. They're going to last a lot longer, so they're going to have that damage.
Did you know that it has its own theme music, apparently? That's the first time I've heard that.
I've never heard that before.
I have never heard that before either, but I mean, they only just brought it back, so I guess when it spawns, it has its own music. But now, here comes the Jano over the wall, but Tristana is here as well, forces him to flash out, doesn't get the 4th auto, so he doesn't get the reset. Meanwhile, on the left side of the fight, Aqua Dragon has to get out of here as Angel Cat means will try to dive onto him. One more auto attack will do it, but it's a beautiful fear from the side of KZ as he does save his jungler's life. No first blood across, but will Eva Makai choose to stay for this dragon, or will they just back it away? It looks like for now, they're just going to back away. Foggy Wind takes a bit of damage there. But, all right, no trades lost, but it does mean counter jungling now onto the side of Angel Cat.
I think you're pretty happy on either side to avoid a casualty. I think if you were Eva Makai, you definitely wanted the kill onto the Vi. Very unfortunate that KZ was in the right place at the right time, but, you know, we get to see this laning phase continue onwards. And for the first time, I think, Eva Makai, they actually have the gold lead off of farming alone. KZ has this first strike and has been proccing it on the Mundo quite a bit, but is now stuck in a sticky situation. Is going to cause the suck, but not going to do too much there.
Yeah, I mean, to that point, I mean, taking a look at it, 1,000 gold lead being built up just purely off of the CS like you're talking about. And now this could be a bad spot. Foggy Wind walks up, sees Aqua, knows that they need to back it up for now. But Aqua keeps trying to cheat back forward. Foggy Wind in a bit of a weird spot. Q will land, but so with the binding. They get a little bit more damage across. Banana not able to be close enough to follow that up or really give Vi any meaningful damage. So for now, they just back it up. But with the lane state as it is, I'd almost wonder if New Valley wants to take the dragon here, right now.
Yeah, that lane state is going to be pretty important. We didn't mention it, but it is going to neutralize quite a bit. But I think it's going to start pushing away from Eva Makai, which means they're going to lose a lot of minions in the process of that. No dragon for the time being, just because you were seeing how scrappy this bot lane really is. It becomes kind of scary. If there's ever going to be a fight around the dragon, you can guarantee that at least one member is going to be at half health, and that makes it very detrimental to kind of get into it. Aqua Dragon could have definitely gone for that kill onto Froggy Win. Unfortunately, did not have the ult available for that follow-up with that flash. But summoners are falling left and right. It becomes very, very difficult to navigate around this situation. And now Aqua Dragon not in the best place.
Oh no, what a nice binding there. Gets the damage, gets the reset. Kikane can just look for the hop. There it is, first blood. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, they might look to re-engage this fight 2v3. Here comes Angel Cat Memes, gets a little bit of damage in, pulls back to Tristana. There he goes, the hop forward as well. A little bit more damage, one more shot. There's the reset. There's the damage, 3-0 for Eva Makai. They pick it up, and it's a big swing.
Big swing in their favor. Are they going to do Dragon off of this, though? The Fiddle does have ult and can use the Crow Storm to kind of freak out everybody if possible. They are going to do it. Early dragons are one of the best dragons to get. You can see, you've been seeing throughout the series, the dragons can get 12, 14,000 health points, but now, right now, it's only at 5k, and so it doesn't take that long for it to do. Aqua Dragon actually makes it back in time. Contest a little late. Hello?
Oh no. Aqua Dragon finds himself in a weird spot on that one. Thought he could walk in and maybe look for the steal, but not able to do it. And now it really is starting to put a little bit of pressure onto the side of New Valley here in match 2, knowing that, okay, Eva Makai was already farming well, right? This is the story we were talking about in the first series, how New Valley farming well up against HBA, but as they fell behind in kills, it made the game a little bit more tougher. This is the inverse situation now, where Eva Makai farming well, getting kills, getting objectives now. It is going to be up to New Valley to figure out where they want to make their next stand, but knowing that, okay, it's a Fiddlesticks, it's a Janna, it's a Vi, right? These are more or less people that want to team fight in a bigger way, so I think you're expecting to see them wait for that time, wait to see what they can do as that time frame moves forward, and then play off of that.
I'm very happy you brought up the farming numbers, because the new Smite, how it works is you're trying to take jungle camps, and each jungle camp that you take ticks down 1 from your 40, and every time you hit 20, 0, your jungle pet levels up and does a little bit more damage with you, and so does your Smite. If you look at the snacks count left across the two junglers, Angel Cat is 12 away from finishing the entire jungle item. He has the Rainbow Smite already. But Aqua Dragon, the story is completely different. There's still 20-something snacks left, 22, 21 now, which means does not have the Empowered Smite, and that means cannot help out the team as much, and the snare. Oh!
Good Monsoon does keep him alive, but Killer King dropped incredibly low, forces the ult out of the Janna, but just all of that steps off of one binding from the side of Froggy Wind.
And I can't tell if Killer King is just being very conservative with that wind wall and choosing not to use it, because these are projectiles that you can just immediately get rid of with that one ability, but I don't know if it's being pressed off camera and we're not aware of it, or if it's just not being trigger happy enough to press that. But KZ.
Oh, KZ in trouble as here comes Pander looking to auto him down, but the heal might just mean that the Fiddlesticks gets out, is now in the left side. It's a Vi fighting up against Angel Cat Memes, but doesn't have any support from the Mundo. It's a one-on-one. He forces the flash. Pander finds KZ in the end. And now Angel Cat, one more auto, and that's it. Ability gets it 2-0 up in the mid lane, and it takes us to 6-0 as the game.
The difference is Smite is showing here so much. You could see the Smite paying an impact into Elvin Makai's favor, but it's just not there for Aqua Dragon. They don't have that Empowered Smite. Oh, two things that have rock music in this game.
Yeah, there's a lot of music stuff in this game right now. As you see it now, Tilted Squares will go up underneath the turret. Does have the ultimate available if he wanted to dive, but I think wisely chooses not to dive a Mordekaiser under his turret in that way, as now instead Tilted Squares will just chill out down here in the top side. As on the other half of the map, it is another beautiful binding from Froggy Wind. The final spark will miss, but Kane can just jump in. He gets the reset as now Killer King is in, trying to get a little bit more damage. Chrono Trigger goes across but doesn't get the kill, and nobody's close, but Bananarama Slammer manages to stay alive.
By the skin of his teeth. That Lux ult was a little late from Froggy Wind. I think if it came up earlier off cooldown, that would have been a guaranteed kill, but another blow just wasted all of these resources taken off. 3 summoner spells used in that teamfight on the side of Evan Mackay, as opposed to the flash only from New Valley, and both junglers encountering each other again. Round 2.
Round 2, Aqua Dragon against Angel Cat Memes, but you know, it's a level 6 and the inverse on the other side, so you don't expect really Aqua to continue that fight. Man. He knows he's under level, he knows that he doesn't have enough gold to kind of take that 1v1. Is now up in the top side. Tilted Squares fighting up against Captain Panda. It's a solo kill, takes him down, did shut down the turret earlier to get that, and that means Eva Mackay a little bit more in the lead, 7-0 as they grow it.
That's disgusting. I just want to point out that Volibear kill, that Volibear only had a Kindle Gem. Meaning it was just health, and he beat out a Mordekaiser with those offensive items. That's just the power of that early game ability, those raw stats, the raw damage that comes built in with the kit, with the abilities that's able to out-damage a Mordekaiser, which is more of a scaling champion. And you were talking about the jungle difference, man. I think bot lane might get ganked here.
Angel Cat Memes does pick that one up, is now in the bot side. They do get another kill down bot. They get the turret dive, and it looks like it's in a rough spot as Janna. Bananarama Slammer might not want to stick around, gets pulled in. There's the Moonlight, and instead he falls down. There goes, and he gets taken out. 10-0 on the board. New Valley in a tough spot as their bot lane continues to get punished by the jungler from Angel Cat Memes. Finds another one as well.
And that's kind of been the name of the game that's been happening throughout the series that we just witnessed in the series here, is there's so much focus in that bottom lane for the junglers to try to get ahead as a means of kind of negating what is happening everywhere else on the map, and that has been bolstering these junglers forward. We saw like 6-0 Rammus in the other game, right? And now we're going to see a 4-0-3 Diana. These junglers are just stacking bodies on bodies in the bottom lane, and it has been the definition of this game. I think New Valley, you know, now with your tower falling down, hopefully you play a little bit more defensively, but hold on.
KZ ults forward, wanted to get a kill or a surprise kill onto Pander, but not able to do it. KZ just a little bit too aggressive, or just didn't know that the Diana was so close and waiting in the jungle. As now it's once again, they've got the wards for this. Killer King knows that he needs to back up, but they don't do it just yet, and now it could be in trouble. There goes the tornado. They need to pick which side they're going for. As Cocaine waiting for Dianic to get close enough. Now here comes the jump in. They look for the initial set of damage onto the Samira. They will get it. And that means now the rest of the squad is there. But up in the top side, Aqua Dragon wanted to get a return kill, or a trade kill at least, onto Tilted Squares. Not able to do it. And that means, again, Eva Makai creeping that lead forward. 7,000 the difference as it stands.
Yeah, 7,000 gold, and if we could see the scoreboard, we could see the item differential that's going to be happening throughout these lanes, right? Individually, you can see across on the 80 carries. You can probably bet that the mythics are done on the side of the Tristana. Oh, actually, not quite yet. I think it is possible with the back that inevitably will happen. But look at that, 2.4k just in the bottom lane alone, another 2k in the jungle position, and that's pretty much half of where the gold lead is already standing. The rest of it scattered around the other team members, but there is just so much money in the pockets, and hold on.
Oh no, there goes the damage. Cocaine can jump forward, looking for another one. Monsoon pushes him back, but now Killer King Exhaust is there. They just need another damage. There it is, the binding will hit. Will Cocaine look for more? No, the answer is he just wants to take this turret. The minion wave is rolling on up now. Yes, he doesn't have a mythic, but he's got the support of Froggy Wind, and now they should be able to just keep moving forward, take more damage, take this turret down a little bit lower, and that looks to be the call. As instead, there goes the tornado up. Cocaine looking for it, gets a good poke damage. Froggy Wind from downtown picks that one up as well, taking us ever so closer to that 10k gold differential.
The kind of weird thing about drafting Vi that I've noticed throughout a lot of the games that I've watched is Vi is a great way for you to get into that backline satisfaction guarantee, you know, or your money back. But the problem with Vi is that she actually has a weird stage in the game where you can't really tell if she's super broken or whether she's whatever, and you only really have that that charge in as utility to help you out. So not quite sure now Vi 0-5 down is going to find identity in this laning phase, but this team fight.
Oh, here we go. Angel Cat memes up in the top side. Doesn't quite have a pullback or anything like that, so isn't able to quite get in there, and does mean that Captain Panda is able to stay alive. As the rest of it goes, though, they're going to dive onto him with the Volibear ultimate. Oh, he doesn't get out of there, and it's a kill from across the map. They get the kill in top, they get a kill in bot, but bottom lane actually go back down there to the Tristana. It's a 1v1 where the Tristana, Cocaine, ends up winning the duel there. It was almost a trade. They almost got onto the board, but 18-0 still as it stands for the side of Eva Makai. And as this keeps growing, as this lead goes, it's approaching the possibility of a perfect game for Eva Makai.
This is kind of interesting how the game is turning out. I mean, we didn't see this really in game number 1. In fact, it was quite the opposite. That is, you know, what happened. We did talk about a stable early game and then how New Valley kind of snowballed it in game number 1. Eva Makai is just taking it by storm. Every single thing that they are getting, they are going further and further in to the enemy base, and eventually this is going to be the game for them if the game continues to go this way. There is a 13 or 11,000 gold lead, correct, you know, my bad there. Math, numbers. Got too excited, but speaking of excitement,
could be in a weird spot as Cocaine has to flash back. Binding lands onto 2, but there's 4 members chasing them. Froggy Wind will flash himself, as now Angel Cat Memes is in the jungle, ready and waiting. Finds Aqua Dragon, but finds himself in a 2v1. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Binding will land. Froggy Wind will pick up that one. They're looking for the trade kill onto the Angel, but instead, Cocaine in the middle of the team. They're actually going to pop KZ back. They know that they don't want him in there. They get another one. 4 members down. It's just Bananarama Slammer as he walks out of there, but it's a big wipe from the side of Eva Makai.
it is just very difficult to watch, and it's just so behind at such an early time. Baron just came up, and we just ticked into the 20-minute mark, and that makes it so difficult for New Valley to kind of catch up. NVMS, I mean, if I'm looking across the board and I'm thinking, okay, what do they have to do in order to get back into this game? Oh, man. I mean, It's just hard. Do you just farm? Because your jungle is starting to get taken by the fact that the enemy team is pushing in. If these inhibitors get taken down, yes, the wave will always be pushing into you, but then you have the threat of EMMS just collapsing in and taking more objectives inside your base. So it's kind of a weird position to be in right now, and I think the best answer for them, you know, send somebody out to split push. There's not a lot of people on your team worth a lot of gold at this point, so if you lose somebody straggling out trying to get an objective on the side, I think it's more worth it than just kind of grouping as 5 and not sure what to do and just losing that 5v5 outright.
Yeah, and I think that's the really tough part about that game, right? And that's, as it stands, here we go. Up in the top side, Tilted Squares, 1v5. How tanky is he? How much can he do? Flashes to the left, has Pandered on the side. Chooses not to help his homie, but now that they're in range for the flank, here it comes. Has reinforcements. Foggy win. The final spark finds one. They stop the chrono trigger. They will lose the Volibear, so no perfect game coming out instead. But while the rest of them fall, Captain Panda now has to run for the hills as he's out of there. Pandirt wants to get KZ, but instead they will find the one on the left. The Fiddlesticks gets out on the right. But while this is all happening, yep, there it is. Kikane takes the inhibitor, moving towards the base. Maybe he could get a Nexus turret here if he wants to. Really just depends on how much he wants to ignore Bananarama Slammo, but instead he will just back it up for now.
Yep, no need to push the aggression. You are going to get the Baron buff anyway. You were pointing it out. It was a 5v1, but it's just so hard to take down anybody without that amount of damage. And we were talking about how, you know, Mordekaiser, Vi, and Samira, they're all auto-based champions. Building plated steel caps against that is just an easy itemization for the Volibear. Not to mention that all of these defensive items are armor stacking anyway. So the most fed member, arguably being the Mordekaiser, can't really do much, even though he enables a different type of damage. And so we're in this position where, you know, you're right, it's not a perfect game. Sometimes we got to look at the silver linings. But yeah, that's where we are right now. It's 15,000 gold difference, and it's, you know, you're one breath away from dying. You're going to try to fight this out with your lives because... Oh my god.
That was a final spark snipe, by the way, from Froggy One.
That was a snipe from downtown.
Yeah, for real, as now we see Tilted Squares with reckless abandon, walks into the middle of the team. They get pulled in. It's a double, it's a pop from Angel Cat Memes and the Volibear. Captain Panda one-on-one in the Shadow Realm, trying to get the damage across, but forces the Mordekaiser's flash. Here comes Kikane, wants to chase it out, but doesn't have any more cooldowns. They're just going to look for it. They are going to run him all the way back home. Captain Panda looks for the swing, but nope, there it is. Auto attacks, that's all he needed. Once he was in range, he got that one. Kikane picks that up. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad is in mid lane, ready to march this one down to victory.
Yeah, and if you think about it, the New Valley, they're already a little too busy with it. They're trying to they have to contest that bottom wave as is, and they're not that fed, so their wave clear not really there for the time being. And you know, they can just keep sieging this mid lane with the Baron empowered minions while that bot lane gets whittled. Look, that Nexus tower is almost already dead, below the 1/3 threshold, so it's not going to regenerate past that anymore.
Yeah. Oh, look at that damage.
Oh, man.
Froggy Win finds it onto Killer King, and that means he's going to go down. The rest of the squad, meanwhile, just jumps in. Kikane finds one, getting the autos across, wants to pick it up onto KZ. They're going to try to burn all of their CC onto Angel Cat Means, but it just means they're all lined up for the Tristana. Kikane gets that one. This should be Eva Mackay finishing up the map. They're going to take us to the ever-interesting ARAM Map 3 as Eva Mackay picks up Game 2. And there it is, folks. They take it home. GG.
Storylines don't write themselves. They happen because of pure talent and aggression. Teamwork is what triumphs here in game number 2. And we have a series on our hands. That revenge match or the clean sweep, they're both still viable. They're both still available. And this is such a storyline to be riding on.
Yeah, it is. And so with that said, ladies and gents, we will actually just try to go as quickly as we can to the next match. But while it stands, we will go to a quick little bit of a break. We'll play those same videos that you saw earlier about Vanta while we wait. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Vanta is a youth esports development platform that works with schools and community organizations to provide a digital esports platform, competitive esports leagues, expert coaching, and programming to kids ages 8 to 18. We provide coaching and competition in top esports titles including Rocket League, League of Legends, Fortnite, and others. We offer free competitive seasons for elementary, middle, and high schools across the U.S. And for those looking to step up their game, we offer private, on-demand, and season-long expert coaching from some of the best esports coaches out there. Here at Vanta, we prioritize safety and development. Through various training programs, we focus not only on gaming, but also on STEM exposure, social emotional competencies, and important real-life skills. Our platform offers the perfect environment for gamers of all levels to grow their in-game skills, learning the importance of teamwork, communication, and competition, all while having fun.
Let's say we're playing defense here, right? We're on blue team. And the ball's coming at me from, say, this side of the field, right?
Yep.
Right there. Now, where do you think is the best spot to be defending this from? It could be anywhere on the side.
Probably more like on the net, right?
Okay, yep. You bring your left arm over like this, and then your right arm is kind of horizontal across, and you pull towards your chest, and it kind of stretches out your whole upper arm and your shoulder.
I'm back. I'm defending.
Trying to get a demo here. Really good pass, Nolan. This is gonna be a tough save. Ooh, good shot, Nolan. That was tough.
Good block.
That was a good play, yeah, that's tough.
You want challenge?
Go for a reset.
It's a setup a little bit.
Very to you?
Expectations, Storm.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good.
Didn't
I'm back.
see that coming.
Oh, back to me?
Nice job. Get there,
Oh,
Nolan.
yes, sir.
Nice.
Yes,
Well
sir.
done, Nolan.
Yes, sir.
Very well done.
Yes,
Good
sir.
50 there, Thorn. It seems like when you're playing, you say a lot of the right things, which is really good. Just practice doing it a bit more, right? The more you do it, the better. You can't really, unless you're talking like 100 miles an hour, you can't really talk too much to flood comms. The more info you're giving your teammates is usually the best thing.
Welcome back up inside of the booth, everybody, and a little bit of a change, if you will, because Henry stays here, but I got pulled in for this time around instead of it being Summoner's Rift, which some will know if you know me very well. I'm not very close with Summoner's Rift. However, in game number 3 of this series, we play Summoner's Rift 1, we play Summoner's Rift 2. But when we get to 3, all those 3 lanes and that jungle comprises into 1 lane, into Howling Abyss, into ARAM itself. This is going to be fun.
You can hear the excitement in his voice already. He loves playing ARAM.
Oh, I love it.
He, whatever doesn't work in the Rift, it somehow just works in ARAM, and this guy is the embodiment of that. He is here to have a great time. Not a long time, but for a great time.
For a great time. No, I'm only here for 1 game for the league, obviously, because unless the championship goes
to 3.
To 3 as well. But, I mean, well, let's see what happens first and foremost.
Yes.
But this is the one that goes to 3. And this is full-on ARAM, too. I mean, it's not like blind pick.
No.
Or it's not like draft pick like you got in the first 2 games. This time around, it's a full-on ARAM. This is ARAM. Like, it's random picks, so we're going to find out. My best thing, and you know this from playing with me, my favorite character in this are any of the hook characters, just because it makes so much of an impact, especially in a team fight situation, right? When you can get that opening, or if you find an opening with, you know, the hook characters or even a tank character, when you find that opening in an all systems go situation like this, it becomes a lot of fun.
It is a lot of fun, and ARAM recently changed with those hex gates, so there's going to be a lot more action happening at very fast pace. I hope you can keep up, my friend, but it might be kind of hectic. I'm not going to lie.
There's the big thing difference here, because in some games you can have, I mean, same thing for Summoner's Rift too, but I mean, so you have some games that neither side can really do anything, and then you're going to have some games that are like 50 kills in what? Like 10 minutes?
Oh, like even faster.
Even faster
We're talking
than
faster, yeah.
So, I mean, there's a possibility that this is just going to run all the way down. And, I mean, the way these 2 teams have been playing, right? So, game number 1 was pretty much New Valley in a close one, but then Mackay almost getting the perfect game. I think New Valley was able to take 1 kill.
Yep.
But other than that, Evan Mackay was taking it down the whole way. But now, change the map, change the style. It's 1 lane all the way down.
1 lane all the way down. And, I mean, yes, you can treat this like a for fun, because that's what ARAM is notorious for. It's known for fun. It's known for hanging out with the homies, for people that don't like playing League that much. But you got to consider that this is still a tournament, right? And if you lose this ARAM match, if you fool around a little too much and that your Nexus is the one that ends up exploding, you don't move on to the finals, right? This is still a high-stakes match, just in a calmer environment that really tests your team fight prowess. And I think both teams are going to go into this match knowing that. They're going to be a little bit safer. They're going to be a little more coordinated. You might even hear some screaming from the back, but it's ARAM.
Yeah, it's ARAM. I mean, have fun with it at the very least, right? But
yes,
you're going to see some players maybe on a champion that they're not going to be very comfortable with, right? I mean, we've seen the lanes, right, and they can trade off during that draft phase. You can still trade when you get these characters, but they might not be the best characters that you've played all the way through here, and you might see a differential, right? I mean, at some points you could see just 5 tanks altogether, but some of these characters aren't very comfortable playing that tank.
We don't know. That's
right.
the thing.
That's
right?
the thing. So we won't know. And it looks like they're all pretty much set to go here. So we're going to get jumped into the game in a little while. But at the same time, I'm just excited to see. I mean, we saw basically, I mean, in the first 2 games, again, they can pick their characters, right? You know what the lanes are going to be. You know what they're going to play in the lane. This time around, you don't. So it's a very exciting thing. You don't have a draft screen on your board because we're not providing that for you. It's going to be a surprise to you and I and the rest of us in here, except the players at this point. So let's find out, I mean, what they're going to pull out. And I'm super excited for this because, again, I love this game mode.
And I think the unpredictability of those champions, right? We have like 150 people that you could possibly choose from, except you don't get the choice, right? So we're going to see players not in their main roles, not playing their main champions, not going to be performing their best, but they're going to have to adapt to it, whatever it is going to be. And here it is. There it is, the ARAM map.
So on the side of Evan Mackay, they've got a lot of damage. But for New Valley, I mean, they've got, what, Thresh, Amumu, Vi, Shyvana, and Ornn. I mean, that's a
They've got the beefy boys.
They've got the beefy boys up there. Meanwhile, Eva Mackay has got a lot of the poke potential, I would say. Like, they've got more long range. I mean, with the exception of the Yi, obviously, and maybe the Evelyn as well. But you've got a lot of long range pokes. So this is going to be up to Neo Valley to try to enter right in.
I was in such an ignorant bliss mode. Oh, one portal snack. One portal snack.
Oh, of course. You feed the Poro.
Got
A
it.
little bit of a difference as well. I mean, you can talk about everything else. The
Yeah.
best interaction, feed the Poro.
You do. You must. You have to. Yeah. I was living in an ignorant bliss until you mentioned Master Yi. Oh, this portal is much bigger.
Yeah.
They fed it way more.
By the way, folks, it does nothing special for you. You just feed it,
It does
just to make it
everything.
get bigger.
No, you're wrong. It does everything.
Oh, it does everything.
Yeah, it does everything.
It's a lot of poke damage, though. I mean, you can see the Sivir just going out right now.
My happiness is correlated to how big the portal is.
Before it just creates,
makes
like, it
more
just blows
portals.
them and creates
Yeah,
more.
and then it starts all over.
Yeah.
But, you know, we have interesting builds on either side. Like you said, on Eva Mackay, they have 5 damage dealers, right? And on the side of New Valley, they have a hook landing.
They got the hook in, though. Flay's also in as well, but now they're going to try to get in there. Not a lot of damage from the side of New Valley, but enough to force Eva Mackay just a little bit back.
Enough to force out those summoners, and we could even see, like, the Heartsteel cacophony
Oh, another
happening.
hook from the Thresh! And this is big. They're just going to try to dive right in here, but a lot of damage from this team of
Knockups.
Eva Mackay there, lifting it up, but right now just backing it off again. And this is the thing. You don't have a lot of damage on New Valley, but you have the potential to go right in. Oh, my gosh, that Amumu was so low.
And this is where the healing pads come in. It's the 2-minute timer. Amumu back to 200 HP, immediately back to 150. Another hook landing!
I think
Froggy
Thresh
was
is
falling
landing
behind. Searing charge from Ornn is going to knock it up, but it's not going to be enough. Amumu going in with the bandage toss, but it's not going to matter. There's going to be the Vi on the flank. Has to flash out of it. Look at the health bars.
They're all so low. I think Shyvana's the only one with anything above 50%, and you only have one more healing pad coming up here. And for those that don't know, here in ARAM, you cannot back to base to get any heals. It is up to those healing pads that you can get. And right now, I mean, again, Eva Mackay just having all advantages with that turret damage. However, with
These
the pull,
hooks!
oh my god, the hooks are in. They've already got 2-for-2 trade here, but the damage just oh so much on the side of Eva Mackay, and a 3-to-2 trade with Eva Mackay getting that push on. They might get a little bit of turret damage, but not going to be a lot.
You don't expect this amount of damage coming out from New Valley. We were talking about Amumu, Thresh, Ornn. They're all tanks. Sejuani, sure, if you consider it, if she doesn't build AP. They were still able to trade 2 people for this out of 3, and that is insane to come out of it. You see on the side of New Valley, they have all of these snowballs, and again, come on.
I mean, this Thresh has been landing every single hook that I've seen so far, and will maybe even land some more as the Shyvana just goes right in. Ornn will use the ultimate to go out and gets 2 people in that line, and that's going to be 3 kills to nothing for New Valley.
New Valley showing that they will not go down. Last game was there. Dangerous. It was very dangerous. They did not show much signs of life. Like you said, new map, new condition, new champions. It is anybody's game right now. But the Hex Gates, as you can see, there's no way!
He's landed every hook. I mean, this is a Thresh masterclass right now from Bananarama Slammo. And the Ornn goes down right now. Oh, boy. So, well, 1-for-1 trade.
Yes.
But just watch out for the Thresh hook, because that is right now New Valley's win con. Just keep landing them.
And that new brush that they added to the middle of that map, the part where it's on the other side of all of the other bushes in ARAM, that has proven to be so deadly. And Bananarama Slamma, true to his name, bro. I think that is 5 in a row right now.
Yeah, just looking to see if they can keep that streak going.
Oh.
You don't count the turret, though.
He hooked something.
He hooked something, but the turret is there. A lot of the damage coming out, though. Xerath will use the ult to try to get anything in the backline, but the Yi gets the first kill in this fight. And now it's just looking to see if New Valley can come up with anything more. Unfortunately, it's 2-for-0 in favor of Eva Mackay. Try to pull them in. Has to use the flash to get away, but it's still 3 kills now for Eva Mackay, and they catch up back and kill 7-6.
They do catch back up. I like to think of dying as a backing opportunity, because that's really what it is, right? You can't spend anything. You could be 15-0. It wouldn't matter. You would still have the items that you originally started with unless you die. So,
and with the Hex Gates, too. I mean, right? You can
and you're just back in it.
You're back in instantly.
Exactly right. You can see it. There's going to be a lot of team fighting. There's going to be a lot of skirmishing. I think it's a little unfair on the side of Makai, you have so much zoning. You have the Zerath, you have the Heim turrets, you have just the Yi able to do anything, right? I think the tanks are going to play a big part in this, you know, in terms of getting that damage down. Oh, we have a slow-mo here, but 3-man flay, immediate damage coming out. The Sejuani charging in, everybody's just moving forward. Amumu with a bandage touch, that's going to be a flash punch coming out from the Vi, and the marks are going forward. Froggy Wind not going to die, going to make it towards the healing pad, immediately back to half health because of the Evelyn passive, and the damage traded back and forth. Oh man, that's Shyvana damage is a lot.
This is the beauty of ARAM though, right? I mean, you wouldn't see 16 kills in 6 minutes in a Summoner's Rift game, at least to my very belief. But the way this is going right now, this is so back and forth. And what did that last fight start off with from New Valley? A Thresh hook again.
Of course.
I mean,
and another one.
And another one is going to land. Again, lands in. Ornn will use the ultimate to try to get anybody else caught out here. One will get lifted up, 2 in the line as well. And this is all Vi getting a double kill. And this is big for New Valley, who takes a 4-kill lead. But again, more backs for Eva Makai, but it's kind of looking like it's a little too fast here. I mean, they may not be able to get the items they want.
Yeah, New Valley, they are just tearing down Eva Makai faster and faster. And you kind of have to because, right, you have 3-4 tanks on your side. You're not going to win this late game, especially when that Sivir and that Heimerdinger's, you know, everybody starts getting their items. It becomes very, very dangerous for you. The Heimer has already completed the Mythic, but Jack shows on the Amumu side. This is going to matter longer the game goes, less New Valley are going to be in the driver's seat. They want to push it as best as they can. Like you were saying, though, those Hex Gates bring the game action back. And there is another hook right there landing onto Froggy when takes it. The bandage toss to follow. He is just a memory at this point.
And this Thresh is just so good, but what I feel like New Valley is taking advantage of is that Eva Makai really doesn't have any opportunities to engage. I think New Valley's got more engages, if anything, right? You've got the bandage from Amumu, you've got the hook from Thresh, who lands again!
Goodness,
and
the 4-man flay
again! Oh my
Into the charge, everybody's diving in! It does not matter! The Sivir cannot do anything! The turret shot, though, you know, takes down the Shyvana, so it's even.
But that's not bad because the Shyvana and now the Thresh can go back to buy items too.
That is true. That is the first death for the Shyvana. The items are going to matter so much here. I can't wait to see what he buys. It could be AP, it could be tank, could be the world right now.
The Thresh, I mean, I know it's a team game, but the Thresh and the Ornn both have the full kill participation. I mean, the Thresh, 13 assists, 1 kill. I feel like that should be a lot higher with the amount of plays he's been getting. It's just insane. I might take
there it is. There's that AP Nashor's Tooth Sork Shoes. That's going to be a nuclear action going on over here. Banana.
Oh, he's going to
ironically misses that one, though. Yeah.
Yeah.
But does force out a lot of abilities. The last caress from the Evelyn is going to be used here.
Yeah, right. I mean, just look. I mean, New Valley's got so much engaged that Eva Makai has to
but he makes
so far back. Another hook goes
onto
in.
Froggy Win once again. It does not matter. Curse of the Sat Mummy links onto the Sivir. The spell shield keeps him alive for the time being. Hook not going to land there.
What do you do? I mean, the only way. I mean, you have to buy the shield, like the spell shield at this point for everybody to avoid the hook. I mean, just to avoid the hook. Hey, this is insane. Bananarama Slammer just being a hammer.
For real. I love that. That was good. I'll give you that one. That was really beautiful play.
And now the snowball
He's going in. Flay the wrong way, though.
But it's not bad because now you're going to have the Ornn basically hitting everybody here in this line. 2 knocked up, and is that going to be a go signal here for the Heimerdinger? Heimerdinger forced to flash away for right now. 2 knocked up at the same time as well, but that's going to cost Lunarox his life. And
another hook!
Another hook in, and now this is just the Heimerdinger waiting to go back to the spawn point. And oh boy, and another teleport in, and another hook from way downtown. This Thresh is insane. And this might be another kill here onto the Sivir, and that is Bananarama Slammer with a double. Shyvana gets one of their own for the triple, and the ace for New Valley.
Ace for New Valley for the first time. No one on EMMS is alive, which means you can hit the tower a little bit, but the Hex Gates just put everybody back into the action. We sound like a broken record right now with the amount of Thresh hooks that this guy is landing, but the CC chain looking to not tilted squares. Is he going to get anything off? The meditate is not going to keep him up for long enough, and back to the Fountain Ticos. You know what's I want to point this out before you get to speak. Look at the 3 builds right there. The Xerath, Heimer, and the Evelyn.
They're all building
They're all the same thing.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Everything's, I mean, with the one exception.
Except for that part, yeah. But one of them, whoever's ahead is like, guys, just copy me. Change it up a little bit so it doesn't look like, you know.
I have to do something here. Xerath is going to use the ultimate to see if they can get that pick. Not really going to find it, but I mean, still, New Valley, the amount of engage is insane, and when you're Bananarama Slimo just landing every single hook, and the flay going on as well, I mean, just this Thresh is just absolutely popping. I am surprised this Thresh is not at level 11 yet.
Yeah, there is a lot of... Well, the Thresh has died quite a bit, being the main one to engage. Hooks the
Another
Heimer
hook!
from under the bush immediately. Death sentence, true to its name. Every time a hook lands, somebody has died. Is somebody going to be taking that mark? They are going to be taking that mark. That is going to be the death sentence landing onto the Master Yi. Is that going to be a worthwhile Highlander? That's going to be a nuclear coming out from the Shyvana. Curse of the Sad Mummy roots down the Master Yi. Tilted squares back to the death sentence again. Coming out into the 2-man flay. That's going to be the charge forward from Master. Not going to find too much with a low health bar, but you take it. You keep taking it over and over again.
I mean, you take that too, because look, I mean, how many deaths does Evan Mackay have compared to what New Valley has, right? That's only the 3rd death here for the Vi, and then Shyvana's only got 2 as well. I mean, right now they can go back, and they're already like their build is just insane going on right now.
Flash forward, Thresh, another one, not landing the Banger's toss though. Here comes the call of the Forge God, knocking up 2. Is going to get the Heimer down on lock, and that's going to be another proc of the Heartsteel. Searing Charge once again. The Yi going a little bit aggressive, but blue team going to take advantage of the healing relic and heal up quite a bit. Not going to land the Heartsteel proc with the last caress coming out, but the Yi going on a long trip deep into the enemy base is going to get hooked once again and punched down by Levi. Master QW taking that kill and a 10-11 kill advantage now for the side of New Valley.
And this is insane from New Valley again. I mean, I thought at the very beginning that Evan Mackay was going to be at the advantage because they had more damage composition, but no, New Valley with more engage is going to work out here. But this Hexgate is just making things impossible, right, to even go in. 41 kills in 12 minutes, and we still haven't seen a turret go down.
We have not seen anything go down. This is insane. It's definitely the Hexgate keeping everybody up in tempo right here. But, you know, the players, they are playing a bit cautiously too. This is for their tournament lives. If they lose here, they will not be moving on to the finals. They will not be getting a chance to contest that trophy. And so with that, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and for right now, I mean, New Valley playing for the school right now because New Valley, right, their other team lost to Hawaii Baptist Academy. So this is New Valley's last chance, and so far they are taking it in stride as they go right in here, and another play from the Thresh. That's going to get 2 inside of the ultimate. Now the Inmumu as well, and this Ornn's going to find a double. And right now, I mean, New Valley with the engage that they have, and they should be able to find more hits on the turret. That's Xerath so low as well. Not going to be able to find a hook on their side. This should be the first turret falling. Shyvana's just going to dash right on in and take care of both the Sivir and the Xerath. And this is going to be a good team wipe here. And this is going to be a turret falling for Evan Mackay.
The first turret falling is the most detrimental one, obviously, because it symbolizes that, you know, things are falling apart. But not only that, but in this new ARAM map, it moves your Hexgate back an entire tower. So now you're going to have to, you know, take this gamble of going into the enemy team just to defend your defenses, but it's not going to work out here. That's going to be the round charge. That's going to be another one falling. Heartsteel not going to proc here. Could have sent the Yi to the grave. The bandage toss landing. Last caress does take down the Thresh for the first time here. Xerath with the ultimate, hoping to kill another one, but Banana, Banini, I should say, does finally get taken down. The Vi avenging his fallen brethren. The inhibitor will not be going down here. Crucial for the side of EMMS.
That Xerath ult, like frame perfect. Like, just one more frame and they escape it, but it just hits it right outside, right in the range, I guess. But still, I mean, 15 kills. You lose both of your turrets. You almost lose the inhibitor, but then the inhibitor is open, so you lose another fight here, and that's pretty much going to be an inhibitor gone for you, and that's going to be big with minions in this one, with super minions in just this one lane.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Granted, all of your resources will be devoted to that wave clear, but Banana is just going in, making more plays happen.
Going right in here with a flay. Got two of their own now. Looking to see if they can force out really no flashes, or two flashes on the side for Eva Mackay for right now. They are just running away for their lives. You cannot escape when this Vi and this Thresh are just breathing down your neck. And now the Orange going to try to go in as well. Inhibitor oh so low, which they're going to capture at the same time. And right now the Inhibitor going down. Oh, and a lot of, wow.
It's disgusting.
I mean, that's Shyvana just going right in and just getting all that damage. And now look, you're down in a hit. You're down the front two turrets. You're down to just your two Nexus turrets.
Absolutely. This could be the last stand. The final members of EMMS are coming up right now. This could be now or never. The Thresh hook is just so close. If Heimer curled his hair a different way, it would immediately last on, you know?
If it was a little bit longer.
It was a little, yeah. If he grew it out, you know, perm, whatever.
What would Heimerdinger look like with hair growing out, I wonder?
Let's not think about it.
Let's not think about that.
Yeah, let's not think about it. Let's think about how this game is going to
go.
go.
Oh, the Shyvana just takes him out.
Is now in the ground. This is going to be potentially the last call of the Forge God. It lands onto three people. Is he going to charge forward? The answer is going to be no, but the Amumu is going to be charging forward. Is going to find a two-man knockup is the Ornn. Lunarox going to be the indicator that this is going to be a team fight win here. Manini Boy taking down another one. Xerath with the artillery is not going to find anybody. They're just too tanky. And now the Super Minions doing what they can to take down the base. That Nexus turret already so low.
I mean, this is just desperation right now, right? Yeah, this isn't even trying to charge up at the low health bars. This is basically defend the base with your life. Because the way that they're engaging right now, once Banana Ramasama lands a hook and pretty much is going to have that ultimate online as well, right? Once you have that hook and you can get everybody in with that flay, oh boy, it's devastating.
But it's gotten to the point where it doesn't require Banana to just do the engage. You know, Persivia with the bandage toshes have been going in. The Call of the Forge God has been as good of an ability as ever. Banana stays alive, though, with the Guardian. There goes the Shyvana charging in. It's going to be a huge amount of damage. Already one has fallen. Froggy Wind lagging behind with the last caress. Falls further back, but is it going to matter? Not quite. The Sivir is going to stay alive. Indracat Memes is not going to fall victim to it, though. That's going to be the curse of the Sad Mummy, taking down two. The Ornn just charging forward, rampaging. Froggy Wind finally meets his demise. A triple kill for the Ram right there. And 2v1, this is it.
Sivir needs to stay alive as long as possible to even have a chance at this right now, but the Ornn's going to ult in just to make sure that this game can be over right now. They're going to try to take down the Sivir. It is an ace here. The Yi is the only one that can even have a chance at this. They're going to take down one of the Nexus turrets already, looking for a second here, and they're just going to run away for right now. They're just going to back off knowing that this Yi can do a little bit of damage, but is it going to be enough is the question. And right now, I mean, the Yi's back, the Heimerdinger's back. It's looking like this is going to be last fight territory coming up.
The kills are so funny to look at. It's 63 to 22. Each team has at least one kill per minute. Pander!
Oh, Pander's in a lot of trouble here, and that's a Heimerdinger gone for 35 seconds. That is not great for them. And so now their march is on in a 5v4 situation. Hook misses off just to the right side, just a little bit. But still, Thresh with an ultimate has the hook as well. Vi ready to go as well. Eva Mackay in desperation mode to try to keep their tournament hopes alive. But the hook right in, just going to dive in. Flay's got three inside of it. And now the ult walls are just coming up. And this is looking like game. They're taking them all the way to the fountain at this point. The turret will fall. The team will fall. And this is going to be New Valley that is headed to the championship series. And what a game. 60 kills in 18 minutes. But overall, New Valley is headed to the ship.
5 carries was not enough to take down New Valley. We saw it right here. Tank meta strikes again, wins them the game. I mean, ARAM, you're going to have to adapt to this type of thing. You could see in the beginning that he wanted to go for the Duskblade build, had to opt in for the Kraken Slayer and the Borg. These types of decisions were essential to keeping the game alive, because if not, it would have swung even faster one way or the other. But I think New Valley persevering, not letting that previous game get to them in mental, because that was a very taxing loss. But here, they persevered, they made it, they're moving on. We will be seeing them on stage, on screen in a little bit.
Shows what a entire map change can do, right? So we talk about tank meta as well. I know that item got nerfed, but no Heartsteel either. I'm very surprised.
There was one on Ornn.
There was one.
There was one.
That didn't really come out, though.
It didn't really come out, but the Ornn did top the charts. We saw triples, we saw doubles, but the main MVP there had to have been Banana Rama Slamma. Say his name, say it again, you will remember it. You will wake up in a cold sweat and he will be hooking you in.
Banana Rama Slamma one hammer.
Yes, sir.
That's all we can say about that Thresh right there. Anyways, New Valley moves on into the next round, which means Eva Mackay's round is over. They're eliminated. And that's actually a very interesting fact as well, because Eva Mackay, if you were here with us for day number 1, Eva Mackay won Super Smash in middle school. They also won Rocket League in middle school as well. So this Eva Mackay team was basically a series away from making their 3rd championship and almost had the Triple Crown as well. I mean, that was impressive, but for Eva Mackay to make it here with 3 teams and 3 different games all the way through, congratulations to them on a job well done this semester.
Absolutely so, and obviously the Grand Slam, you can't win them all sometimes, but how many other teams are going to get to say they won the first trophy for these Vanta tournaments here in Hawaii?
Not a lot.
Not a lot. Whoever wins this league tournament, that's it. That's the only other school that can have that honor. You guys have already set kind of like the benchmark, right, for what people have to expect going into these future tournaments, and that is definitely something you have to be proud of.
Well, this was fun being on the desk with you for the very least, but K-Tad jumps on back afterwards. We'll set up the teams here. It will be New Valley taking on Hawaii Baptist Academy for it all here in Fall 2022. We'll take a short break. When we come back, the championship series of the Vanta League Fall 2022 right after the break. Welcome back inside of the booth, everybody. Keegan alongside Henry here, and I'm in the seat that I thought I would not be in, but it's because we got the championship game.
We loved you so much,
here.
we wanted you back, Keegan.
Oh my gosh, thank you, I appreciate it.
Yes.
But anyways, sitting here in the championship side, you saw the bottom of your screen during that break there. Evan Mackay winning the middle school Super Smash and winning the Rocket League 1 as well. Maui High School won the Super Smash High School division. But there's one more trophy to be handed out, and that is the League of Legends one here in middle school. We saw New Valley win on the ARAM, winning the series 2-1, and then earlier today we saw Hawaii Baptist Academy take down the other New Valley team in the 2 versus 3 game in a series score of 2-0. So essentially, this is a 1 versus 3 matchup here on your screen. Hawaii Baptist being the 3 seed, New Valley being the 1 seed. So right now, I mean, this is the way that those games played out. New Valley's got momentum, but it looks like Hawaii Baptist Academy has the confidence after that 2-0.
Yeah, I think it was a very convincing 2-0. I don't like to say convincing in the sense that you just look at the score line and you're like, oh yeah, 2-0. But it felt like they were with the control. If you want to shake it back and forth how you want, they definitely were still steadily improving throughout the entire series. We saw a lot of vulnerability, I would say, from New Valley, having that game 2 that really fell apart for them. And I don't know if HBA were watching during that series because, you know, getting to play first, you get to kind of scout your opponent in the meantime. But, you know, there is room to kind of exploit that, I would say, on both sides. But we're going to have to see how it turns out. I think game 1, we can't really read too much into the bans, but we can know that both of these teams have played a series before, right? So if you want to base your bans off of those first series that they played, sure, be my guest, you know. But we've seen, you know, New Valley, they have a lot of players. So they could swap a lot of players out. They could do a lot of things with that. Hecarim, immediately out of the table. You already saw what it was doing. You were making those horse nurses in the back.
I think I was.
Yeah.
I think I was making a winner here and
the
there.
F1 jokes.
Unfortunately, we won't be able to as Hecarim gets banned out from the very get-go. That's just unfortunate. But no, I was just surprised because when I saw that in the game that you guys had with that Hecarim, just the speed of that Hecarim and then just the pop on the Jin was just absolutely insane. That's how, I guess, overpowered. I mean, despite the scaling, that's how just good Hecarim is in general. But now on the other side, I mean, you saw that Darius pentakill earlier on, so New Valley says we don't want to deal with that right away.
Yeah, star players on either side right here, really defining what it would be like. And we're seeing a Caitlyn ban, I think, for the first time this entire day. We've been seeing Caitlyn almost every game. That long-range versatility with the traps, very good with pairing in terms of bot lane utility. And Heimerdinger, not necessarily a ban I was expecting to see, but I think mostly not for the things that Heimerdinger was able to do, but more so for the flexibility of that pick. We were talking about how it can be top middle bot support. If you have to predict that within, you know, a championship match, that's going to be a lot of resources devoted into optimizing for every scenario possible and not just focusing on just banning it out.
Yeah, now they're going to have the last pick here for New Valley, which is the Gwen. I mean, I don't think I've seen at least a Gwen this time around at all
Not
in
yet.
any of these series.
Nope.
But I guess maybe they're thinking that this might be a threat to them in any case in their composition.
They could potentially see it. I've been talking about damage profiles a lot, just to update you. Top and mid, where you typically like to have either the same damage type or opposite damage type, but the jungler should not be matching with whichever lane you plan on ganking the most. That's just because if you do that, you're going to make it a lot easier for people to itemize. The reason why the Darius blew up was because Set Viego, constant ganking from the Set, and the Viego not going to work out too well with it being the same damage type. Pantheon. Ooh.
I think this might be the first time we see a Pantheon, too.
I think this might be the first time we see it, and it's going to be locked in. The problem now for HBA is, where is it going? Can be top, can be mid, can even be a CC support that we've seen with stuff like Samiral or even Swain.
I think another part too is like, I mean, for at least for middle school side, right? You don't know where anything is going to go. I know you two were confused a little bit during like where is it? We were getting not.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say confused, but it was a guessing game as to where things were going to go, right? And eventually we saw Mundo and the Fiddlesticks down middle as well, which usually doesn't happen. Never happens, right? At least in like higher professional gameplay, usually doesn't happen like that. But I guess in this part now you're going to see the set come out, so looking like at least sets pretty much set in stone for could be a top lane.
Pun not intended.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Volibear also coming out as well, but we saw I mean Volibear being top lane, I mean, just a little bit of a rotator as well and making a big impact in that last series.
Yeah, and I think the scary thing is if the matchup is going to be Volibear Set, that it's going to not work in favor of the Set. That is actually a really good matchup for the Volibear. Yes, Set is good into scaling, has the math set. I talked about it already. Also just has raw damage as is, but Volibear just has those stats built into the abilities straight up. You do not need items to perform. You only really need to be tanky, and you can win extended fights with the Set. And Set loves being in extended fights, but is not the benefactor here. There's that Samir that we were talking about very well with the Pantheon. That chain CC is super easy to land. The way you can kind of counter it, be very far away from them. And that's what the Aphelios here is going to be for.
And we saw ICB as well, and I think this is where it comes in, right? ICB picking out that Lilia is where you get the ban on the Hecarim, and is this right? Oh, okay. So the pick that takes Henry's heart here, if that holds true. If it holds true.
If it holds true.
Wait,
it's locked in.
It is locked in. It's locked in after all. It will be the Senna that is brought out. And again, I think this is a first-time pick here in at least all the series that I've seen. But I think Senna will be a first-time pick here, at least for the bottom lane.
You're absolutely correct. This is the first-time pick for Senna. This is actually a very scary thing to draft into a Pantheon and a Samira, just because you have that ability to use your Shroud to prevent the Pantheon from pointing, landing that point-click CC onto you. Obviously, it needs to be within target anyway. So it's going to have to invest the flasher a little bit more, a bit of misstep. But what the Senna can do with the Aphelios is they're two of the longest range people in the entire game. You're meant to poke out the enemy bot laner here, but you can kind of see the damage profiling coming out now. Volibear AP on the top side, Wukong AD in the jungle, Galio AP in the middle lane. That's going to be very difficult for this Lilia and this Set to itemize against, and Mordekaiser going to be rounding on the composition is making me think that this is going to be a Set mid.
Yeah, I mean, that would be on the assumption as well. But now, I mean, the Mordekaiser has been so dangerous all the games that we've seen. Super dangerous with the pull and then just the amount of damage that he just normally does as well. And as K-Tad says, it sends him to the Shadow Realm. And we've known how many times that Shadow Realm is so good for that Mordekaiser.
Open for business 24/7.
Yeah, just it's open for business. As soon as that ult comes out, it's popped, and it's just, you have a fun time there. Most times it's not great.
We have a friend that does not like to be in the Shadow Realm at
all. It goes by a different name, but I don't think we can say it here.
I don't think we can say it here, but regardless, does not like the Shadow Realm. 0 out of 10. Yelp review, you know, like it's not there. But
the Yelp review is not great.
The Yelp review is not great. Highly recommend against reading it. You know, but yeah, we have the team compositions designed, like they're set out for us. We can kind of talk a little more about it. One thing I do want to point out is that Samira is not known for building an offensive type of boots. We've seen Samiras very often with the plated steel caps or the ninja tabbies if you're more to the younger audience of League. But we can see the Merc Treads, we can see the movement speed, but we don't see like Berserker's Grease, Ionian. We don't see anything that helps with the damage output. And I think that's going to help out with the laning assignment because Aphelios and Senna are both AD champions, right? And Senna really thrives on collecting souls and being a little bit of an aggressor there. The reason Senna works out into the Samira matchup so much is because Senna doesn't throw projectiles for auto attacks. They're kind of just miss that just happens. So even if you have the wind wall up, Senna auto attacks still go through to Samira.
Right. So, I mean, right now it seems like for composition-wise, I mean, for you, does it sound, I mean, other than the Senna standout, obviously, but I mean, is there anything here? I mean, it looks like New Valley's opting on the side of a little bit more comfort. I mean, we saw Volibear, we've seen the Samira, we've seen the Wukong here. I think Galio was a rather newer pick here as well. So, same with Pantheon. For Hawaii Baptist Academy, I mean, ICB's then just been a threat in the jungle no matter what they play. We saw the Rammus, right, in game number 1. We saw, or excuse me, game 2, the Hecarim out in game number 1. You can't really just ban one player, but for ICB's sake right now, I mean, you kind of have to try to counter him. So for the Lilia at the very least, is this the right pick?
I think it's fine, honestly, yeah. I think what New Valley are going to try to do is their goal is definitely just to jump into the enemy team. HBA are going to need as many resources as they can to peel away from it, and I think the Lilia Sleep, a very highly undervalued ability, is going to be able to just slow down the pace of it and maybe even turn a battle around without you even realizing it. For the first time, though, we are seeing 2 different smites coming out from the 2 junglers. We have the red camp. I don't know what it's called. I have not played jungle since the preseason. I am not a jungler player at all. I hate that role. I will contribute to that mounting pool of not playing the jungle
But
role.
you do play Senna ADC.
But I do play Senna ADC.
Right.
Yes. I'm a different kind of weird. In the league community.
Completely different. I mean, we see Senna in the support role more often than not, but you decide to think Senna's got enough to do in the ADC role.
Yes, I do. But regardless, yes, we do see 2 different smites. They do have different effects. I believe that the Lilia one is for movement speed, while the Wukong one is for burn. So they have different purposes now here, but you can see the early wards. This isn't very normal typically, but just to make sure that there's no sneaky business, no invades, without needing to invest people to be there. Because if you had a Senna stand there, if you had an Aphelios stand there, if there happened to be an invade, they would be gone. Immediately, they would have to burn a flash or even First Blood with the flash down.
Yeah,
so,
not like we haven't seen a lot of invades either. I mean, we really haven't seen a bunch of invades at the very start of the game. So at the very least, I mean, they're just taking precautions if anything, because you never know what a team can adjust in their break time. And right, you want to try to get that early advantage. Really isn't going to happen here. So at least for New Valley at the start, the bot lane is just going to start off with a little bit of an advantage, if you will, in that minion lane.
yeah, and I typically don't know if you want to push up the minion wave if you're a Samira and a Pantheon, just because, look, now the wave is going to be stuck right up against that last push, right? The second wave is going to crash in, and they could choose to freeze it here, right here, and they wouldn't get level 2 first, but the point of the fact of the matter is that now the Pantheon has no avenue to cheese and jump in, and as opposed to playing with the wave, and you can already see that damage from the set is absolutely disgusting. Galio,
Set going right in. I mean, if that Galio wasn't very careful, I mean, you already saw it, right? That Galio is not the half health. I mean, we've seen Set be so much trouble in the games all throughout the day today that if that Set can get ahead of you, especially in that, you saw that level 2 to level 1 situation, if that Set gets ahead of you, I mean, it's going to be real big trouble for you.
Pushing up is going to be the Aphelios. That's going to be the full man dive. 2 people jumping, and that is the Aphelios immediately dead to rights.
I mean, well, in a little bit of trouble as well. They pushed, I mean, they froze it right there, right? You saw where they froze it, and then it's just a great jump in there for New Valley. A little bit of crossfire view while Hawaii Baptist Academy kind of caught off guard here. A battle at top between Cap Panda as well as, well, the player that is...
we don't know.
We don't know. It was a little bit of a problem with the account, so they have the HBU Esports account going on. But regardless of that fact right now, I mean, this Volibear is just causing this Mordekaiser a lot of trouble. I mean, the minion wave all the way up pretty much to turret.
I mean, silver lining, can't get ganked, you know, so the Mordekaiser is safe for a little bit. I think that was definitely an overstep by the bot lane of HBA. I think what was happening was the Senna was reading for one of the souls to grab onto the... oh, good damage trade, though.
Wow, that was a close fight, though. I mean, had they tried to come in a bit more, you might have seen a kill on either side, really. But now 2-on-1 with the gank from ICB. Captain Panda forced to flash away for right now. And that's going to force Hawaii Baptist Academy to stave off of that gank for right now. But it forces out a flash, so not the worst case scenario there.
Not the worst case scenario if the unnamed Mordekaiser player is able to take advantage of it, or if there can be repeat ganks later from ICB. But so far, not that bad. I think a little bit of waste of time. Like we said, the flash has to pay dividends. But Master Kwan coming in.
On the gang, 3-on-2 situation. Can they get the kill? Bonini's so close to it, but taking turret shots already. Falls so low, so both of them have to back off. The gank is there, but Bonini falling so low they can't follow up with it.
They can't follow up, mostly because they don't know where the set went. The set off the map definitely just went for the recall and is just walking back to lane. But you never know with these situations, right? The early game is full of surprises sometimes, and it's a matter of where they end up playing around. The taunt going to connect, not going to do a lot of damage. I was going to mention that Gallium has a built-in magic shield, but Set has 0 magic damage. Everything is punch, 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 boom, 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 right? It's all physical damage, and so you don't really get the full benefit of your passive being there, but you're starting to see the implications of what it means to build this double marksman bottom lane, both being very squishy, both being very susceptible, both with no mobility. And I think that's one of the biggest things I want to highlight, is because if you have somebody jump on you, you don't really get a lot of things going on, except ICB coming in.
Forced out a flash, but flashes on their own. Can they get the damage off? No, has to back off.
One more Q was not enough, but invested the flash trade there. I don't know if you want it in exchange, but hold on. The passive ticking?
Is it enough?
Not enough.
No. Wow.
4 HP tells us from the observer. 4 health. A single tick away would have made the difference. Drink your potions, kids.
Make sure you always have that potion in
HP pots are important.
Yeah, HP pots are important. Very much important. So, and now they've got the first turret plate, so it's not like New Valley's on the back end here. They've got first blood, they've got the first turret plate, right? So this bot lane looking pretty dang good right about now. I mean, they've got so much advantage. Even if it seems like this minion wave is pushed up, they pretty much have advantage to start this game.
Yep, 16 CS is the differential.
Right?
Yeah, 1.8K. We were talking about it. New Valley are really good at doing this minion lead. We see it throughout the entire series. The only game where we didn't really see it is the game that they lost in. And every other game that has happened for this team, they've won it successfully. And so I think they're off to a very good start. I think Lunarox losing his flash on the Pantheon is very, very important and very, very good for HBA, because now they don't have to worry about that flash Pantheon engage coming in, and they can farm a little bit safer. But they are still both marksmen. They are still both very squishy, so there are things for them to worry about. But now, you know, less priority into that bottom lane, and hopefully more towards the other 2 lanes on the map.
It looks like they may be thinking about trying something for a little bit of a gang, but back off for right now. I mean, look, for DK right now, I mean, you don't have a flash either, so New Valley could take advantage of it. Right now, a 2-on-1 in the jungle. Backs away for a little bit. Wukong having to go down back to the bot lane for a little while, but the Pantheon able to find a kill onto the Aphelios. So that should be a little bit of a goal signal. And that's 4 people down in bot lane, so possible dragon?
Possible dragon. I was questioning what the Galio ult was for. I guess it is to get into this vicinity faster, so it made sense. But you could see, we were talking about where the lane was for the minions. If that bot lane is in the middle of the lane or still within susceptible reach of one of the bushes on the bottom side, Pantheon doesn't need flash to be able to get onto you. He just hides in the bush. You can't push anything. You can't greed for CS. And look at the CS differential already. The creep score is 45-19. The Aphelios is already 2 deaths into the gutter. It's already not looking great for HBA. And this shows that New Valley have been playing that bot lane perfectly. They've been doing it, you know, on all of these series that we've seen. It's been a story of how the bot lane has gone. You've seen a lot of jungle influence there. And right now, I'm trying to read this Samira's name. I'm going to say Bambolini Boy.
Bonini Boy.
Oh, Bonini Boy, you're right. Bonini Boy is doing great in terms of pushing this aggression. Has a Vamp Scepter to stay healthy, and is just going to keep doing this over and over again.
Oh, it's a scrum down the middle, though, between the Set and the Galio here, but Instead of having to back away just a little bit more. I mean, same level difference, but just the damage coming out from the Galio right now just a little bit too much. And again, I mean, right now you're talking about a gold differential, right? I mean, right now it's sitting at about 2.5K. And New Valley did this very early on in their second game in the series here. They keep battling this out. I mean, this is a battle fight for
Pushes
fight
him under
here.
tower.
But it's not enough. The turret doesn't target him, so it doesn't really happen anyways. A 2-on-1 charge in. Gank really doesn't happen here for the Wukong anyway, so they're forced to back up for right now. But not too bad either. You pull out the ultimate without dying.
Positive trade from Mokazu, takes out the flash from the Galio, now has flash advantage if he chooses to do that again. I want to see if we can highlight how many stacks the Senna currently has right now, because we were talking about the Aphelios being behind. That has implications for the support as well. Typically as a Senna, at the bare bones, you want to have 3. Oh, but hold on, the full-on engage.
Full-on engages here, and they're going to try to
Flash
take this
forward with
all
the Inferno
down.
trigger.
Flashes are out. They are able to take down IDK. And it's a 1-for-0 trade down in the bot lane, and that's going to probably be, it might just be another turret play down, although they're looking to back off for right now.
And the difference there could have been if IDK decided to invest the exhaust. That would have meant that the Samira had so much less damage, and that wouldn't have resulted in a kill. We got to see how many stacks the Senna was at. I like to assume for supports, you typically want about 3 stacks per minute. So right now, you should be close to 30. She's at 19.
Wow.
Meaning you didn't have the range increase yet, you don't have the crit chance increase, you are not a viable champion for the time being, and if this trend continues, ICB.
ICB is caught out, and all they can do is run for their lives as the pinch maneuver is on from Captain Panda. They're going to turn around and go for the Mordekaiser as well. It's a little bit split as well, but the Mordekaiser able to take down the Volibear in the 1v1 situation. Mokazu goes out as well, so not too bad, a 1-for-1 there, but the Mordekaiser still in a lot of trouble with the Wukong on their tail, and this is going to be another kill here. Oh, it's a turnaround! Oh my gosh, the damage from the Mordekaiser just absolutely smashes the Wukong, and it's a 2-for-1 trade for New Valley.
The same mistake is being made by every team that has fought on Mordekaiser today, going one by one into it. Mordekaiser's Q does bonus damage if you're the only person hit by it. So if you're taking a 1v1 fight with the Mordekaiser, you have to expect to take extra damage. But not only that, because the Volibear died inside the realm, the Mordekaiser had bonus AP stats to back that up until the Volibear spawned back up again. And so tragedy on tragedy, and what looked like a convincing start for the bot half of New Valley. Now HBA, they have an avenue back into this game, and it is the top side.
And it's not like Hawaii Baptist is out of this either, but it's just that, I mean, New Valley took first Dragon. They've got the 2-kill advantage. They've got a 3K gold advantage, and that's where, I mean, you talk about the CS going on right now. I mean, just the difference right now. A little bit of a gank going on, but they've got the sleep on right now, just charging right in. Banini Boy's got it. IDK has to flash away, but now they're going to come right back in with ICB. Can they pull out the damage? Enough to do so, and Banini Boy on the brink of death is going to go back to the fountain. A 1-for-0 there, but it is Banini Boy heading back, and it's going to be a push-up here for bot lane for HBA.
A strike for Icy Boy, landing the Pantheon and the Samira into the sleep. It was just a perfect setup. It looked really sketchy there because Banini Boy was so close to the Inferno trigger, just one grade away. It was already at A, just needed one more ability to combo to an S, but it felt like he was panicking on the keyboard and wasn't really thinking about what ability he used previously, because he was sitting on that last grade for about 3 seconds here. But Galio looking for a gank, not going to fall susceptible to it. Decently difficult to gank a Galio, but that was a shutdown going over to Puffin's pockets.
Is this more looking for the steal? It won't happen. Looks like the Rift Herald goes to New Valley in the meantime, but the fight inside of the pit right now as they try to get out, but the Mordekaiser will not escape with their life. And it's a jump over as well, an ultimate used by the set, but it might go all for nothing here. As, oh my god, the Master is so much trouble right now with this Wukong solo health burning away little by little. ICB is going to capture that, as well as the life of the Galio, and Hawaii Baptist Academy right back in this game.
Right back into the thick of it. Immediately able to capitalize on the members of the team that have just not been performing too well so far. They don't have the kills, they don't have the aggression, they don't have the resources. And now, Ravenous Hydra stacking available for the Wukong, but if you die, you kind of lose all of those stacks, or a majority of it, I should say. Captain Panda and now Benini Boy are the only 2 members on the team that stand a viable chance, which is good, given that Captain Panda is AP and given that Benini is AD. So you have the 2 damage types online, but you can kind of already see that the map pressure is starting to mount. But catching out Mokazu.
Oh, Mokazu is in a lot of trouble here, caught out with the Pantheon ult to start off, and Mokazu is just going to fall down, which means mid lane opens up just a little bit more there, and now it looks like they're going to go down for the Dragon.
Going down for the Dragon, keeping it a Dragon lead for them. They want to get to that soul as soon as possible. Think about it. Cloud, first movement speed, gone. Chemtech, gone. And I did see the signal. You do want to joke about the 2 Drake curse, but we didn't get to talk about it a lot this game. Mostly because a lot of the teams, once they got the first 2 dragons, they were able to complete their journey to the soul. And so it was enough. What is the dragon going to be? We're not too sure, but that's going to be... But hold on, look at the catch.
They flash right into the fight here. ICB is in a lot of trouble. They're going to push all the way back here. And there's going to be an ult from the Senna as well. They're just going to dash right in. It's a 4v3 situation here. Benini Boy's got the kill onto the Aphelios as well. But ICB could take care of business. It ain't going to happen when Wukong's in your backline as well. They traded that out for the Pantheon in the backline, but IDK is in so much trouble. And New Valley's going to get a 3-for-1 trade, and that is going to be another push for them. But look at Mokazu. Mokazu is in trying to do a little bit of a flank here. Maybe he's got the chance. He doesn't really see the opportunity to do so and will back off. So New Valley, what a fight for them.
What a fight for them, and it looked really good for HBA in the beginning. That 4-man sleep by ICB, you would think everybody would get away scot-free, but they saw that as an opportunity to re-engage, but they didn't have the damage. I think Puffin was already out of the fight by that time, and IDK is super behind on stacks, is not opting in for any of the damage he builds. I think this is going to be a Sunderer, actually, for IDK, so not the most damage coming out from the Senna, and so you can't expect a lot of engage happening, but now 9-6 being the scoreboard and the goal lead in New Valley's pockets, it's starting to look scary.
Well, I mean, it's not like Hawaii Baptist is out of this either, right? I mean, sure, the lead looks very big right now with a 4.3 K goal differential. Benini Boy's trying to make this a difference as well, though. Mokazu's in a lot of trouble. No more shield either. Is taken out from the Pantheon for right now, and now into the jungle they go, into the river. And Mokazu is going to be met up with the fight of ICB. Does not matter. Pantheon's going to go up, and ICB can only just wait for death to approach, as 2 more kills inside of the jungle. Neo Valley just growing the lead even more.
They definitely are, and it's very difficult. Sometimes you got to learn when to stem your losses. Instead of having 1 death, they had 2 there. The Lilia could have definitely avoided the situation, but the Galio charging in. Benini Boy on the flank here.
Looking for the flank as well. They do get IDK caught out, and this is going to be bot lane just absolutely wiped. 7-kill advantage, 6.5K gold lead here for New Valley, and it's looking very good for New Valley at this moment.
Very good. They are the kings of game number 1s. I want to see how much of that 6,000 is in the pockets of the Samira. You have to assume that that's going to be a full item in the lead right there as soon as that back is completed. That's going to be a 2nd item right there for the Samira, and you can see across the board 100, 200, and there's just so much money in everybody's pockets. The Volibear and the Mordekaiser duking it out, and look at that. ICB just has to flash.
Yeah, I mean, ICB has to just force the flash away because they know that as soon as one person shows up, the cavalry comes right after that.
The Goon Squad.
Yeah, the Goon Squad just comes right in and just absolutely going to pinch, and that's what New Valley has been doing well, right? As soon as they see one person, if they're like out of position, they know that they can just group them up right away. This might be a 1v1 though in the case, but Hawaii Baptist Academy might have man advantage here. First of all, in the back line, but has to run away for their lives right now.
Wukong.
Here comes the Wukong in play with a spin away here, and IDK has to back up for their life, meaning that ICB is all by themselves, and this is looking like another fight win here for Hawaii Baptist Academy. Can ICB get out? That answer is yes for right now. Mokazu comes into the jungle as well, looking for any kind of stop here, but Mokazu is going to be in a lot of trouble. Nobody can really help either because they're all so low, and this is going to be Mokazu falling by themselves inside of the jungle. They're going to follow that up with a few more as well. Dry Puffin's in so much trouble here. The Wukong's going to find another. IDK is only going to run 3-0 in the jungle, and New Valley just keeps the pace going.
They keep fighting in these tight corridors in the jungle where they absolutely just don't have vision. You can see them jumping onto that Galio, but there was just nothing warded. They couldn't tell if anybody was going to be approaching that fight, and like you said, one person shows up, there's going to be the whole cavalry, and it keeps happening. The Goon Squad, it just keeps happening over and over and over again, and Hawaii Baptist Academy, they need some type of answer for it.
And what you notice, too, is not in a lot of these fights, the Mordekaiser isn't showing up either.
Oh, no.
I mean, the Mordekaiser hasn't been in a lot of these fights, but what I think New Valley's realized, if you can isolate out that Mordekaiser, you're looking pretty dang good if you can win some of these fights out. So right now, as long as it's Volibear from Captain Panda can keep isolating out the Mordekaiser, New Valley's going to have a better chance of anything, because everywhere across the board, they're just out-leveling them.
Absolutely. So Mordekaiser's purpose is to take someone out of the team fight, right? But if Mordekaiser's not there, he's not there to take anybody out of the team fight. And so, like you said, keeping him busy. We saw Captain Panda's pockets. It was breathing full, but he can't really leave the lane, because if he does, the Mordekaiser is just going to start roaming around. And so we might start seeing that now that the top outer turret has fallen in favor of Captain Panda, freeing him up a lot. You can see him roaming around the Herald area now. But it's becoming increasingly more difficult for the side of Hawaii Baptist Academy to farm. They are not going to be able to get this third dragon, and I was telling you, the teams that get the first 2 dragons have been able to close it out and finish it up. If New Valley are able to get this Mountain Dragon, they're going to be so tanky.
They're going to try to trade this out for the Rift Herald, though, but not before a fight happens. Here comes Captain Panda on the back end. The Dragon is taken in the meanwhile here, but the Mordekaiser can only do oh so much in this situation. A 1v1
it's
inside
so
here, and it's the Volibear that keeps them up, and it's going to be a Dragon, and it's going to be a Rift Herald headed on over. Actually, it might not be a Rift Herald, because there's only 5 seconds left before that switches on over to the Baron anyways, but they now take that fight to mid as Lunarox is there, and New Valley marching on over from what looks to be a Baron push.
It is definitely going to be a Baron call. They took out the jungler recently. There's no Hex Gates to make the jungler arrive at the Baron pit faster. And not only that, Lilia doesn't have a way into the pit. There's nothing that goes over walls in Lilia's kit. The Blast Plant's not there. There's no point in contesting it. What you should really do right now if you're on the side of HBA is just push out your lanes and prepare for the inevitable. Captain Panda is more than well equipped to push the lane by himself. So is Master Q. And so you could potentially start seeing a 1v1. I think teams recently in this tournament, they favored grouping way more. If New Valley decide to group, that is actually really good for HBA, because now if you want to just slowly, back up and take this 4v5, you can have the Mordekaiser push up a side lane and get those objective bounties.
And look at the lead as well. I mean, this is turning into a snowball effect, if you will, and the snowball's getting as big as Nunu and Willem can get in through a lane right now. I mean, 38.5 to 26.4. I would know, because I'm a Nunu and Willem player. I just love Nunu and Aren. It's very good to play. But anyways, it's a 12K gold lead right now for New Valley. They have Baron advantage. They have, Dragon advantage right now. They're on soul point, if you will. So right now, 12 kills ahead. Everything is going their way. Hawaii Baptist Academy needs to find something. They need to find what looks to be a prayer at this point to try to get anything going here. Mokuzu's in a lot of trouble down in bot lane, though, as first of all, and Banini Boy is going to go right at them. ICB wanted to try something, but backs off for a little while. Another airborne for right now. Mokuzu might get away with their lives just barely. And right now, it's looking like bot lane's going to fall for a little while here. Meanwhile, once one comes, the cavalry is in. That's exactly what the Mordekaiser is finding out right now. What Captain Panda is there. A fight going down in bot and mid, and a fight going down in top river as well, but the Mordekaiser can only wait for death. And now in a 2v4 situation, they can turn this all the way around. The Banini Boy's got 3, and this is going to be an inhibitor, this is going to be a turn, and this is going to be a push-up for New Valley.
That could be the game. That's 4 people on 30-second death timers. There's already Baron power minions pushing up into the bottom side. They're going to get this inhibitor for free. You can push it in. Banini is so strong right now. Does get drowsied up, is going to fall asleep under the tower. I don't know if that was the choice there. Stacking up the style, and look at that. Icy already half health. Inferno trigger procced once again, but not going to find anything of it. He's going to...
Oh, wait, that turret takes him also low, but turns it right around on him. Oh, my gosh. Banini Boy with the absolute disrespect, just turning it around on them and just making a show out of that. And look for Banini Boy, he's just staying there right now. Even
he's staring death in the face. Well, he can't get out right now. He
right
needs
the minions. Wall. No.
He's kind of low,
But he's able to get out thanks to Lunarox right there. Lunarox is right there, taking him out. But in the meanwhile, first of all, wants to go right in. They destroy top turret in the meanwhile here. They've only got one more turret inside of the base left to go before it gets to Nexus turrets, and that's the one in mid, which they opt to go for or to back off for right now. Master's going to get, it looks like, this top turret pretty easily here. And so right now, I mean, Hawaii Baptist Academy just backing away, but it's not going to win them the game if they keep doing this.
It is definitely not going to win them the game, and I think that the choice is not theirs anymore. We have seen New Valley, they're the ones going in, they're the ones making the engage, they're dictating the pace. If HB are behind on a play, this could be the end of the game. Baron is about to wear out now. They were only able to pierce one of the inhibitors, but the other two turrets, they are so low. They are below a third HP. They're not going to regenerate any further than that. And, you know, New Valley, they've taken up so many resources. They're going to drain the jungle of HBA now, which is going to leave them with little to no resources and that dragon.
And here's how you know that they are the kings of game one, like you were saying, right? Everybody's got a bounty on them right now except for the Galio. All the outer turrets are still up as well for this team from New Valley. I mean, Hawaii Baptist Academy just trying to struggle their way through the finish line right now, if they can even get there. But now on Soul Point, you see New Valley just going around on this dragon right now, and there's really no vision from Hawaii Baptist right now, so they have no guess as to where they're going to be for right now. Maybe they're either in the jungle pushing or they're just looking right now, but they know for New Valley that this is Soul Point. You want to get this, try to get this as fast to end the game as fast as possible.
The no vision thing is so suffocating, I would say. The deepest ward they have is not that far out of their base. You can see it right there on the mini-map. It is right across the wolf camp, and that just means, you know, like you said, they don't know that this is happening, but not only that, they can't do anything about it. They have to send 3 people just to deal the super waves on the bottom side, and they're trying to send people onto the jungle just to get any camps remaining so that they could at least have a little more gold in their pocket. But now you have a permanent buff on the side of MVMS. That is going to be the shield that comes with out of combat and the bonus resistances of the Mountain Dragon. One final push is all it's going to take. They might choose to synchronize it with those super minions going onto the bot side.
I mean, you still got Baron coming up in here in a little while as well. Baron buff ran up a while ago, but it still could come up here in a little while as well. But really, I mean, in a 17-kill deficit, a 16K gold deficit, not much you can do if you lose one fight. You can either end the game for HB right now, or New Valley, excuse me. It's win a fight, you either end the game or you can go for Baron and then end the game afterwards. I mean, really, just the snowball effect is just going every which way it is. And look, again, no vision down the river here for Hawaii Baptist as well. So this is all New Valley's jungle right now to look at as really just, I mean, look at what they've got right, and look at the items that they have for the set, basically. I mean, the mythic item, the hard skill as well, 143, but still not enough for the damage output that is being made by New Valley right now. So they're going to try to push this down middle just a little bit, push up the wave, and see if they can get that mid turret for right now. I mean, you're facing two big guys right now down that mid lane. Meanwhile, Bonini Boy on the right side. Be careful, Bonini Boy, because he got that triple earlier on as well. The lane being taken for right now, but the Mordekaiser's going to dive right in. Bonini Boy's in that back line as well, trying to take down ICB, but they do stop him for just a little while. Mid-turret does go down. It's open range here for New Valley to go in. They do get the Samira down, but at what cost? It could be the rest of the team. The Mordekaiser is just in the middle of the fray with no escape whatsoever. ICB, IDK, and Mokazu, the only 3 left alive to try to do anything here. It's going to be 2 of the Nexus turrets in trouble. That's the first one down, looking for the second. This could very well be the end game for them, but it's desperation mode here for Hawaii Baptist Academy. They get the first Nexus turret down, but for the second, they'll back away for right now.
They can choose to push it. Obviously, the safer path is to not. They just took down all 3 inhibitors, so they're going to have that 7v5 statistic going on in terms of the minions, basically counting for 2 people. That's going to be not a cancel back. Interesting. Yes, because it was shielded, so, you know, no cancel there going on. But we see all 3 inhibitors come back up. This one actually is just now alive, so a sign of life for HBA, not having a lot of super minion waves coming out. But I mean, it is just almost all but over. The bot lane being so behind means there's no real AD threat on the side of HBA to shred through the armor that the Volibear, that the Wukong, that even the Samira has because of those boosts that we talked about.
Right, and it looks like this is going to be now or never here for Hawaii Baptist Academy. Again, no vision in the river anyways, and no vision in the Baron pit. So for New Valley right now, they know that this is all systems go here for this Baron, because right now this Baron pretty much potentially ends the game right after this fight. And so they are going to be able to take the Baron. Nobody in sight to try to steal it, and Baron is taken by New Valley. So now it's just a rundown, and again, Baron buff brings the recall back out faster. So now This is pretty much the green light here for New Valley to try to end this.
Green light indeed. We did see, I mentioned it, the 1-3-1 possibility. I wasn't expecting the Samira to be the one pushing by herself, but she's feeling it, you know? The Samira Benini boy is absolutely feeling it, can definitely do that. They are going to start to look to group after they drained out the jungle just in case any reprieve moment could happen here. That's going to be the Moonlight Vigil going wide though. Final push here.
All right, here comes the ultimate from the Pantheon that's going to lead them right in. Samira's already got 2, looking for more. And the Samira looks to try to get the entire clip here, but they might not get it. It's a run back to the fountain anyways. 3 down. Pantheon's got a few more coming up, and the Nexus will start to fall, and New Valley is going to head on over to championship point, winning this one in convincing fashion.
Pretty good game.
Good games.
Good game.
Good game here from the side of New Valley. I mean, you saw 38 on the kill line. Soul for them, 4-0 in terms of Dragons. They got 2 Barons at the same time, too. I mean, for this team of New Valley, they are looking like a threat. But we saw this in Game 1 where they were pretty much very, very good in Game number 1 as well. But then on the side of Emma Mackay, they were able to find out a little bit more counters and take that to Game number 3 after a win in Game 2. So the question is, can this team from Hawaii Baptist Academy replicate what Eva Mackay did and find out their counters?
I think it's going to be very difficult. I think this is the performance that I didn't expect to see from New Valley. They stepped up quite a bit from what I intentionally thought based on the previous series, right? And I feel like HBA, the momentum that they were riding, maybe it was the fact that the previous series went 3 games, but it feels like they haven't unlocked that identity for themselves yet. They were drafting all of these things. They were thinking it would work out a lot, but I think the common denominator that we've been seeing throughout the series today, number 1, Heartsteel set does not work. Number 2, you have to have an answer for people that are able to just jump on you if you're going to lock in immobile characters, like that Aphelios, like that Senna. We kept seeing the Pantheon just easily run over you. We kept seeing the Ramesses do that, the Hecaru's do that in the previous games. There's no possibility of you banning out 6 people that will just jump on you, because there are more people in this game that are capable of doing that. And HBA need an answer to that before Game 2 starts.
Right, and Hawaii Baptist Academy, I mean, we saw the game number 1 where ICB completely took control of that game, right, in the jungle, and basically allowing bottom lane to kind of just feed in and get the kills that they needed in bottom lane and put them ahead from the very get-go. Not this time. ICB got shut down out of everything, especially, and the Lily, I mean, you were talking about this before the game earlier, that sleep could be devastating, but it really wasn't of effect to anything for the side. They weren't worried about it at all. New Valley wasn't worried about a thing when it came to that Lily. They were able to shut them down, and I think the way they did that, again, once one comes, everybody in the Goon Squad just comes right around and just activates everything and is able to pour out the damage to do so. So for now, for Hawaii Baptist Academy, got to try to counter that. Obviously, you got to find a way to get ICB back into form, ICB back into group, because the jungle is what won them the game in the first 2 games that they played earlier today. Can you replicate that and put an answer to this team from New Valley? We will see, but New Valley was able to win in convincing fashion. I'd like to think that Game 3 for New Valley against Emma Mackay was momentum. Right, it was momentum. When you play in a Game 3 like that, and a very exciting Game 3 where you never know what's going to happen, especially in ARAM, right? It's all blind picks. It's all, like, you never know who you're going to get. But they were able to pull out in the end, and they were able to pull out a victory to lead themselves in here, and that's the momentum that got you in. Look, no turrets got destroyed. Nothing.
Oh, yeah.
No turrets got destroyed. They had all the neutral objectives in their hands, right? And HBA was just running for their lives basically every fight. We saw ICB flash away at the moment they saw one.
Mm-hmm.
The moment, and the vision killed them too, right? The vision in the jungle kind of killed anything for HBA, right? They didn't know when they were doing the Dragon, didn't know when they were doing the Baron as well. So now, I mean, what hurts as well too, right? For really HBA, you only have 3 bans, right? 3 bans on either side when you could ban 5. Banning the 2 extra could really help you in this situation when HBA has so much depth to them that you don't know what they're going to pull out in this situation. But with only 3 bans, who do you ban out in this case?
Yeah, and that's assuming that New Valley don't swap people out.
Right.
Right? If you were play against the same 5, okay, you at least have a little bit of indication of what's going to happen. I think what was really weird for New Valley in the previous series was that they did swap out a lot of players after a victory. That is not something you typically see after a victory, because you can go with the if it ain't broke, don't fix it mentality, right? Because if they don't have an answer to it, you just win. Straight up. You're done, right?
But if they don't swap out anybody, then it ain't broke, don't fix it. It ain't broke, but we can make it broke.
Right? Like, so don't try to overcomplicate things. New Valley, they have a winning formula here, right? It's win through the bot lane, get the jungler ahead so that you can start impacting the side lanes. And I think that's the common thing that we've been seeing through all of the teams today. And like you said, right, ICB wasn't ahead in this game. For the first time in a long time, it wasn't a 6-0 performance. It wasn't a stomp the bot lane. It was more of a methodical farm. And, you know, it wasn't that great for them.
Yeah, I mean, for at this point, it was a great feature. I mean, for the team out of New Valley, they are the #1 seed. They played like the #1 seed, especially when you have New Valley just performing like that right now. It looks like you can see on your cameras right now, New Valley's going to go ahead and gather up right now. Oh, maybe for a photo. I thought they were going to go for a little bit of a team meeting, if you will.
Oh, I thought they were going to swap players. I was like, everybody
so
got up. Oh, my God.
Yeah, they were getting up, and it looks like they're just going up for the group photo already. And you can see it on your camera right now, just to the left side of that right camera on your screen. They are gathering up for a photo. It's not like that this is a team meeting anyways, but it's not like you need one right now. You're up 1, you're in championship point right now, and so far so good for them. They just need to win one more Rift or one more ARAM should it come down to that, but we know how good New Valley is. So for right now, Hawaii Baptist in a very, very dangerous position, because we didn't see Hawaii Baptist Academy in that Game 3 situation. We saw New Valley, and when New Valley's lights are turned on for that ARAM, Game 3 gets a lot scarier, and you know that right now for HBA, you have to force Game 3.
That's the only way. I mean, quite logically, right? If you lose here, you're done. You don't win, etc., right? So obviously the inverse of that is you have to win this game. That's the bare minimum requirement right now. The bare minimum requirement is you are figuring out all the good things that New Valley were able to do in this game #1 that just happened, counter in game #2, and that brings you to match point for yourself. That is only halfway through the journey. You have to finish that ARAM as well, whether it be in convincing fashion, whether you're crawling all the way to the finish line, as long as you take down the Nexus, right? New Valley only have to do one of those two things in order to win the championship here.
And speaking of championship, again, thanks to, real quickly, want to thank all the sponsors here as well. I mean, you see them in some of the background as well. The team from Mobile IT Force, the presenting sponsor, by the way, Hawaiian Telcom for this whole Vanta League, as well as the trophies that you're going to see later on in the closing ceremony, which will go to one of these teams later on as well. Hawaii Esports Alliance is here as well. HPU, obviously, for providing the arena space, as well as everything else that's going on inside of the arena, too. So big shout out to all the sponsors for their participation in this. And so far, I mean, what a great event, right? We had a great day #1 yesterday. Evan Mackay sweeping the board on the middle school side on Smash and Rocket League. And then you also had the team from Maui High School on Super Smash as well, putting on a performance. And and I will say my favorite moment, the Bowser ledge sacrifice, if you will. Pulled it off a couple of times yesterday. So that was quite fun to watch, that being actually pulled off in tournament play, which is kind of funny on its own. But so we're here for League of Legends. If you weren't here earlier, Hawaii Baptist Academy, New Valley, inside of this championship game right now. The journey here, however, was a little bit different. HBA, the #3 seed, heading on over to against New Valley's 2-seeded team. HBA would win that one 2-0. New Valley had a little bit of a challenge against the #5 seed of Evan Mackay, who was on their way to a Triple Crown, but New Valley ended that in the ARAM game, winning the series 2-1. So now we go in to this championship with New Valley up 1-0, and the ban phase is on for New Valley. So now, I mean, you can relax a little bit here for New Valley as to what you want to, or for New Valley as to what you want to ban, because you really didn't have too much discomfort with what you had. But now Hawaii Baptist Academy really making sure that the Samir doesn't get another clip.
I think the Samira could have had a better answer than an Affilio Senna. I don't know if it's necessarily ban-worthy, but it's definitely something to focus on. But like you said, right, New Valley, they don't have to change too much, only have to accommodate for the things that are being banned. I don't know if I would ban Samira and Pantheon at the same time, considering I like to consider bot lanes as pairs, right? But once you ban one of them, the other one is not as viable unless there's another answer. For example, Caitlyn Morgana can go Caitlyn Lux, right? If you ban out the Caitlyn, you're done with those two options. So not too sure what else the Pantheon would be pairing with, but I think they're tending to the possibility that, okay, we're trying to ban out stuff that is going to capitalize on our immobile characters, okay? And so I think that's what they're trying to do right here. I'm very interested to see because as you've noticed, the sides have now swapped.
Right. So HBA is now choosing blue side, so they're going to get the first bans as well as the first pick here to start. And again, blue side has mainly been a good side for most of these teams here, so we'll see if that works out for HBA. And I know, I mean, even in tournament mode at higher level leagues, right, blue side is usually the best side in most situations as well, including drafts. But they're going to ban out the Wukong. So all three characters that we saw on the side of New Valley from the get-go, Jungle's support line and the Samira as well, they're all gone in this situation. So it's going to be New Valley that needs to come up with maybe something a little bit different here. But for New Valley, they ban out the Mordekaiser, they ban out the Caitlyn, and they ban out the Hecarim here. So mainly for ICB at the very get-go here, but the Caitlyn and the Mordekaiser, a little bit of a different strategy here for them.
Yeah, the Inter's focusing on what was good throughout this tournament, not necessarily just the stuff that was good in the last game, but focusing on throughout what was good in the tournament. And ICB, tending to my words here, going for the speed demon that is the ICB special, locking in this Rammus blind, which is not something you would see very often because think about it. What if the enemy team suddenly drops all of it being AP? I know you smiled a little bit. We have a friend who really loves Yorick. Shout out to him. He's in the venue.
Yeah, our friend is in the venue. He really loves Yorick, but unfortunately a little bit of a bait and switch, if you will. So it's not a Yorick. Sorry, buddy. It is a Yasuo that gets picked out here instead. So the Yasuo is out as well as the Seraphine. Actually, it's our producer that's smiling on that swap and bait as well. But Seraphine also brought out as well at the same time. So Seraphine, again, we saw this earlier on in I believe it was the first series that was played, but it really didn't come up to much of anything, honestly, for that. Maybe a few stuns here and there in a few team fights, but really didn't show up other than that. And now on the side of Hawaii Baptist, ICB is going to pull out the Veigar in this situation.
Well, ICB's locking in the Veigar.
But they're going to switch it up, obviously. It's going to go to Mokusu, who's in mid lane. But they lock up the Veigar in mid. And, I mean, Veigar, obviously, with the stun on the arena, very good for team fights. And you've got, if that Veigar can stack up pretty well in the early game, that's going to be a lot of damage coming down the stretch.
Oh yeah, I absolutely think so. And just looking at the two champions of Rammus Veigar, right? If you're thinking about the jungle mid pairing, that gank assist is crazy. Lock up the Veigar inside the cage, or lock up whoever inside the cage, and then the Rammus just has free reign to charge in without any say whatsoever. I think the Yasuo Seraphine being locked in at the same time is because if you lock in a Yasuo and the Seraphine, you kind of take those two counters away from each other and push it into the same team for your own benefit. Senna, I was very surprised to see it again, but this could be a fasting Senna potential with the fact that Senna can be the carry in terms of AD and with the Veigar being the carry in terms of AP. It's very possible that you pair Senna with somebody like a Sion, like a Tom Kench, anybody that can provide that tank's utility rather than another carry. And we're seeing triple damage. I won't say damage. It depends on what the Malphite chooses to build. But we have AP in terms of Malphite, in terms of damage. We have Viego being AD, and we have Yasuo being AD. So a good damage mix here and an over-round good composition so far from the Inters.
Yeah, the Viego's also going to be pulled out as well. So they're going to have the Viego in jungle in a while. Meanwhile, we still have yet to find out pretty much to the ADC side as well as the jungle for Hawaii Baptist Academy. They're going to stick with the Aphelios, which I think made some impact a little bit in that last game, but not enough for it to make a huge difference. And then the Garen is actually going to be pulled out here for this team of HBA. So I think this might be one of the first times we see the Garen out here as well. We might have seen it in an earlier series.
We did.
But No, this has to be a bait. No, is it? It should be a bait here. I think I saw. Yeah, Garen is going to be the pick. My producer's giving me a little bit of hope here. A top lane Nunu. Unfortunately, no, it's going to be the Garen that is pulled out here. And the final pick for the side of New Valley is going to be a Varus. No, Jin.
No Varus.
No Varus.
No Jin. Yes, it is going to be lock-in. Finalized is going to be that Jin. So a lot of immobility once again in the bot lane. I think HB are running back this Aphelios Senna in the hopes that they're going to focus ICB's priority, not on farming, not on anything like that, but focusing on managing that bot lane, making sure that the Aphelios Senna have a guardian, right? Somebody to keep them safe from the Viego. But to be fair, the Viego himself does not have a lot of mobility. He can use the mist to kind of gain a little bit of distance before he shows himself with the Spectral Maw, but that's not going to do too much in terms of covering a lot of space. And I think right here, now, we're seeing a very AD-heavy comp on the side of the Inters. We saw the Rammus first pick on the side of HBA, and we were like, okay, this should be a very good idea for New Valley. They should be drafting some AP. Unless Malphite is going AP, Seraphine is the only main source of it. Yasuo is an auto-based champion. So is Viego. So is Jin. That plays perfectly into Rammus's hands. Now, was this a draft differential? That does depend, again, on how the matchup chooses to be. If I see Seraphine with a Moonstone, I'm going to lose it, though.
Yeah, I think HBA is key here. I mean, for me, at the very least, try to play around, I mean, like the team situations, right? I mean, HBA was so split up in that very last game, right? And now you have a lot more team potential here, right, with the Rammus knockup. You have the Veigar Cage at the same time, too, and you even have that Garen ultimate to play off of it and send a shot across the world. I mean, you've got a lot of team fight potential here for HBA. It's just that, can you stick together in that later phase outside of laning phase and just try to give yourself a better position to win this fight? That's the question here. Because and New Valley, like you were saying, I mean, there's a good mix-up that's going on, but, I mean, who are you going to focus out here is the bigger question, right? They saw HBA, they focused down ICB to make sure that he wasn't able to get ahead. For New Valley, you've got so many playmakers on that side, right? The Wukong from Master earlier on, going onto the Viego now, that's probably going to be a little bit of a difference there, too. But also, Bananarama Slam, if that was any indication as well on the support side, that was big for them, too, just to get off whatever they had. So for New Valley, I mean, there's so many playmakers on their side. Hawaii Baptist Academy, not to say that they don't have any, it's just that none of them really showed up in that last match.
None of them did show up. Let's hope their monitors are on for game number 2 as we load on to Summoner's Rift. You can see them huddled against the base gates, and off to the races they are.
And I think another thing, too, is, right, for Hawaii Baptist Academy, you really got to be able to focus on vision as well. Their vision score, I don't think was very high in that last one, right? They couldn't see the jungle, they really couldn't see the river at the same time, didn't see Baron Rift Herald Pit, didn't see Dragon Pit at all either. So I mean, for Hawaii Baptist, I think key here is just to make sure that your vision's a lot better. And same thing here, they're going to go right ahead and make sure that there's no shenanigans going on from the very get-go, just warding that bush right away. Although again, not. This series so far, both of the series, haven't really been invade heavy so far. So at the very get-go, at least they're being careful of that from the very start with a minute in.
Yes, but the mind games of it can still warrant you to use up your wards. You can see right there, bot side, Aphelios using up the ward, Rammus using up a ward. Very normal for Rammus to use up the ward since, you know, you can just buy that sweepers. But now you're at a ward disadvantage. The immobile bot lane, the Aphelios Senna that we said were hammered time and time again, they now once again have well, they don't have no wards, but they have one less ward than they would like. So if you take advantage of that, it does become very powerful. I do want to note something. I think I saw this in the previous game with the Mordekaiser too, but the Garen is running Ghost Heal, which is not something you typically see.
It's very interesting, but same time too. I mean, for right now, I mean, even in the jungles, right? I mean, the differences in the jungle starts for them as well. I mean, maybe HBA is thinking that they can, you know, build up a little bit more. I mean, just from the get-go at the very least. But for New Valley right now, right, and this is where it starts off already. You can see the differences. I mean, look how far New Valley's pushed it up. Remember, New Valley did this at the very get-go as well. When they were on blue side, they pushed it all the way up right before turn, and it just froze the lane. But now they're able to poke them out from the very get-go. So this is Hawaii Baptist Academy already playing on the back end in bot lane, if you will. And that's already level 2 up for the Jin, so they want to try to take advantage of this. They will push them forward just a little bit. So much damage. There's the root from them. The flash invested to make sure that root happens, and it will be the Jin using the Ignite to get first blood in the first fight in the first 2.5.
So I'm not even sure why Dry Puffin appeared into the bottom lane so late. He missed the XP for that first wave, but not only that, coming at half health and expecting that snare to come in, there was a lot of time before the Jin started engaging forward. You had plenty of time to use Summoner Heal there, decides to save it, not worth using for an early kill there, but that's first blood over to the Jin.
Yeah, I mean, right now if the Jin can build up quickly, right, that Jin does a lot of damage, especially on that 4th shot ult. So, I mean, for New Valley right now, they're starting off the right foot. I mean, look, they might already get a turret plate here from the very get-go. We'll back off right now, but, I mean, they can afford to just go right in and take a lot of damage. I mean, that's a lot of damage from the Seraphine early on. Banana Ramasama's been landing everything. If Banana Ramasama can land a hook pretty accurately with the Thresh, I'm fairly certain the Seraphine's going to work out for them for right now. But it looks like they are going to get first turret plate, and that's big, especially in bot lane.
That is big. We already talked about it. The Ophelia Senna is not going to be a lane that can kindly push up into the lane, so gonna have to play back, gonna have to play on the tower, and losing on the plate so early into the game is very unorthodox, right? You typically would expect at least a little bit of fighting back, but right now, Dry Puffin and IDK, they're playing on the back foot, and when you're playing on your tower as a Senna, it gets really difficult for you to get souls, because the soul range kind of just blasts however it chooses to, and that could mean that you're out of range for a majority of the souls. We're going to have to see where that soul count is in a little bit, but Master Q here making Icy's world a little bit of pain. You know, as a Rammus, you definitely want to have at least level 5, so you can put a couple levels into that Powerball, a couple levels into the taunt maybe even. But, you know, buying a little time for Viego is totally fine, because if you capture a soul, you're just back to good.
2 trapped in the cage right now, but nothing to do anything. It's basically there to use the Q and build up a little bit more stacks, if you will, for this Veigar towards the latter parts of the game. But for right now, Mokuzu has to back off. But really, I mean, they do force out the flash from the Veigar, so that's not a bad thing for you, especially in mid lane gank. So now this Viego looking to head maybe bottom lane, or well, I thought so for a little while, maybe to just force them out, but really don't need to when this Jin and Seraphine are already forcing them all the way back anyways.
Absolutely so. I do want to mention one thing, which is the first blood that happened not too long ago, is that when you get a first blood, it is 300 gold for the kill, plus a bonus 100 for whenever, because it's first blood. And then anybody that is nearby and helped you out is going to get a 6th one. That should total about 500 right now, but if you look at the gold lead, it is nearly 2,000, which means 1,500 of that is purely from the CS numbers. If you were to take a look at that top side, it is 31 to 12. And that is not something that should be happening in that matchup, especially because both of you are melee and capable of farming. In the melee into range matchup mid, there is double a CS lead already. And the Aphelios has 5.
Yeah, that's not good.
That's very not good.
That's not good at all. I mean, the 30 CS differential right now, and there's the reason why this 1-0 versus 0-1 right now is they're going to try to come right in.
But here
comes the Rammus from the back line, trying to make sure that they've got a route. Do they have the follow-up is the question. Banana Ramasama has to get out, uses the heal up for just a little while here. Now that's rooted here. Does Banini Boy have enough damage to get that down? No Ignite either used for Banini Boy, so a really scrubbed fight there for both sides, but I mean, in the end, it's a little bit of a worthy trade, if you will, because New Valley was able to kind of stave away a 2v3.
This is going to be a repeat gank, but I don't know if it's going to be worth it. This Rammus is going to be by himself. He's not going to get reinforcements. Jin can just run away with the 4th shot, so a little bit of wasted time. But we did mention it. ICB had to be down here to help this lane, otherwise it was going to go to Shaman. As you can immediately see, with 1 showing up, both summoners on Seraphine are now gone. This is a 3rd gank coming back.
Oh my god, this Rammus just wants to go over and over again. But this time in a 3v1 situation. And now the follow-up happening here for Hawaii Baptist Academy, who's going to trade that kill right back And there's the cavalry that Hawaii Baptist needs to tie this game up at kills.
And there is that bot lane focus we were talking about. It is so crucial for HBA. It is essentially their winning formula. And look at how much time ICB has spent down there. It was a total minute. That means Master Q can now invade without needing to worry about where that Rammus is going to be. You can see that CS differential growing further and further ahead in that Viego versus Rammus matchup. Master Q going to get another one. And not only do you have to worry about the CS in terms of the jungle, but because every camp you clear is going to affect that jungle item. The first jungler to hit 20 on that snack count is going to be able to smite enemy champions, but is also going to get the empowered smite all the way up to 900.
Right. And I mean, look, again, you were talking about CS earlier as well. Let's go back to that, because right now you take a look at the CS numbers all across the board. For Vhagar, it's also important to get up that CS number as well as even get damage onto anybody with that Q, right? So right now only 27, pretty much almost doubled from the Yasuo as well, and that Aphelios now down, what is that, 38, now 39? I mean, 39 CS right now. I mean, this is just an insane number coming out from the Jhin, but that's how much pressure that the Seraphine and Jhin is exuding right now. And like you were saying, the Senna and the Aphelios, I mean, right now not able to push ups, and they're not able to get anything out of the waves, and maybe that early game start is what's forcing them back. And for right now, here comes the Rammus out to Percival. Percival forces to use the flash, but they still get the Yasuo out for right now. The Yasuo, no more flashes, is kept in the cage for just a little while here. Mokuzu has the ultimate to use, not enough damage for right now, but still is able to force it away. Percival still wants to fight this, though, knowing that ICB is in the venue, but will back away for right now. I mean, still wants to scrum this out, but ICB just decides, let's hold off for right now.
The jungler is making such a big impact in this game right here. It is doing... Oh! Mokuzo could have died there, but Lunarox...
Well, yeah, I mean, Lunarox in the top lane gets the Garen. We didn't see that, but Lunarox is able to get there, and it's going to be a good push here for the top lane for New Valley. Lunarox is able to get at least a turret plate there.
This whole wave is going to die.
Yeah, and meanwhile here for the side of New Valley, they're looking like they want to opt for the Dragon here for right now, as the Dragon is up and available. Chemtech Dragon up, but deciding not to. Maybe the Seraphine coming back down to lane for right now. Rammus looking for something on the Yasuo. Trying to just dive right in and backstop for right now, knowing that there's no follow-up anyways after the knock. So for right now, HBA playing a little more back, but New Valley knows that they've got a little bit of a push advantage.
They do have that push advantage, absolutely. Just look at the goal. It's speaking for itself. The last time we mentioned it, it was 2,000. Now it's well over 3K, and it's not the kills making that difference. The kills are 2-1 right now, but look at the CS. Senna has more stacks than Aphelios has minion kills. That's a very alarming statistic to have. Does that mean that the Aphelios is now taking a defensive role and the Senna is going to be the carry? You can't really tell.
Well, here comes the fight here. The Rammus in so much trouble that he's got to already use the roll away to try to get away here, but now it's going to be a fight. It's a pinch-out fight, a 4v3 situation for Hawaii Baptist Academy. The great route there for right now, but it isn't enough. They got to back away, and it's going to be a lot of flashes being used. The 2-on-1 up top, down the middle, going back to the middle lane here for right now. The Viego still in the river looking for some help, as Master Q is in just so much trouble from ICB, but here comes the cavalry. ICB does take down Master Q, but at what price? Because ICB is looking like they're going to go down as well. So the jungler v jungler trade is out. Here comes the cavalry one more time. Banana Ramaslama able to stave them away for right now, right over the jungle. They're gonna try to back here, but I don't know if that's the brightest idea, especially, and they're gonna jump right over the wall here. IDK's just gonna go right into turret. That dives for into turret, but it's still enough kills, and the Aphelios now looking like they can catch up. They get 2 kills in that situation.
They get so much, and it's all onto the Aphelios, which is a very scary thing. I think New Valley's bot lane has had this consistent thing where they get a little too cocky even in their lead, and they kind of just roll over it and think they can just steamroll their opponents. That's not the case here, and it falls to, you know, their disadvantage. Once again, the Jhin and the Seraphine dying, losing tempo on the map. Yes, you can see Lunarox is just winning this lane convincingly with the Malphite going tank, but now what would have been an easy opportunity for you to go for dragons is not that case anymore. And now, Pacivial.
Percival in mid lane right now, 2-on-2. You can see the vision right now. They know where they're coming from. And now HBA is in a whole lot of trouble here. The ultimate's being pulled out. ICB trying to make the biggest difference, but it might not even matter here. The Vhagar's off and away. But it is going to be the Icy kill that wins the trade-off with the Yasuo for right now. So Hawaii Baptist Academy It looks like they're trying to make the comeback here from the goal disadvantage right now. They have the kill lead, but the goal disadvantage still slightly in New Valley's favor.
The Thornmail Rush on the Rammus made the difference there. They just took the Yasuo down, just whittle, and then immediately just fell apart just like that. The Yasuo opting for boots first, which is a very common thing, but you just don't typically get a lot of damage as a result from that. And so now you're looking at the snacks across the board, but curtain call, Bambini!
Oh, Bonini Boy's got one shot, looking for the last one. Just going to be outside of range. If that last one hits, oh boy, that is trouble. But ICB not quite out of the woods just yet. Master Q wants to chase this for right now, but decides not to, as ICB is going to head for the bushes and probably just back off from right now with such little health as well. But now the first third plate going to fall here for New Valley. So now HBA seems like they're building up a lot more confidence here. But here comes the pinch out from Bonini Boy right now. I mean, in jungle, they know where they are because of that ward. So a little bit more better vision in the jungle, if you will, for HBA for right now. So it's a little bit of a backup situation.
Backup situation. We did mention it, but the Garen did fall again in the top side, falling further and further behind there in that lane. And you definitely don't want a Malphite getting ahead, and I'm going to tell you why. It's because Malphite, like Rammus, is an armor specialist, meaning they build armor better than they build magic resist by a wide margin. If you look at who's on the other side, Garen, Aphelios, Senna are all magic damage dealers, but hold on, Dry Puffin.
Oh, there's the charm out now. Dry Puffin in a lot of trouble. IDK having to just back out for right now, but it's still 1-0 trade so far, but down in mid lane now, Makazu really in big trouble in a 2-on-1 situation of their own. Already 2 turret plates falling, looking for a third. Now Master Q wants to go right in. They will summon the Rift Herald to take care of the rest of that turret plate, and that's still a lot more gold right before the 14th minute ends. In fact, that will take a lot of that turret plating out for right now. That destroys the mid turret at the same time right before that 14th minute. And look, turret plating gone 1 is great. All 5 before the 14th minute is bigger.
It is huge, especially in this new preseason. They decided to make turrets tankier between each plate, but as a result, each plate actually gives you a little bit more gold. If I'm not mistaken, each plate now should give you 170 gold split across the people that are locally there. That is not a big difference from the previous amount, but any amount is going to have that return interest going into it. You know all about return interest. You love your TFT games out here.
My gold interest is not the greatest in TFT. Some people know, if you look at my master's tree in TFT, not the greatest right now. 57755. We're not going to talk about that right now. Dragon is going to be taken up by the side of New Valley. That's the Chemtech Dragon down, so no more Chemtech the rest of the game. Cloud Dragon coming up next here for them. But right now, I mean, no chance at stealing it, so it's a backaway situation unless this Rammus wants to go for Percival. Not going to make it in time anyway, so it'll be back off. And now, again, the Garen looking like they might go down here. And this is the Malphite just getting even stronger. 3 straight kills in top lane for the Malphite.
Yeah, it's not looking good. Malphite. Oh, but the last breath coming out from the Yasuo, trying to see if he can finish off Mokazu. Not going to mean anything. The flash isn't going to be enough.
No. Wow, the Veigar able to find the kill and stay up at the look how low Mokazu is.
Oh my god.
Holy cow. If that just doesn't exist.
Oh, but hold on.
Hold on here.
Bonini's
Bonini Boy in a lot of trouble from IDK and Dry Puffin. So now again, HBA seeming like they can get a little bit more momentum here. It's not like they're backing off entirely, but still in a 7k gold deficit. It doesn't look the greatest, but at least HBA is putting up more of a fight than in the last game.
And the difference maker here is definitely the gold that Dry Puffin had. Dry Puffin had that mythic available, but hold on, the charm, the stun, the root, the 4th shot, it's just that easy for New Valley's bot lane, but there's the Gale Force forward.
Wow, and now Bonini Boy's going to try to end Dry Puffin's life right here, only running in a straight line, has to get life, just gets out. Just gets out. Right, and without that flash, he's done.
Oh my goodness, walking in a straight line.
Yeah, everybody will tell you in this game, walking in a straight line, never a good thing. Never a good thing, especially against an AC. Never a good thing.
It was not a good thing there, but yeah, the gold difference really made the impactful. Instead of a flash, it could have been a Gale Force, right? It could have been a 2-minute cooldown, but instead it was a 5-minute cooldown there. And these little things are just going to stack up more and more if New Valley are able to keep capitalizing on it. But Mokazu
We'll see here. It's in a lot of trouble. Same thing with the jungle as well. But there's 3 of them against one ICB who's in so much trouble right now. And that's the rest of the cavalry coming in. ICB just not having a great time here in the jungle so far. And they're going to keep going. New Valley wants to go right in here. And they've got the Vagar caught out now. It's a run away for Dry Puffin. But Dry Puffin is just running away just to meet Percival inside of the bot lane. And now all Dry Puffin can do is await the death that comes from Bananarama Slama. No, stays alive, and Bananarama Slama goes down by turret. How does Dry Puffin stay alive here? I mean, it's a turret down, but what a survival.
Master Q canceled like 2 autos under tower, thinking that if he overstayed, he would fall to the turret, and he was right, but canceling those autos meant that Dry Puffin got to live, and Bananarama Slama tried to greet for it, but it was just not enough. You're a Seraphine with Battle Song, so you're not going to do a lot of damage here. You're not your typical Leandries, and so that was just a free... Oh my god, Lunarox is fast!
Yeah, he wants him, and he is fast as well. Think of an F1 car just going right at this Garen right now. And this Garen, all they can do is just run away. The Rammus here trying to support this Garen, but do they want to follow up is this question, because this Malphite is just so tanky. We're talking about armor. This Malphite's got a lot of it right now. He's trying to make a difference in a 2-on-1 situation, trying to turn this all the way around here. This Garen is so low. It's going to flash for the try and kill here, but can the Garen get alive with the kill? Stays alive, and ICB making the big difference. The Garen able to turn the fight just right around.
Saving Private Garen, holy. You can definitely tell Lunarox was just feeling, it was just a little bit cocky, just standing there intimidating menacingly, if you will, for the JoJo enthusiasts, but not going to be able to secure the kill there, and that tornado was so close to connecting onto the bot lane of HBA, but they are still on the back foot. The gold lead, almost 10k as the Rammus and the Vygar.
But the cage is good. The cage gets Persevere in there, and so Mokazu's got the kill for ICB as well, and now ICB starting to get a little bit of momentum. Panini Boy's in so much trouble, has the shield to protect them for right now, and another cage is going to get Bananarama Slama down there, and now Master Q has to flash over the wall to get out with their life. But right now, it's looking like a good fight here for HBA. Again, momentum the key here for them. They're going to try to even chase this down some more. ICB, though, no ultimate to try to knock up right now. They're just pushing them all the way back to the tower.
The fast boy is striking again. It's not a 6-0 performance, but 4-2-3, and you will take it because you're keeping your team's tournament dreams alive. You're keeping your team relevant enough to mean something in this game. And now, HB, they actually have the avenue into the Dragon Pit right now. They could tie it up to make it 1-1, kill off that the Dragon stacking win condition. Lunarox in a beautiful position. That's going to be a 4-man encore into the last breath. Is it going to mean anything? No, not for the time being. As the Garen, the Aphelios, the Senna, everybody is going to fall. It's going to be a clean ace.
A 5-0 and ace for nothing from New Valley. That's so good for them. And look, we're not even in Soul Point. It's only the second Dragon, and they've already got an ace in the hole here. And look at the gold differential now. It's a 10k gold difference, 10.5 at the very least here for New Valley right now. So this is, I mean, right now just the snowball getting bigger. Even if the kill differential is smaller than it was at this point in the game in the last 20 minutes, it's still the gold that makes the difference. And now they want to try to even take Baron in this case. So they're going to go Dragon, they're going to go Baron here. And I don't think, or rather maybe not Baron for right now, just taking care of Vision for right now. I thought they were. It looked like they were. I mean, everybody was going there. But at the same token, too, I mean, for HBA, they've got no vision in the river. I mean, it's the same case as last time, and they've got no vision in the river to figure out what's going on down there.
They do have some tanky members. That is the silver lining here. They can have the Garen and the Rammus come in first in order to, you know, provide that. But I think the Rammus is actually falling for one of the big baits that you can have as a Rammus player, which is to overstack on armor without stacking too much on health. Look at the health bar on that Rammus. It is just shy of 2k. If you have more armor than it really needs, because, you know, resistances have diminishing returns. Mokazu has diminishing death counts.
Well, here comes the fight down inside of the river. This is probably for the Baron here. Master Q able to trade out for the Vagar right now, and this is all New Valley trying to get the kill. Yes, you get the Jin, but the Garen is just going to pay the price for it, and all Rammus can do is run away with their life. They're going to try to chase him down, but it's looking like this is pretty much going to be the Baron here unless they can get rid of ICB.
They could try to do it with ICB still alive, but it is a little bit scary given that he does have the smite. It looks pretty simple here. Slowed down by the smite, and the poor...
Oh boy.
The poor jungler.
Oh, poor jungler.
A fate worse than death.
Now, I mean, surely with that in mind, I mean, the death timer's right. I mean, still looking... Oh, I mean, just dire for HBA right now. ICB out for the next 25. You're not going to have a jungler to worry about. Sure, you've got a lot of vision. But, I mean, you do have the Hex Gates to try to get there as fast as possible.
The Hex Gates do help.
Yeah, so the Hex Gates are still there. Looking for the Baron right now. Not a lot of damage being poured into it, so HBA has an opportunity to try to get there. Can they do it is the question. They're fighting a man down, but will they be able to pull this off? Shot round heard around the world here for that Senna, but that shot is just absolutely denied any access. The shutdown onto the Yasuo, they're making this a trade for right now, but it's still a chase down for the Veigar, and even in a desperation mode, for the Garen here to try to turn this around is near impossible of a hill to climb. It's a triple for the Viego, and it'll be the Baron headed on over to New Valley.
Poor Garen's just trying to find his way home, bro. Like, he got stuck between a rock and a hard place. Very unlucky for him, but yeah, now the Rammus cannot do anything. Obviously could have opted for the Hex Gates, a potential miracle steal, but what are you really going to do here? 10k plus is that gold lead, and ICB just not fast enough this game, not true to the form that we saw earlier in the day, and instead, the shoe's on the other foot. We have not seen a Malphite this fed in a long time.
Yeah, this is, I mean, Malphite 7-2, look at the Viego 8-1. Pretty much everybody in the positive. I think the Veigar's, I mean, the straight 5s for the Veigar, the straight 4s for the Rammus. I mean, right now, it's just not very good. I mean, look, at the same time, too, you can look at the support numbers, right? On either side, the Senna 0-6-2. For the Seraphine, 1-3-19. The kill participation here in the it's so good, and that's, I mean, New Valley's just got this whole teamwork going together. HBA really needed to play around their team composition right now, but instead it's New Valley that's just taking advantage of all these different team fights. They've got Baron now. Again, they don't even have Soul Point yet. They don't have that third dragon yet, and they've already take the Baron. I mean, New Valley's just snowballing this, and it's rolling down the steepest hill possible. Oh, they're going to get pinched, though. Oh, boy.
Some stragglers left over. Beautiful from Banana Rama Slamma once again. Two-man route into the Goon Squad, the signature, of course. Signature Goon Squad had to all show up for the overkill here.
If you can land a hook, you can land anything else. Trust me. No, I'm just joking. No.
I don't know about that one.
I don't know about that one either. But I mean, look, Banana Ramaslama, even we saw this, right? Throughout this entire series, right, as well as that last one, since that Thresh game on ARAP, it's been landing pretty much everything here for the side of New Valley. And so New Valley now, again, the snowball just keeps rolling down, and the hill just gets steeper for Hawaii Baptist. And in fact, New Valley making this a base race at this point, looking like they want to play this ARAM style, if you will, and try to take this all the way down mid.
Yeah, the best thing you can do if you're a team from behind is you want to send one person, your best split pusher, off to the side to see if you can get any objective bounties, while you kind of just turtle shell inwards for the remaining 4 members as you lose your base. It's inevitable, but it's definitely something. But now, breaking into the inhibitor, a couple more shots from this cannon minion, and this inhibitor is going to be the first of many to be falling in the inevitable future. Maybe, you know, HBA can turn this around, but it's just very, very difficult for them to be able to hold.
I mean,
4-man charm into the unstoppable force. That's going to be everybody locked inside the Vigar cage, but it's not going to matter. The event horizon is not going to stop New Valley Middle School from pushing in. The Jin taking 3.
I mean, what do you say about this performance from New Valley so far? I mean, there's not much else we can say about what they're doing. They're playing everything to perfection right now. They've already got one inhibitor open at this point. I mean, looking for more. Yes, the Yasuo was dead for a long time, but they're still in a great position level-wise to take in a 4v5 situation as ICB falling already down to half. The first Nexus turret is gone, looking for the rest of it for right now. ICB, the only one really that can do anything before IDK comes in, and now here comes the Jin looking for the shots, going left and right here, and now they're not walking in a straight line at the very least, but it's still enough to stay them away for right now. Shot from the Senna on the ultimate, not going to find really much damage of anything, if you will, but it's still looking like they're going to push back. And look, again, not a third dragon either, not a soul point for them. And this is New Valley's basically if they want to push in, but it's 5v4 as they back off.
There's going to be the Soaring Slime coming in from the Rammus. It's going to root up a bunch of people. Not going to matter too much. Are they able to kill down the Yasuo? They are. 5v3 now on the board in the nearby vicinity. Jin is stacking up a bunch of them, but look at the encore once again. It's absolutely beautiful. The chain CC. There's going to be the unstoppable force from the Malphite another time. It's just deja vu from a minute ago. I've just been in this place before, but this time it's going to result in the Nexus falling. The Jin is going to go down. ICB fighting for his tournament life here.
This is fighting for everything at this point here. ICB's got to stay alive as long as possible, and they are focusing them all down so that they can take this Nexus in style. ICB is going to fall. That's the ace. That's the timer. That should be the game end at the same time. They're just going to roll around here, and they're just going to make sure that they can take down the Nexus, or one of the turrets at least, in bottom lane for right now. IDK, I don't know what you can do in this situation for them right now, especially with things going as well as they are right now for New Valley, trying to whittle away at that Nexus in a 3v3 situation. The Yasuo trying to come back. They might not even make it before they get there. The silence on the Lunatrox right now, but it's still Master Q that's going to get the ult up, and it's just going to rip away at the rest of the team, and they will rip away at the Nexus as well. Nexus down to half health. Dry Bumpin is there. Mokuzu trying their best to make sure anything is possible, but anything is not possible here. The Veigar gets the kill on the Seraphine. It will not matter. They will just attack the Nexus, and New Valley Middle School will take the final trophy of the Fall 2022 semester as champions of the Middle School League.
Coming in, it was a wild ride, I think, for ICB, watching his kingdom crumble from the speed god to not too much. It is definitely a storyline, but it is something that you have to endure throughout these tournaments. Storylines don't just become prophecy, you have to earn it. And right here, New Valley have definitely earned their victory. A very convincing 2-0 finals here against Hawaii Baptist Academy.
Yeah, and Hawaii Baptist Academy coming in, trying their best, but again, the snowball just got too big. It just got way too big, and the hill just got too steep for them to go in. And in the end, it was New Valley that is able to take away the final middle school trophy here, which will be presented to them at the end of the day. Don't forget, there's another match coming up, which we'll talk about in a little while. But I mean, for you at the very least to see what New Valley did against this team of Hawaii Baptist Academy. I mean, what was basically their key? They were pretty good as to what they needed to do. It's just that what was the biggest thing for you for this team of New Valley to just absolutely dominate on Hawaii Baptist Academy?
I think, you know, we're definitely going to talk about Banana. We're going to have an interview with him later. I think it would be very easily you and I would both nominate him for MVP. We have seen him with the different play styles, with his different champions all showing up, whether it was minimizing losses or absolutely catapulting those gains forward. We saw it in the form of the Thresh hooks. We saw it in the form of the Sorakas. Everything just worked out so beautifully for them. And I think Banana was just this staple piece that put the team together and really led them to this victory today. Yeah, and what a victory it was. And in fact, again, we're looking to see if we can get Banana Ramaslama. By the way, great name. Great name. Great name. A victory in of itself.
A victory in of itself. When you can find that great name,
yes,
it's a win already, no matter what you do in life. And trying to see if we can get that interview right now. Our guys working very hard to see if they can get that all together for us right now. But again, what a weekend here, at the very least, for the Vanta League here in Hawaii, the Hawaii Esports League presented by Hawaiian Telcom and Vanta. I mean, you had a lot of middle schools, and again, the first middle school tournament to come out here and perform on a LAN as well. And mind you, great games. Super Smash had a great series. Rocket League had a great series on their own. Same thing with the League of Legends that you just saw. And again, we're not done yet, folks. Even if we're not done just yet, and we're going to get Banana in here in just a second, but it's not over yet. Coming up next, the Valorant matchup between Iolani and Punahou, basically going to be a show match here, best of one, but still going to show off some of the best talents here in Hawaii in terms of Valorant. Joined now by Banana Ramaslama, who is one hammer at this point. Well, I mean, what a name in itself. But I want to ask you, how did you come up with this name? I mean, we need to know the origin story of this.
Honestly, bananas have been my favorite food for like a really long time, and I've like heard Donkey Kong songs. So yeah, I just like put it together, and I wanted something to be like recognizable, and so I picked Banana Ramaslama.
All rhymes in the end.
Yeah, I definitely think you're going to be a household name in the middle school scene, creating a legacy here with your first victory. Tell me what it was like going through the draft, because I've seen so many different champions from you today. Which one was your favorite one to play?
Honestly, I really enjoyed Seraphine, mainly because she's more team fight oriented, and I just like being around my teammates. So.
I need to know what it's like. I mean, so you guys go all the way into game number 3 in your last game in the semifinals, and you having to play Thresh. I mean, but hitting every single thing. I mean, that had to be fun for you going into that ARAM game and getting some momentum going into the championship series as well.
Yeah, it was. I don't really play those types of sports, and so playing Thresh was just surprising, especially since I did so well. And
Awesome. And one last question for you, obviously, celebrating this victory. Is there anybody you want to shout out in particular, you know, to the audience, to the crowd back at home?
I just wanted to thank my teammates for helping us get here, and I also want to thank my parents for letting me join the esports club, and yeah.
All right, well, a great performance and a great shout-out for you in the end. Banana Ramaslama from the winning team, New Valley, your champions. We'll give away the trophies in a little while, but thank you for joining us, and good luck. And are you going to be joining us next semester as well for the spring side?
I think so, I might.
All right, well, it looks like New Valley might be a threat coming up in the next semester as well, so thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. And so, Banana Ramaslama with you inside of the booth here, and what a performance once again overall from this side of New Valley. You heard them. Spring 2023 coming up for them next season, starting, by the way, and don't forget, registration now open for that spring semester. But if you're going to play league, you're going to run into a team named New Valley, who is a big threat and have a big target on their back right now.
Absolutely. You now know what to expect. You got to see them showcase. You got to see them at their peaks. You got to see them at their valleys. You got to be prepared to handle any stage of them come spring semester. And I think now, with a little bit of an idea of what that means moving forward, that's going to be a pretty interesting spring season.
Well, it's going to be a great spring season, but we're not done just yet here at HBU Esports Arena. On the other side of this break, we do have a little bit of a show match followed by the trophy ceremony. But speaking of that show match, it will be Valorant that comes up. Our first look at Valorant here at the HBU Esports Arena before next week at the very least. But the HBU Esports Arena hosting the Valorant show match. It'll be Iolani taking on Punahou, ILH versus ILH. A great matchup and a great exhibition match coming up. You do not want to miss it. We'll be back with you in a couple of moments. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, inside of the booth here. And Keegan, alongside KTAD with you for what is our final match of this entire weekend here at the HPU Esports Arena for the Hawaii Esports League Championship. And it may not be a championship, it may not be a trophy situation, but an exciting matchup nonetheless. It is the Valorant Showcase match between two teams of the ILH. Iolani and Punahou are in this arena right now, about to throw down in Valorant.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's something we've been looking forward to, and we are really excited about to see because of the fact that it is Valorant, right? It's not something we see a lot of here in Hawaii's EDU esports range. I mean, some people obviously, there's a little bit of guns, a little bit of shooting, so there is some concerns about it, but it is something that we do see very commonly at the collegiate level and beyond. One of the largest, if not the largest game currently in collegiate, so definitely things to take note on, that if you are a parent, if you are a student, you know, it is one of the biggest games that is at that next level of higher ed. So something to think about, something to consider, but overall, I think a very fun game, a very fun title. Takes a lot of its roots from games like Counter-Strike, right? The genre of what you would call a tactical shooter, i.e. there is one team on the defense, one team on the offense, and we reset every single round. That's more or less how Valorant works. There is an objective that we will go over and that you'll see as the game plays out, but for today, yeah, it's a show match. It's here to show you guys just kind of some of the things that are possible, and it's between two of, I'd say, some of the better high schools that kind of plays this in regards to Valorant specifically. Iolani and Punahou, both of them fielding solid teams out here in Hawaii for the game. I mean, we just watched one of these guys, or it was not all the members, obviously, from Punahou. We watched them go up against one of the best teams in collegiate in the nation, actually, and that's our local team here, right? The Wave Riders at UH. So UH Manoa affiliated team, UH Esports affiliated team that really just goes up against some of the strongest teams. And Punahou had a decent showing, right? They started to get some rounds. They were doing all right. Obviously, they didn't win, but hey, high school versus collegiate, gonna be pretty tough. I'd love to see if in 6 months, a year, we get to see high school versus middle school at some point or something like that, and I think that'd be a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, esports, right, it spans beyond the time of, or it spans, it's not like regular sports, right, where, I mean, you have to go, you have to try to throw down on, you know, college versus college, high school versus high school sort of a thing, right? It can go any which way you want in terms of grades as well, right? But to see middle school versus high school would be kind of cool just to see. I mean, we've seen so many pros in esports now. I mean, they could be as young as 10, from what I remember, like even in Fortnite, right? So, I mean, that could very well be the case. But any of these, I mean, from the talent that we've seen so far, any of these guys can go on to be at the higher level. But first and foremost, we go through the agent selection here for this side, and it is a best of one, so we only get to see one map here, and it will be the only map that has 3 sites to it, which is Haven. So the funny thing, so I feel like this is the most, I wouldn't say complicated map, but it's kind of the most strategic map, if you will, because you have 3 sites to go to.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think some people would argue with you on that for sure. But, I mean, I do agree with that point, right? The 3 site is a very unique thing, and that's one of the fun reasons one of the fun things that Riot kind of explained when it came to what is their theory behind map design, right? Almost every map has some sort of, I wouldn't call it a gimmick, but it's got a unique feature, right? And so when they came out, Haven was the first one that said, yep, the uniqueness of Haven is that there are 3 sites, right? 3 bomb sites, they call it, 3 spike sites, 3 diffuser sites, whatever you want to call it. You know, it goes by many names, but ultimately there is 3 options for the attackers to pick from, A, B, C.
Is this going to hold true? Look at what Punahou is bringing out right now. It's not meta picks whatsoever here.
Yeah, let's wait. Hold on.
There's still plenty of time.
You put too much faith in hovers here, buddy. Especially these two. I don't trust until I see them lock. I don't trust a thing. They're all looking around. I bet you they're all looking around. They're listening to us. Yeah. Exactly. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I'm watching you guys. Yeah. See, there you go. For complete lock from one, and then the other side, they don't have time to lock. Yeah, there it is. A more standard composition after, you know, everyone's hovering, all duelists as we see it. Yeah, they're waiting, they're chilling. I know these, so worth noting, right, we don't have this set up for noise canceling or anything like that. So you and me, we're going to need to be a little bit more careful because these guys are going to be able to hear us, and they are going to be hear any of the calls and the call-outs we do. But that's part of it. That's the fun of this one. It's a live environment, live LAN environment, and it could be really fun. You know, when one of these pops off with a play, we're going to be able to be right there with them watching it. I think that's so awesome.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting matchup again. Punahou versus Iolani. I mean, sometimes you see this matchup in regular sports, but to see it on esports kind of gives it a different impact, if you will, as we start to get inside of the map as well. Teams are setting up, obviously, and it looks like for the side, Punahou will be on the defensive side to start. Iolani will be on the attacking side to start this off for right now. So, I mean, taking a look at this, we were told that before the game, pretty much the average around Diamond Ascendant. So, I mean, teams looking like pretty good size up for a matchup this time around.
Yeah, I mean, worth noting, right? When we talk about teams are diamond to ascendant, it basically means that they are within of the whole server. They're within about the top 1% of the player base, right? Here in North America, diamond and up means you're in about the top 1%. Platinum and up means you're in about top 5% and up. So it does give you a little bit of perspective as to how good these kids really are. And as we see it here, they're just gonna get off in what we call the pistol round, right? Everyone here has smaller tier weapons, smaller grade, as it will be Iolani pushing forward first. Does get traded back, however, on the entry. So for now, they're just gonna have to back it up. But everyone else, meanwhile, looking like Iolani wants to execute onto B site.
Well, B-side push, I mean, not too bad, especially if you can get that trade-off, because now if they know that they can push right in, they've got that B push in for right now, and now they have the grenade out, and that's going to find Immortal to start right away. They do trade that out, but not before Washing Machine finds it in the back line as well, so now it's just a pinch maneuver, and that spike is stuck in B for right now. They cannot really get in unless they find picks, and Iolani's health bar is just oh so low right now. Basically, 1 or 2 shots takes them out right now. Trying to find something outside. Can't really wallbang that for right now. So Portval is just going to wait, or Port Val is going to wait outside for right now. He tries to use the radar. There could be anything, but Toxic through the wall, able to take down the Sova. So now it is just up to this Killjoy to try to do something, who is stuck in window.
Yeah, he does. Well, again, it's one of those we got to talk. We can't really give away positions, right? Some of these guys can't hear us. But it is worth noting, right, that this is an interesting setup to be in where, you know, the spike going down in the middle of the site like that in an area where there's so many sight lines against it, right? That's kind of one of the flaws and the fallacies of executing onto B site.
Right.
Is that if you drop, if something happens, right? First man through the door, you can see it there. The defense has 2 lines of sight to where that spike is planned, right? So in order for you to cross that door, you either need to burn utilities, aka smokes, right? So the traditional thing of like a smoke grenade, right? That blocks vision. You can walk through it, but you can't see anything past it. You need to be able to block off those 2 sight lines. Otherwise, you're kind of stuck. And we saw that there, that once the breach went down, even once he got tagged up by the Killjoy utility, it means that he can't get anything else done. He's forced to just drop there. They don't get the spike planted. You know, had that been a plant, that's fine, right? The way that that play turns out is fine. But outside of that now, it makes it a lot more harder as we see the execute slowly coming down, but they will kind of back it up for now. Still trying to figure out, right, from the side of defense on Punahou, where are they going first, right? Where is the next play? Where is the next move? Because as it stands, still pretty default.
Yeah, I mean, right now, they're just, it's kind of like the high-ranking game, right? You're just trying to strategize where you're going to go at this point and trying to communicate where to go right now. As there's a shot off onto the Jet right now, who meets 2 people. And now it looks like this is the opportunity for Iolani to go ahead and push right into A site. It looks like they will go. Washing Machine trying to find a few shots. Not going to happen for right now. You can hear the spike planning at the top of your screen, or hear the spike planning, but also you can see that at the top of your screen. So about 40 seconds to defuse here. Doc is going to go right in, find Dark in the process. Turns around, almost flicks on the Jet, but Rami RL gets 3 on the Marshall. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, huge play there coming out from him. But worth noting, this was the bonus round, right? The only person that had a counter gun on the side of Iolani was the Jet with his own Marshall. So it's not something you expected to happen, right? It was a nice opening pick, but they needed to find a way to lock down the entranceways from the defensive side. The retake is able to creep forward. They don't get themselves into the position they want. They're not able to properly smoke off heaven, and that's one of the big, I think, missteps we see from Iolani there, where Dark needed to get that smoke on the window ledge, right? It wasn't quite there. It was a little bit back. You know, I think they rushed it just a touch, and it makes it so that now they're able to see out of heaven, right? They're able to jump out of heaven if they needed to, and it just creates all of these weird options, because that meant that the Jet had to be watching window before the execute came in, and now causes a little bit of weirdness. We're now on the bonus. Let's see what can Punahou get here. They've got some light guns still with bank, but oh no!
What a flick! On the classic too, mind you.
Free gun.
Yeah, free gun, I guess, but Toxic finds that kill, and so Iolani sitting now at a 4-3 man advantage here. So where is Iolani going to go is the big question, because, I mean, you lose 1, but you still trade out 2 in the end, so not a bad trade. to have, especially for Iolani. I mean, who's down 2-0, and especially this is a bye round for them. It's a full bye round, so lose this round and you're going to be in a pretty dire situation. Might be going down 4-0, so this would be a big one for Iolani. They have, I mean, the smokes. The Omen is still up as well, right? And you also have a Breach alive as well, so could be a little bit more entry. Let's see what they decide to do here is. Looks like it's going to be a radar to entry in. There's the smoke.
There you go.
Yeah, there's a smoke up heaven to deny anybody if they're up there. For right now, as they're just dropping down. The boom bot drops from up above here, and now it's going to look like the lockdown is being used by this Killjoy, but the spike is going to be planted in the meanwhile, so the question is, are they going to be able to get out of the range in time here as the Killjoy, the lockdown will go out. One is detained for them, so right now Rami just trying to figure out where that is. Flashes out, finds a little bit, but still. I mean, the spike just whittling away here, and really Poonahole having no chance at entry, but here we go with the fights as Portable finds a third here. And now it's just a trade fight, but the Jet is the only one left alive. Kablooey trying to fight for their life and trying to see if they can even try to defuse the spike at this point.
Oh, let's see what happens here. They've got time, but no, the spray through the box.
And a 4K for Portable gives Iolani their first win, cuts the lead to 1.
Yeah, but that's what you expect, right? The bonus round from Iolani there. They have guns. They know that they're playing into strength. But credit to Punahou. They make it expensive, and honestly, off of a really great retake from them coming into that round, right? The ability for them to force the offense back into the back corner, right, from along. They know exactly where to look. They know where they've got them pinned. But while they're distracted there, the rest of the retake comes down through short. They're able to clear it. They're able to pick up a couple guns. And yes, the rest of them drop on the side, but that's okay because they found their trades. They found the moments where they could get an advantage. And now as we move into this even guns, even round, this should be the big storyteller of what's going to happen over the course of this defensive. The next 2 or 3 rounds, supposedly. But let's see what happens next, as right now, a lot of spam coming through, but the setup looking solid right now. We'll see what ends up happening next. Jump peek from Kablooey, looking for information, but it is one pick down a lobby, but it gets traded back. So Kevin finds washing machine at the end of it all.
And it's not too bad though, right? I mean, last time Iolani got a 1 for 2. I mean, that's not bad, but for Punahou this time around, they get a 1 for 1. Yes, you lose the raise, but at least you get 1 in return, and that's both of the duelists, or that's the duelist gone. So now, I mean, Punahou's got, I guess you could say duelist advantage with the Jet being alive, but still a 4v4 situation. Now the question is, does Iolani want to try what they did last round again, and because it was successful, or do they want to try to maneuver their way to something else right now? And so they have a lot available to them, right? You still have, for Iolani, right, you still have that smoke available. You still have that breach available as well. Do you repeat the same process? That would be the big question.
Yeah, we'll have to see what the call, what the decision ends up being from the side of Iolani. See how they want to play out this offense. Another smoke comes down. We'll see what ends up being the play. Is now the rest of the defense moving towards A, expecting this to be the hit. And it looks like there goes the spike. So planted and secured. Kablooey sitting in heaven, pops a blind shot, thinking he might get the planner. Doesn't quite happen. Spam and spray going through as they wait for the rest of the squad to regroup and for them to look to execute this move. Defender, or no, attacker Killjoy the ult dropped down short, and it looks like they might be able to start defusing, but instead breach utility forces them back. Offense still just spamming through the smoke, not anybody really going through it, but long secured from the defense. So they need to figure out where they want to play the retake angle from. One trade through, blind not gonna hit, recon dart goes out. They get the scan, but instead it gets traded back by Portval. One more on the site, but instead he goes down, just the Jet up. They don't know where he is, and it looks like everybody's just gonna have to back it up. It's gonna be the trade. They save the operator, but they lose too, so the offense loses a lot of money, a lot of guns in that.
Oh, I mean, they lose a lot, and the only one left alive is that AWP. That's so big for them, right? So now they can keep the AWP, and I mean, what looks to be, I mean, on everybody's side, it basically looks like an econ round here for Punahou besides that operator. But for right now, they keep the AWP in hand. Kablooey does a wonderful job of getting out. At the same time, though, Iolani on the attacking side, right, don't fix what's not broken for them. They went to the same site, they played it the same way, and they were able to stall enough, right? That Breach and that Omen and that Killjoy all working together to do the same exact thing, stall until that spike can go off. That's exactly what they played correctly, and that's exactly why they won that round to tie up the series.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see when we're going to see, if at all, any adaptation from these teams. That's 4 rounds in, 4 rounds of A so far. I mean, we talked about Haven having 3 sites, but, I mean, yes, they went B on the initial round, but overall, the rest of the major rounds, they've really gone to A majority of the time, and we'll just see, I mean, what ends up being the call, what ends up being the play, because on the offense, Iolani knows that this op was saved from the last round. They see it, they jump peek it, they know it's there, but they don't expect him to have one of his own. RJ picks that one up. The Jet v Jet diff means that now they've got an opening line down C. Flash goes out, but op recovered.
I mean, that jump peek just is a little scary, right? But if you're able to find where that operator is, it makes your operator a little bit more easier to handle, to figure out where they are right away now. As they trade out shots for DC Wolverine, able to use the Sheriff to take down somebody, but Kevin at the same time trades that right back. So Iolani with mana advantage here, and now it looks like, I mean, the way the kills are falling, it looks like Iolani will push C, and especially on the fact that you get rid of the Breach. Only one left to go is this Raze, and I think they know where the Raze is right away with a few shots there. They'll plant the spike on C, and now it's up to the Raze. I mean, you need to clutch 4. That's an uphill battle.
It really is. They know that he was last seen from B side, so that's potentially where they're expecting it. Alarm bot triggered, and yep, they immediately pop the grenades, knowing that, all right, he's probably somewhere around here. There goes the scan. They know exactly where he is, and it looks like Washing Machine. I mean, nothing to gain, nothing to lose here. He's definitely looking for something. Picks up 2! Oh! I spoke too soon. I'm sorry. Nasty, nasty shots there coming out from the Raze. And honestly, well done. That was nice. Yeah, put him up on the screen. Washing Machine. All right. That actually changes things up a little bit, because those 2 kills means now those were 2 guns that Iolani was supposed to carry over into this round. Yes, they have the money to buy it, but you're starting to see a little bit of eco strain on their side. Look, 250 in the bank, 550 in the bank. It's getting expensive, and this is where it matters, because it's a critical round for both sides here. Lose, and you might be forced into an eco again.
I know you're talking about the econ and all that, but can we talk about the flick? What's those 2 shots on the Sheriff? That was insane. I mean, just the flick to have. That shot misses off the mark from Kablooey for right now, but I mean, that the 2 shots, and yeah, I mean, you're right, it puts a dent in the econ here. So if Iolani, if Punahou were to win this round, that puts a big dent in Iolani, and they can really take advantage there in round number 7. So for round number 6 right now, I mean, Iolani, this is a must win really for both of them. It's not like an econ round for both. It really just comes down to a must win here for Iolani, who's won 3 straight. Now they try to find out what's happening inside a garage, but do they know what is going on inside? A little bit of trade shots there for right now inside, so, and the back off for right now, playing it a little bit slower. There is a smoke on garage for right now, so trying to hold that down. They do get Kevin, or do they get the Dioxin and Kablooey, which means no flashes, right? No more Jet involved anyways, and so now Punahou going to plant this. I believe they planted on C, and this is going to be a tough fight for Punahou to come back from.
Oh. Nice catch there from DC Wolverine, checking for the door and then finds the lurker. But now 2 versus 4, numbers advantage over to the side of Iolani. It's going to be a tough one. See, with the way that they have this control, they know there's only a few options they have. Showstopper gets popped out. DC Wolverine will find that one on the side, and that means now they've cleared the site. Flash goes out. What happens next? Will he stick or will he stay on it? Starts the second one, but gets blinded again, pulls back. Doesn't have much time left. The concuss is there. He's praying for it, but no! The clutch comes out from Immortal. He picks up that one. 4-2 on the board. Big round to win.
Immortal clutched that so well. I thought it was going to be DC Wolverine the hero, but no, in that round, Immortal was the hero, stalling that out for so long, and that's what happens when you have that Breach having that entire kit, right? The stall, the flash, every single thing possible except the ultimate. And now, I mean, that Breach just came up huge for Iolani, especially we were talking about how much of a dent that would be for their econ. Now they kind of maybe don't have to worry about that coming into the next round, even if they lost all 5.
Yeah, I mean, even if they lose it, it does end up being a big disadvantage for them as they move forward into this one. Bucky in hand from Ramarel. They see it on the drone as he takes it down. So concerned there, a little bit more of what they're trying to figure out next. But going forward and goes out. Now, what else ends up being the call here from Iolani? They've gotten a lot of priority there, but the mix-up we talked about last round, they end up taking C. They end up getting onto that site, and it ends up being a good adaptation for them so far to really kind of put Punahou on their heels. So right now, see where else ends up being the call. It's both sides just trying to figure out how they want to progress, collecting ultimate, but nobody really giving any major information away. Now, this Killjoy ultimate on A could be a big sign, but let's see what happens.
Using the lockdown to their advantage, right? They're using the lockdown to push right up here. Is that going to pay off for them is the question. I mean, for Punahou, that's a good way to come back out. But for Iolani, that's a great push in because now you do use that lockdown. But the question is, can Punahou run with it? Tries to do the jump shot with the Bucky a little bit. Gets a little bit of damage off.
Yeah,
but
we Bucky Gaming, I guess. Where's one? There's
oh my
two.
gosh!
There's three! Oh, he's got him! He's Bucky Gaming over there. And now the Rays washing machine once again in his hands. Can he pull it off with the Sheriff? Let's see it. Sees one, gets a tag through the wall, but not enough damage, and they're just going to back it up. They're scared of it a little bit. They know what they're looking for. Dash forward from the Jet. Wants this 4K. Throws out the blast back. There's one. 2 bullets left. Bucky on the other side. Throws it out. He gets some. 4K on the clock, and there it is. Rhea Penguin, he gets it. There's all 4.
Pointing to our friends at the back there.
Yeah, I know. Sir, could you please pay attention to the match,
I am
sir?
paying attention to the game.
Sir.
No, I paid attention to this game the entire way through, but the reason why I say I'm pointing back there is because I know this is a complete joke, trust me, but I've always said the Bucky is the best gun in the game.
All right, never mind. You're obviously wrong because the Classic is the best gun in the game.
Yes, the Classic is with the Bucky. But
Oh,
look at
there
this
we
replay
go.
again. Look, we are Bucky Gaming, and this is beautiful, right? Let's one pass,
Yes.
but then knows where they are in the zone.
That's 3! Oh, he's got him!
Big time as well.
Yep, there you
but
go.
a big time
it.
play for them, a big time shotgun. It's huge, and now a timeout coming out from the attacking side of Iolani. Timeout taken by Iolani here from the attacking side. So round number 7 here, round 8 coming up though. But for the side of Iolani, I mean, they have a lot of econ with them. The Bucky gave them the advantage. And now they're up 3 rounds. Punahou having to econ just a little bit more now. I mean, Punahou really on the back end. And right now, from the looks of it, if they are going to full buy, they need to win this round. Otherwise, that econ dents. If they lose this round, they're going to be down 5, most likely, coming up.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something to keep your eye on. I mean, well, it's going to be tough, right? You guarantee the loss here on the eco or, in this round. But then the next round after that is really where that starts to become a factor, right? That's where you start really paying attention to that. And we'll see what happens here because, yeah, this is the key one. They can't keep losing rounds like this. And, all right, we'll talk about it if we see it. But immediately, Kablooey with the opening frag picks that one off right outside of garage into grass. Makes it really, really tough for the other side to push forward. And honestly, we're seeing this smoke line. It is creating problems for Iolani. I like that Punahou aggressively pushes up the smoke line because it gives them options, right? It forces Iolani back. They have to reconsider who's where, what's going on, where is the operator right now, and they're not sure.
Well, and trying to find out where the op is should be the #1 priority because then you don't want to peek down there. I mean, even if you have to jump peek it, it's the most important thing to find out where that op is so that maybe you can go a little bit opposite way of that for right now, but you've still got 2 other options to go through, and that's the blender that you would have to go through here, especially with Punahou having a full team ready to go at you here. So with only 45 seconds left to go, it's a decision that has to be made, and made very soon here, because if you don't push in, you're going to start running out of time. Get rid of DC Wolverine, sure. What a shot from Kablooey there to get rid of Dark, but now at least that gives them a little information, even if that costs you a death.
Yeah, it tells them that the off wasn't B, but instead they try to push garage, they try to force it, but Ramarel takes them down, and it's just the glass Jet standing as he tries to figure out where all of his friends went, as he, as the rest of the squad, really just kind of jumping around. They're trying to figure it out. But Bluey finds 3, ends up holding the angle and picks that one up. Punahou gets their 3rd round, and a critical one like we talked about. Iolani has the cash to survive this. Punahou didn't, and now they've got a little bit of a bankroll to work with. But overall, still, the operators, Kablooey, really coming in clutch. On the other side, Rhea Penguin goes from Bucky to operator to now who knows what.
Who knows what? I mean, pretty much good with everything. But, I mean, look at that shot, a quick shot. Backs it off yet again, and then Ram IRL just going right in there. But that was, again, like we said, a big round. Either team that loses, their econ is going to go in the gutter. And that's right now what we're seeing out of Iolani. They lost that round, so now they're going to have to win this round. Again, it's all about the econ here. What a shot from Wolverine there onto Portable. But now they got to figure out. So now Iolani again on the back foot. Sova yet again dying for trying to find out any information, and that's not good for you. Now you basically only have a Killjoy, if that, or an Omen to find out any information about this team.
Yeah, doesn't really give you a lot of options, doesn't give you a lot of windows there as we try and figure out what the next move is. Iolani a little bit faltering there as they've tried to force crash that last round and try to get in through garage, but they're getting stopped at every corner now in these few rounds here. They're trying to figure out where they want to push, but I mean the adaptation from Punahou there to aggressively start smoking off those early entries and force them into kind of different angles is starting to pay dividends. But just like that, Rhea, yeah, I mean, looks for it, swings and jiggles, but unfortunately Ram was watching the angle first, gets the shot down, and means that now it is just one member left. Kevin trying to figure out what he's going to do as he hears the movement. He hears them chasing him down. Finds one, looking for 2, gets it. Can he get more? No, off, but Washing Machine jump peeks him, and that's why Classic's the better gun. Let me see you do that with something else. Exactly, that's what I thought. Punahou evens it up closer and closer, 4-5.
But the Classic hasn't pulled off a 4K yet. That's all I'll say.
You need to watch more montages, my friend.
Not in this game at the very least. But anyways, I mean, again, another big round there for Punahou, able to build up the stash a little bit more now. And again, you keep the operator. That was huge for them. For Iolani, they bought that up. They lost it. And so right now, as it stands for them, I mean, now the econ is just nowhere to be found. So Iolani, I mean, you can try to win this round here, or you can try to econ because you still have 3 rounds left to go in this half. Your main thing is to try to eco for the last 2 rounds and maybe to try to tie this up at 6-6 before the end of the half.
Let's see what happens as now execute down into B. Smoke line went forward in the front. Now they're going to try to clear back sight, but not able to do it. DC holds the line, but instead will get traded back by Kevin with that share. So instead, Rolling Thunder gets used, but they're going to use the lockdown to try and push everyone back. Dizoxic gets 1 in trade, but here comes the Hunter's Fury from the side. It's just not going to matter though if Washing Machine is hitting 1-taps like that as the rest of the crew has to back it up. Ford Val, it wasn't eco, but boy did they make that look nice.
Well, it was technically eco, but I don't remember who. Somebody bought a Vandal there for Iolani at the same time. So that econ goes down. And I believe it was a Jet that did buy that Vandal. So now it's a full buy, but with 1 less. So maybe it's because, I mean, they have something ready at that point as well. So for right now, Punahou sitting in a very comfortable position to tie this series up. Now they have the operator. It's no longer an econ question because you're going to use everything off the rip. But what Iolani does here is going to tell you a lot here before we get to that final round of the half.
Yeah, I mean, it's something to think about there, that when you're playing like that, when you're playing off of single gun, because knowing, all right, Rhea has the knives up, right? He's got the Blade Storm ready for this round, so he's not necessarily looking to have to need a rifle in this one with the rest of the team. But it's one of the problems if your entry like that dies so far forward and doesn't win the trade. You see, that's how you start to snowball an eco round like that, right? You get your first pick, switch the guns out, give that to the second frag, and now you're evening out the board, but Port Val gets picked off. Just Washing Machine playing that off angle on top of the box, not expecting it, and starts to see a little bit of holes in the strategy, I think, coming out from Iolani here as they can't quite find openings anymore. The defense starting to put themselves in different angles, different positions, and I mean, you can tell, I mean, just looking at how Iolani's played the last few rounds, they're getting caught out in spawn. They're not even able to really push onto the site. That's not where they're dying. They're dying before they even get onto the site.
And Punahou's lining their shots up, right? I mean, these are high ranks here, right? Punahou's lining up the shots. They know where they're going to peak from. They know where they're going to come from. And so they're already predicting it. And if they do indeed come from there, that's perfect timing for them. So now, but getting Ram is big there. Good. Wow, that's a great flick from Washing Machine onto Immortal. So now in a 4v1 situation, I mean, if you're this Jet, what do you do? You can find anything. Blade Storm's out, doesn't even matter when the op is right at your head. Punahou leads 6-5 going into the final round. And now you look at their econ here for Iolani. I mean, they're not going to be able to buy a lot, but you got to buy out here in the end. So now Iolani can play as comfortable as they want. They can play with whatever gun they're most comfortable with here at the end, and that's going to give them a huge advantage going into this.
You see this? There's a potential five op strat with side guns. So it doesn't really matter. But no, don't worry about it.
No, I know. I saw shorty. I just didn't realize how much time.
It depends how much they care about economy score in a show match. But we'll see what happens here. Is once again aggression from the side of Punahou, right? Dioxic pushes up long, even though he gets smoked, pushes through and then retreats back afterwards. We'll see the showstopper come out here. Might find two, but instead finds one. Horde fell barely alive, skin of his teeth there, as he's trying to just stay out and get out of there. You know, that showstopper was massive and dangerous, and not even the person that, you know, he was hoping to find there. As Kablooey with the op once again. Looking for somebody. DC Wolverine on the flank. Looking for it. Oh no, finds them there. They know they're both there now. They're on long. They're going to push them, but can they hold the line? There goes one. Dark. The classic. The free gun. 4K.
I bow down.
That's right. It's about time you recognize the classic.
I bow down to the classic.
There you go. But I mean, halftime out 7-5. Not a bad place to be. I mean, obviously, Iolani off to a good start in the beginning, with Punahou really finding their rhythm, finding their footing in the second half of that set. And now let's see as we go into round 2, right? The second half of this one, what ends up being once we switch. Oh,
stop talking in party chat. Monkeys.
we can hear all of you guys, by the way. I don't know. Yeah, definitely don't talk in party chat. We can hear you guys.
Talking all over the place. I think that might get clipped later. But anyways, no, and we were talking about how, again, Punahou found their ground, and now they're on the attacking side. Now they're on the opposite side. Let's see what they can do on this side of the floor here, because when Iolani was pushing in, Punahou just caught them out. Now does the strategy reflect here for Iolani? If Punahou decides to push in, is Iolani going to find the same success on where their sight lines are predicting?
I mean, time will tell, right? We'll see how these guys play. That adaptation in the mid-game was really what I think was started to kind of change that momentum and swing it around. But now, a little bit more passive for now. A little bit of dap up onto Immortal there, up short. Doesn't quite want to hold it, doesn't quite want to contest it. They will burn some utility as we see the smoke go out onto A. But all right. See what ends up happening now is RJ finds one, sees a second, gets a little tag up, but that first initial kill is great. Looking for a second one there, not able to get much more from it. But meanwhile, the Omen just flies out. Dark will get dropped by Washing Machine, but not before taking one first. And that means the rest of the squad now, CT, looking for where they want to come out from. Bomb is down, Spike is planted. Washing Machine picks up another one, but does get tagged up. Needs to back it up for now. The bolt is on him, but instead it's a 2-on-2, make it a 2-on-1. Can Washing Machine close out? Flash goes forward first, starts the defuse, but it's planted in a really weird spot. That default gonna be a strange place to look at. Immortal wants to get the trade, but no! Washing Machine, again, another big clutch from him, a 4K. As he is just running around and put it in work.
Washing Machine putting him through the ringer right now. 23-5-1. What a game from Washing Machine. Even if this is a show match, this is still impressive as it is. But Iolani at least knew that they were going to make the decision to run. And as soon as they heard the footsteps heading towards C-Long, they knew that that's where they all needed to rotate, because they knew Punahou was going to rush that right away. Too bad Washing Machine was there to stall. Washing Machine was there to get the kills. And now Punahou on the advantage here in the second round of the half.
Yeah, I mean, it's something to think about and something to talk about, right? If the potential there, it's a 2-on-1. I'm not sure if going for the, the stick while one guy covers was the best play. When they knew exactly where he was, they knew he was up long. Yeah, there was a potential for them to push, but we'll see. Only time will tell, or hindsight is 20/20, as they say. But Ram IRL wants to get this trade, looking for it, get some damage, will get that one as Dark goes down. But 3v5, they already have the spike down. Punahou Just needs to hold it off and not give up any of these guns.
I didn't even catch that they planted here, but now Washing Machine, again, adding to his kill counter, make that 24 and make it 25 on the kill. A flawless round. And I mean, for what Punahou has been doing so far in these latter rounds, that not unexpected there, but especially with Washing Machine putting on the show that they have been all game long here. And so right now, the timeout is going to be brought on, one per half. So timeout is going to be brought out here from Iolani, kind of just to regroup a little bit on the defending side. And look, Washing Machine right now is the main win con here. And you see the replay here from Ram, good flick on that. But then Washing Machine right at the end, you're able to find the kills, and they go one at a time, right? You find the Jet just peeking out, but if you go one at a time here against the team that's just pushing up on you like Punahou is, Iolani's not going to find any success. That was the problem there. If they had gone all at once or used the kits at the very least to try to enter in, they might have had a better shot, except for the fact that they went one by one is what led Punahou over that for right now. So with Punahou in the lead 9-5 and it not being an econ round anymore, I expect at least Iolani maybe to try to change up their strategy, maybe to try to change up the sights a little bit more on the defensive side, because they know that they can rotate pretty quickly.
That's a lot of analysis for just second pistol.
Well, you're down 4 right now. So
I know, but just taking a look at that, right? That was a round where you had a Sheriff, a couple classics, right?
Well,
on the
but I mean,
defensive
what
side.
I'm saying is, if you want to try to win an econ round, you got to get at least 1 kill. In my mind, you got to try to get at least 1. So if you're going 1 by 1, it's not the greatest thing in the world.
Well, I mean, at that point, too,
Just rush
you're also expecting, you're not expecting a Spectre that close coming off of the smoke.
That's true.
Let's see what happens here. Is now bonus time, see if Punahou can convert and put themselves in that great position to be a 10-5, or if it is going to be Iolani to find a little bit of their footing as they move forward here. I like the aggression in some regards, but here we go. A lot of movement, a lot of noise up B. Where did the Jet go? He's going to shorty him! Oh, no! Sets him from the top rope, and that means it is Kablooey who picks up a Phantom for himself. There's going to be a lot of that craziness. DC Wolverine will find another one. Kevin wants to get this kill from the side, but not able to do it, as Rhea looking for some flanked angles, finds one, burns a lot of ammo to do it, but instead from window, Garage, it's Ram, he picks up that one and gets the gun traded. It's just the Omen left in a 1v2.
This is going to be tough here for Dark to try to bring this all the way back to try to get a Diffuser, especially where that spike is planted right now. Ram is going to go right over and win the round. A 10-5 advantage here for Punahou, and Iolani's Bang not looking the greatest either at this point. Another looking like pretty much a smaller econ round, if you will, here for Iolani. But I mean, Punahou's just been looking so strong playing as a team all together. And
this was
insane though.
Yeah.
The shorty kill.
I mean, when you want to talk about how do you convert on a bonus round, that's not the standard one. That's not the standard execution, but that's the execution in concept, right? You get an opening pick, get that guy's gun, then that gives you the option to then go into equal 1v1s, equal duels, right? Where they're gun v gun, you're skill matched, and you're able to pull it off. And that's, I think, one of the scarier things about how Punahou does that, because I mean, who expects Kablooey to be above him, outside of range, outside of view?
Also blinded as well. I mean, they just threw the kitchen sink right there just for Kablooey to get the shorty. Get the shorty kill as well. But Immortal with the Bucky getting a kill, but is punished right away by DC Wolverine. So now the question is, what does Punahou want to do here in the situation? Smoked off right around A for right now. So the question is, I mean, do you want to keep going here? We will see. And the answer is yes, they want to go. Kablooey finds Portval through the top. I mean, through heaven at that, and I mean, through the wall at the very least.
Yeah, that one was kind of rough. I mean, I like the idea here, right? Punahou, they're showing on that execute. It's blind spray every possible angle. Don't give them a single chance to be waiting and lurking for you. They obviously didn't check on the side, but it ends up being a bit of a rough scenario. RJ, doesn't have the angle, ends up getting popped. Really tough one from them there. But I mean, what do you want to say, right? It's a save round where they have nothing. The Bucky was trying to recover the rifle from Immortal. Unable to successfully get it, means he gets dropped, and there it is, there it goes.
Yeah, I mean, a good try there from Iolani at the very least, but not to say Punahou still winning big time there, but now it's a full buy round. So here's where Iolani needs to come back fully, and now it's a full investment here. A loss here, catastrophic, because then Punahou's already at match point, and you don't have the econ to match that afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take a few rounds for Iolani to really get themselves back in it. If you want to look at it here, now over there, great opening frag from Port Val. It does get traded, but still, it does give info. They know that the hit is coming from Garage roughly, so we'll see how they play it out. Is now there goes the Killjoy. Kevin wants to get this trade, but ends up getting it through the box, but will get traded back as well. So Kablooey gets that one. 3-on-3. Spike going down now. Immortal wants to find somebody, but doesn't quite find anyone there. So all right, set up now for the defense, or for the offense. Can they get ready for the retake?
3v3 situation. You're liking this on the attacking side right now. They're lining up for it. Washing Machine finds 2 in Garage. Now, where's the last one? Now they have a little bit of an idea. Duelist versus Duelist. Showstopper is out. Is he going to find the kill? Yes, it will. Washing Machine finds a 4th. It is great. It is clean. Washing Machine, smooth like butter.
The last shot to just line from around the corner, just sends it, not expecting to hit him there, but look at this, the double kill. They line up for it right into the spray, and then right here, sees him, doesn't think he has any time to get out of there, so just sends it, expecting to cover on the right in case he was already moving. Well done, Washing Machine. I mean, huge play from him, and honestly, well done. It's a deserved match point, and miracles here for Iolani if they want to take it.
Like I said, catastrophic. They lose that one, right? I mean, you were in a 1v1 situation. Your best hopes there was taking down, or your only hope there, you had to take down Washing Machine at the end. Unfortunately, a showstopper was the nail in the coffin here. So Iolani needed a miracle to try to pull this off, especially now that the lockdown is out from this Killjoy. This is just going to allow Punahou to push right in.
Yeah, it allows them to just walk it up if they want to. They force all of the defense back off of C. So this is what ends up being the call, but DC Wolverine finds RJ on a lurk, and that means they lose the Blade Storm. One of the bigger weapons that they felt like they would have needed, as we see all the pings come down onto B. DC finding them all in transit, though. That's not good. 8 bullets left in the clip, but does he even need it? It's just one. All 5 members of Punahou Dark in an impossible situation. Blind, trying to just stay alive. See what ends up being a case, because he really doesn't have too many options now. Dioxic will swing, but finds one. It's just a Bulldog getting spammed through the wall. Kablooey, grenade, has to jump out of there. DC Wolverine, oh, they want to knife him. Can they get it? Oh, no, Washing Machine just takes him down with the Sheriff, and that will be it. GG. Punahou ends up taking the exhibition.
What a game from Punahou. I think that how many straight rounds was that for them to end that series? I mean, they were just an unstoppable force, if you will, throughout this entire game. It wasn't looking the greatest at the beginning for Punahou, but then all of a sudden just momentum shifted. I don't know what round it was, but they were able to pull it all the way back. A couple of straight rounds, 13-5, GGs to both sides. I know it's an exhibition match, but I mean, right now, if there's for the high school league if there's a high school league for Valorant, I mean, we saw it in the with the Hawaii Esports Alliance tournament as well. Punahou's a threat. Iolani's a threat, but Punahou showing that they have a lot of talent on that team.
Absolutely, and I don't even know if that was the full roster that we saw in the HEA tournament. I think, there was a few other new faces that we saw, but overall, great play, great show, and I think really fun to watch from both sides. But that is the last match of the day, unfortunately for us. That concludes all of the great esports action this weekend we saw, and I believe actually I'll turn this over to you to go and kick to yourself, as you are going to be leading the MC and the award ceremony. Yeah. So if you want to go ahead and do that.
I'll mosey my way on over. We'll close it out on this side inside the booth. So, again, big thanks to everybody that worked on this side at the very least. So, to Colton and you for your great work observing, as well as producing, as well as casting. I mean, Mr. Do-It-All in the face right here. Mr. Do-It-All.
Hurry up.
All right.
Come on.
Justin for observing as well. Henry, Eugene for casting over the weekend as well. And to everybody for watching this. Coming up next, the closing ceremony plus the trophy presentation to our winning team of New Valley Middle School. Don't go away. We will be right back. Closing ceremony up next. Side of the Hawaii Pacific University Esports Arena inside of the conference room, and want to say a big thank you to everybody that came out this weekend, from Super Smash to Rocket League to League of Legends as well as Valorant. A big thank you to everybody that showed up, as well as thank you to the sponsors from Hawaiian Telcom presenting the Hawaii Esports League presented by Vanta, as well as Mobile IT Force, Olelo, and Hawaii Esports Alliance, along with EMP Live Designs. But now we get to the trophy presentation. First and foremost, I may not have mentioned it yesterday, but yesterday we did have the High School Smash Tournament, which was won by Maui High School. So Maui High School are your champions, as well as Kihei also getting the second place as well. So we'll be sending that over to Maui. So the silver medals, as well as the gold medals and the trophies, heading on over to Maui. So Ed, that means that they're going to go through FedEx. Hopefully it'll arrive by Christmas. Hopefully is the key word there. But now let's go on to our games that we had today. It was a full day, mainly full of League of Legends. 4 teams, 3 schools out here, 2 from Neo Valley, 1 from Hawaii Baptist Academy, and 1 from Eva Mackay as well. But in the end, we have our second place and our first place. And our second place team is who will welcome up first, as this team ran through the second and third seeded game first, winning their matchup up against one of the Neo Valley teams 2-0, and then would fall in the championship game, unfortunately, but still an impressive feat to make it here into the second place game. So please, if you will, welcome up our second place team, Hawaii Baptist Academy. Second place, Hawaii Baptist Academy, everybody. All right, guys, thank you very much. You can go back down to your seats. And now we want to welcome back our number 1 seeded team up here to the stage. And this team went basically what was through the gauntlet in a very interesting scenario as well. Remember, normally Game 3 is still on Summoner's Rift, but Game 3 went through a very interesting scenario here for this team. Game 1 and 2 on Summoner's Rift, they would split here with the number 5 seed of Eva Mackay, but then in the end, they would go on to advance to the championship game after a very impressive game on ARAM, on Howling Abyss. And then in the championship game would run over on a 2-0 series win. Ladies and gentlemen, your champions of the Fall 2022 Vanta League Finals of League of Legends, the team from New Valley Middle School. And we'll also ask for the head coach to come on up as well, if the coach is still here. There's the team getting the medal, but of course the school and the coach getting the hardware at the end of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, your champions of Fall 2022, New Valley Middle School. Congratulations, guys. Thank you very much. And thank you as well to everybody here for all of your hard work to get here to the championship rounds. And a big thanks to every one of the teams that showed up, as well as to all of the sponsors. And to you for watching as well, thank you very much. Make sure you guys go sign up for Spring 2023. The registration is now open for that. Season starts on January 20th. And I'm sure these guys from New Valley are going to be a team you want to watch out for. They said they're signing up for Spring 2023. Watch out for these guys. But Spring 2023 right around the corner, January 30th, registration open. Go sign up. So for everyone here, thank you very much for the great weekend. And until next time, have a good night, everybody, and aloha.